Saktong-sakto ang init ng panahon dahil ihahatid na sa inyo ang hottest crossfire tournament of the summer. Magandang hapon mga tropa and welcome to the Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025, ang pinakauna sa napaka-exciting na roadmap papunta sa Crossfire Stars. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Mr. CF himself na si Sneaky Frog at kami ang magiging casters ninyo para sa pinakaunang araw ng Impact. Una sa lahat, Sneaky, kamusta ka ba?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I think almost half of the year inaantay kong merong magsimula ng something dito sa CFPH scene, and finally we get something. No, granted it is yung tier 2 tournament natin, but it is Impact. It's a preview kung ano man yung future in store para dito sa scene natin, man.
Oo nga eh. Parang ang gandang pag-usapan nga din naman kung what's on the line right here. Kasi yung tournament format natin all throughout this Impact Summer is pretty important para sa mga kung sino man ang mga gusto na maka-breakthrough into the next tier of the scene right now. As we're gonna be flashing it on the screen for you guys today, papasok muna tayo sa group stages natin. Nakapag-qualify na ang 8 na teams into a single round-robin format. BO3 lahat ng mga games natin for today at saka sa mga susunod na broadcast para naman masagad natin yung talents ng lahat ng mga nandito sa group stages natin. Followed up, nandito din ang playoffs kung saan ang mga deserving because of their performances sa kanilang group stages ay lalaban sa isang single elimination format that hindi na BO3 dito sa panahon na to, talagang BO5 na para malaman kung sino ang deserving makapunta sa final stages ng playoffs natin.
Yeah, and obviously yung mga ibang teams dito looking for some redemption after failing to qualify nga papunta nga dito sa Masters, and it seems like it's a different kind of a hunger, especially what is at stake dito nga sa Impact tournament natin. So lots of interesting teams, lots of new teams actually going into yung tournament na to compared to last year where it was the same faces pero some familiar as well, as we do see MATTJESS, Ria 7, Sunday Shrooms, and VNG making their return for this year's CFS season with some new, with some fresh blood on the tournament, pare.
Oo nga eh. Parang ang ganda ng story papasok dito sa ating season, di ba? Kasi parang we mentioned it a lot sa mga meetings natin, and some few people in the crossfire scene also talked about kung gaano ka-close yung magiging competition ngayon this time around sa ating 2025 season, di ba? So malay mo, sa tier 2 pa lang, makakita tayo ng mga next up, yung mga up and coming para malaman kung sino ang makikita natin masabi natin next superstar para sa mga susunod natin tournaments, as we have yung map pool para sa ating Impact 2025. I believe it's also going to be the map pool for the whole year as well. So Sub-Base, Mexico 2, Compound, Eagle Eye 2.0, Ankara, to name the few, right? Ito yung parang masabi nating familiar maps for everybody. It's been the map pool for pretty much quite some time now. A few changes over to Mexico 2 as well. Kaya feeling ko may mga teams na kukuha niyan. Feeling ko baka ma-brush off lang siya aside.
Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, honestly, barely anyone picks yung map ng Mexico unless it is a pocket pick that you guys really know well at kaya nyong mag-dominate lang buong map, as you do only have one half to try and do that, no? Pero I think it's the exact same map pool naman nakita natin from last year, Eagle Eye 2.0. Also having its fair share of changes and its rise in popularity, pare. So hopefully we do see more Eagle Eye games just to see if any of the teams finally practice yung new-ish map natin dito sa map pool. But I really feel like it's gonna be, basically the same sa nakita natin.
Ganda naman yun, no? Magiging fresh pagdating dito sa Impact 2025. I'd like that you mentioned Eagle Eye. It had a lot of presence pagdating dun sa ACL, which actually recently got finished then as well, as ipapakita na din namin yung schedule for today's group stage day. So it's Ria 7 or Mita versus Xypher Pro Team. It is gonna be the battle between a team that has had a lot of presence dito sa Impact laban sa Xypher Pro Team na nasa scene, nasa underground, pero nagbumukhang ito na ata yung chance sila para mapag-shine, lalo na't nandito sila sa summer season natin. Well, we also have Vengeance versus ALSOVEREIGN. I think this is also going to be an interesting one, lalo na't medyo magiging close tayo dito sa ating first day natin.
Yeah, for sure. Ria 7, obviously, a team that has already played yung mga Impact and mga Masters tournaments natin, and obviously they have done an all-right job, no? Para dun sa mga ibang runs at this time. But I feel like the roster, with the mix of vets and yung ibang mga baguhan na players natin, I feel like Ria 7 can definitely do something. Pero yung Xypher Pro Team, I think they've been hanging around yung open qualifier for a while now. Obviously, pagdating talaga sa qualifier na Masters at Impact, we like to call it wasakan ng pangarap, no? And they finally yun nga, achieve their dream of qualifying dito sa Impact natin. And, I've had my fair share of run-ins with yung team na to, and they actually have some really good shooters dito sa squad nila, pare.
It kind of tells you kung ano yung magiging potential nila, no? Pagdating dito sa Impact, lalo na sa summer, which, I gotta be honest, it's also a good opportunity para makapagpakitang gilas, para masabi lang sa mga Masters teams na ito sana yung mga kalaban mo kung kung nakapag-qualify kami. But this is also going to be a good opportunity for them as well. You mentioned that besides yung prize pool na makakuha nila, yung portion of it at least, makakuha din sila ng chance para makapasok din sa ating regional finals, or at least yung regional natin magiging qualifiers all the way up from the plains as well. Kaya a lot of stakes here on the line and a really good prize pool to back it up as well. So I think it's gonna be interesting kung paano ito shape up, kasi again, this Impact tournament is gonna be one hell of a way to actually make your name dito sa scene natin.
Yeah, especially considering na I think the only returning team lang yata from last year's tournament was yung Rhea 7. Rest of them are pretty much new, with the exception of Vengeance nga dito. Also had their fair share of run dito sa last year's tournaments natin. Unfortunately, didn't go too well para sa kanila dito, but I really feel like maybe this could be the run na Vengeance can prove every run wrong, and then they're gonna try and see if they can make the fans happy, no? Kasi Vengeance, they're a bit of a crowd favorite thanks to Mr. Azenit dun sa roster nila. Pero makikita natin yung map dito. Of course, this is gonna be Compound, Port, and Ankara. Surprised that yung Xypher Pro Team actually is willing to play Port against itong Rhea 7, considering yung history nila last year dito sa mapa na to. So, ayun nga, we're gonna have to wait and see if Xypher Pro Team can maybe surprise us dito sa series natin.
Lots of mid presence as well, Compound and Ankara in particular, right? I mean, a lot of pressure from that second mid, lalo na dun sa ating decider map if we ever come to go towards that map as well. Pero I think it's pretty important for Rhea 7 right now to make sure na ma-secure nila tong Compound natin, just to get their first momentum point, just to make sure that they have a lot of confidence, especially in the first day. Talagang importante na makuha nila yung first point of momentum natin dito if they ever want to raise that confidence moving forward dito sa season natin. But if they don't actually get towards that, yung Port, I think it's also gonna be an interesting match laban dito sa Xypher Pro Team, which is gonna be their map pick. So it's gonna be, I wouldn't say a do or die situation. I think it's best as well na they approach this with minimal pressure lang din naman, kasi sa ganitong sitwasyon, you don't want to fumble with just nervousness. You just gotta remember that your team is with you at synergy will actually be a big factor pagdating dito sa ating mga first matches.
Ayun nga, I mean, for map number 1 pa lang, which is very interesting already, no? I mean, it's not really unfamiliar territory for both teams considering the amount of times that we do play the map. So, ayun nga, I guess familiarity is really on both sides. Really just wanting to see sooner, no, kung ano yung ma-offer nga dito ng Xypher Pro Team. Yun nga, not much information on them, man, honestly. Yeah, just like I said, I've ran into them a few times dito sa baka pubs natin. I think they're pretty good, pero yun nga, no, are they good enough to beat yung mga better Impact teams natin dito, pare?
Malalaman natin yan, Sneaky, as we're gonna be heading into possibly the hardest segment dito sa ating broadcast, kasi I believe magpipila na tayo kung sino sa tingin natin yung magiging panalo sa ating unang series of the day. So para sa akin, between Rhea 7 Ermita versus Xypher Pro Team, I'm gonna put a lot more trust dito sa Rhea 7, considering that they are veterans at least, or at least have a lot more experience pagdating dito sa mga Impact natin, whereas they also have been going through in and out sa iba pang mga tournaments. So I'm expecting that experience to actually give them a lot moving forward. Pero ikaw ba, Sneaky?
Yeah, I would say 2-0 as well para dito sa Rhea 7. Ayun nga, no, with the uncertainty talaga ng hindi pagkaalam ng roster dito ng Xypher Pro Team, with the exception of a few run-ins, can't really say na they definitely can beat yung Rhea 7. Pero this is an unsure 2-0. So until I know more about itong Xypher Pro Team, maybe yun nga, no, my predictions in the future games can definitely change, pare.
And I think it's also like pretty clear that this game is going to be as close as it can get. So 2-1 para sa akin, just to be clear, para sa inyo, at 2-0 para sa Rhea 7 Ermita as well. So we both are going to be unanimous dito sa vote natin para malay mo ay ma-surprise tayo ng Xypher Pro Team, and I wouldn't be unhappy about it. I'm sure that both of these teams have potential moving forward sa ating may game first matchup of the day. Pero mga kaibigan, I want you guys na makapag-participate din sa ating prediction. So i-comment nyo lang dito sa comment section natin on the live kung sino sa tingin nyo ang mananalo. Will it be Rhea 7 or Mita laban sa Xypher Pro Team? Kung kayo yung mga kabebe time ng mga players nyo, or kayo talaga ay mga kaibigan na sumusuporta dito sa stream natin, eh sabihin nyo na din kung sino yung sinusuporta nyo dito, or kung gusto nyo magpa-shoutout, eh okay lang din naman yan, di ba? Di ba, Sneaky?
Yeah, for sure, man. I really feel like Rhea 7 definitely gonna get some cheers from yung Cebuano crowd natin, considering the locality, no? So hopefully they do show up, cheer for the squad. Hopefully some of the Xypher Pro Team fans also show up, no? Kasi definitely is a, you know, it's a challenging thing na this is your first CFS game series in general, no, as a team. So hindi mo naman may iwasan na hindi ka kakabahan dito, man. So hopefully Cypher's not feeling any of the nerves.
Definitely not, right? I mean, na-predict na nga natin na baka sila yung matalo dito. Pero again, it's this Tier 2 tournament that a lot of people or a lot of players are excited to watch para, you know, parang ma-survey lang kung kamusta naman yung Tier 2 scene natin, kung kamusta naman yung mga humahabol na mga bata, di ba? I'm pretty sure that yung mga teams natin, baka mga averaging, mga 18 years old, mga 20 years old lang yung mga to, baka sila yung susunod na Ubek Maniac na baka makapag-surprise sa mga tao, lalo na't may opportunity sila makapag-qualify. Diba? I mean, yung story talaga ng Ubek Maniac yung parang nagmarka sa akin sa buong stage ng 2024, diba? Kasi they're a surprise. Nobody expected them to go through, pero they're one of the teams that actually made so much impact na nakapag-international pa nga sila, especially dun sa ACL as well. So we're back into the game, mga kaibigan. Tapos na tayo sa pag-yap. It's all gonna be down to R7 versus Xypher Pro Team. They start on compound at mukhang control pa lang doon sa may zone B ang gagawin ng R7.
Already, very aggressive defense galing nga dito sa R7. I mean, classic pacing galing sa kanila dito. Really don't want to give itong B pillar or itong mid for free. So, no one really moving dito sa ating GR side so far. Don't really have to, as the map of compound does kind of play for itself from time to time. At most, may mga sniper shots na mangyayari nga dito sa mid as Ajax takes his first shot, and I think naspatan niya dun si Inverse sa cone mid.
Lots of damage done dito kay JCD as well. Has to be careful since he is going to be the on player, the second one. Blends my side, G-Prex also. Clear up now all the way from that finish position. A lot of damage done by Blacklist. Xypher Pro Team, a lot of attention doon sa my mid side. Try to see if they can bait on si Ajax, and they do with that first blood. Inverse going to be getting that first kill para sa Impact Summer 2025. At parang it's all that they've been looking for, man. To try to get that mid control, pero hindi pa at all nagbabudge yung R7. Talagang stay lang sa zone A, stay lang sa pillar sila pareho.
Yep. Ajax getting a bit too antsy pagdating sa kanyang peeking dito sa mid. Walang katulong, walang ka-trade whatsoever. Jam, mahuhulog na rin. And Tristan goes back down to CA into mid para ma-join na ang kanyang kakampi dito. This is most likely a full curve push na mangyayari dito, and R7 is now anticipating it, pero kailangan din nilang isipin na may pwedeng lumabas ng entrance A. Jeffrox getting the swing down dito kay Leo. Tristan getting a second one on the round and even getting the third. JCD at Jeffrox mahuhulog na nga dito, and what a resounding start para dito kay Tristan on Impact, man. 4K first round of the entire tournament, pare.
Absolute domination. Pakatapos patayin yung player doon sa loob ng mid. Sniper gun made it easier for them na makapag-rotate papunta doon sa may EA. Try to get that zone A control quickly as that. 1-0 para sa Xypher Pro Team. Jam gonna try to relegate himself back dito sa cubby position natin, habang ang iba pang mga players ng Xypher Pro Team ay a bit of a contrast. Medyo nagkaiba na yung pacing nila dito. Kung kanina fast mid, babalik sila dun sa CA.
Yeah, very wary sa presence ni Ajax, but not expecting him na lalabas ng cutoff B. Ajax does go down with a trade. Jeffrox looking for a numbers advantage siguro para makakuha ng isa dito sa mid, pero JCD makikita si Ephraim. And Jeffrox, I mean, he doesn't really have to do anything too aggressive dito sa mid natin, as medyo bukas yung curve, but I don't think XPT realizes at this very moment. So mapapabalik sila dito sa store A actually and try to see if they can take over A side from the LA side.
Medyo awkward pa nga no? C4 far away from the vicinity. Papasok pa lang yung Xypher Pro Team as Jam gonna try to take down tong si Inverse. Successful in his regard. 4v2 na nga. Sobrang laki ng damage papunta sa Xypher Pro Team as medyo naging slow na yung pace dahil doon sa defense nila on that A zone. Habang hinihintay pa yung paghatid ng C4 all the way to the mid side. May oras pa naman sila. Barely a minute para makuha ng some sort of mid control. Smoked on down papunta dun sa may EA. Try to see if they can get the curve position on down. Pero no pressure talaga dito para sa R7. They still have to look forward to where they're gonna go. Jeffrock's gonna get that first open hit yet again, and Leo also gonna get sprayed down. A double para sa kanya. He's been fiery hot sa ating first round pa lang. At ngayon siya ni-reward with that first round on the board.
Yeah, Media 7 probably realizing sa last round natin na hindi pwedeng basta-basta yung mga overpeaks na ginagawa nila from time to time. They have to be slightly smarter about it. As I say that, mahuhulog si Ajax sa hagdan ng tower trying to get Inverse out of the picture sa start pa lang ng round natin. Pero Jeffrox, meron ng 2 tao sa kanyang likod. JCD will go and get itong si Leo, pero Ephraim gets them both. Nako po, nagkaubusan na ka sa start ng round, and Ria 7 fighting at the start of the round is not the best idea. Kung nandito kayo sa compound, especially with the shots that XPT is hitting, might want to peel back a bit.
The passive positions na nga dito, no? Except for Jam, who, let's face it, he wants to take the fight. 2 versus 4 na nga sila. Dapat hindi sila naghihintay-hintayan. He actually wants to go for the flank right now. Kailangan maging careful. Si Exa mukhang tumitingin, pero with the wall bang, crosses down, Jam with the flank. Nakita na nga yung position na dito. Patay si Hexa, patay din si Inverse. That's 2 kills from the flank. And a 2v1 where Jam has to do everything para sa team niya.
Jam, no choice kundi dumaan dito sa curve. I mean, 40 HP. 2 bala na lang yan realistically. Jam looking for Ephraim, pero Ephraim, perfect cover. Actually, spotting him dito sa pillar. He cannot escape back to Z. Instead, Ephraim will get the headshot dito kay Jam. So 2-1 so far. Xypher Pro Team having a good BL, but at the same time, itong Ria 7, those early round fights are kind of weakening yung kanilang defense going into yung late round natin.
Medyo antsy, no? Kita mo, willing sila makapag-fight. You can see that Jeffrox is not hesitating to push on. Kita mo si Jam, perfect timing din, even though they were at a 2v4. Pero sa gantong sitwasyon, kailangan maging careful na sa bawat pushes, sa bawat decision ninyo as a team. And R7 giving up that mid pushes and giving up yung flank watches na pwede nila dapat gawin. Pero at this point, they're gonna take yung mga close rounds dito. It just shows na may potential ang R7 laban sa Xypher Pro Team kahit aggressive yung nagiging approach nila.
Not story of a round para nga dito sa XPT. Di masyado umangat. I think they're fully aware naman yung Ria 7 na kaya nila maging agresibo from time to time. Plenty of time to set up though as the smoke goes down dito sa curve. We'll give a slight clue kay Jeffrox kung anong pwede mangyari dito. Most likely a ace split. Unless gusto pa nilang mag-detour papunta nga dito sa curve to wrap around that ace site. Pero possibly just to set the timings off para sa baka players natin. Probably try and see if they can draw out any of the players dito ng Ria 7 to try and peek aggressively as XPT now starting to file paloob na nga ng middle area natin. Jam nasa loob ng Z trying to get a quick headshot. Good flash. Leo still gets the headshot dito kay Jam at papasok na sila dito sa A side. Si Charles nasa loob ng C1, mahulog na rin sa dito. Leo with a good 3K and Inverse. Nakita pa nga si Jeffrox dito sa likod. And it's not just itong si Kristan that has been impressive. Leo with a huge 3K entry para makapasok dito sa A-site.
Fully trusting doon sa close angle. Kaya si JCD sobrang layo at nag-iisa na lamang sa 1v5 spots sa Tristan, pero hindi naisip yung close angle. Patay pa nga na 3-1 R7. Unfortunate sa timing nila dito dahil sa pagbigay ng open mid space dito sa Xypher Pro Team. A bunch of times, it's either the EA split o kaya doon sa curves kung saan sila nakakapasok, and they won the duels every single time except for that one last round where actually got a little too close. Ajax It's that shot pero doesn't actually connect doon sa mga players on Xypher Pro Team.
Yeah, a lot more focus naman dito sa mid para sa Xypher Pro Team. CA as well, mabababaan. Pero si Charles and ni Jam, very good crossfire. Jam, hopefully na matimingan na maayos yung flash dito para hindi siya mabulag, as he is gonna be the reason why Charles stays alive dito sa sitwasyon na to. Pero nga XPT kind of taking a U-turn dito sa CB. It was just a bit of a fake presence dito sa mid para makapasok sila ng B-side.
Push on in towards first position, and the only point of resistance lang naman dito ay si Jeff Rocks. Has to use the windows para konting free info siya dito, pero I like what CPT are doing dito, playing this a bit more slowly. Make Jeff Rocks think na baka iisa lang yung nag-lurk dito sa side of the map, pero ang ganda ng nade damage all the way from that side of the map. Tristan will get that first opening pick. Sobrang late into the round. 1 minute. May time sila para mag-rotate. Kita mo, may reaction timing pa yung R7. They invest 3 players around the vicinity dito sa B. Pero may time pa para makapag-rotate onto the mid side pa rin ang XPT.
Yeah, no problem. Jeff Rocks already picked out. Storby presence unknown para dito sa R7. JCD watching the entrance pero hindi niya alam na kung meron ba na bang dumaan dito sa pintana o hindi. Pero XPT magsiset up para dito sa kanilang bid play. Plenty of nades still, pero Jam headshot through the smoke dito. Pero Flexa or Hexa with a good trade dito kay Jam. 3 versus 4, not too bad para sa XPT. Pwede pa sila makapasok ng site or possibly curve. Numbers are in their side, pero titignan natin kung saan sila papunta dito.
The reaction that R7 are not looking for, especially na nakabukas pa ng sight si Inverse with that shot. 2v4, pistol out. JCD wins that. Laban kay Hexer right now at ngayon na nakapag-plant na ng C4. Ang XPT, it's an opportunity for them, but Charles wins that wallbang and it's all up to JCD. Jumps on in, pero that pistol's not enough. Ang Xypher Pro Team nakakuha ng isa pang panalo para sa kanilang blacklist side. And so far, so good para sa kanila. R7 really on the pace, on the reaction, on the rotation as well. Not the most perfect start that you're looking for. Lalo na dito sa pag-start pa lang ng first map natin.
Yun nga, bit of a dead round just to try and see if makaka-reconnect dito yung kabilang side. But of course, that's just a normal thing. And let's see, man. I mean, XPT so far so good para sa kanila dito. Punishing yung mga forward plays na ginagawa dito ng Rhea 7. I think yung adjustment naman ng Rhea 7 by the time that the last round did come around was not really their fault. I think yung baka players lang talaga ng XPT hitting some really nice shots, clearing itong Storby, dismantling yung crossfire dito sa mid somehow, some way with only 1 flash. So, very impressive so far yung nakikita ko dito sa XPT. At the same time, maybe Rhea 7 yun nga, no, maybe playing a bit too forward, maybe playing a bit too confident dito sa compound, fully knowing na yung GR side can just play itself dito sa mga sites natin. Pero, ayaw yata nila magbigay ng libreng map control, which is the usual play na nakikita natin galing sa kanila dito.
Yeah. And parang sa ganitong sitwasyon, despite the experience, talagang kita mo yung, alam nila yung game plan eh. Kasi sa mga times na nakikita natin yung mga pushes nila, it's always from yung blacklist side ng XPT. Parang na-expect nila na may aggressive na mangyayari. It's almost like na napag-aralan yung game plan, kita na yung strat book. Parang alam nila na kapag nakakuha sila ng first pick, pwede pa rin sila mag-back off. They're trying to deny that from ever happening doon sa kanilang blacklist side. No? So it's kind of like they're the ones playing yung passive approach, which usually is something na may expect mo when you're on the global risk side. So I kind of like this sort of pace change, this sort of adaptation para dito sa side ng Xypher Pro Team. I just wonder if they're gonna get antsy at some point eh. Kasi they've been waiting out yung mga rounds natin dito. And for good reason, talagang yung patience is the key for them ngayon eh.
Yeah, I feel like itong Xypher Pro Team probably have watched a few VODs or at least, know how Cebu plays in general, no? Pagdating ng mapa natin ng compound or any map, really. And yun nga, sinasalo lang nila yung aggression ng Rhea 7 from time to time, picking the right spots at the right time. I mean, using their utility very, very well. The trades are really good as well. So, yeah, it's a really good mix of everything para dito sa XPT so far. And yun nga, I calling me impressed pare. I mean, so far, they're doing some stuff na Rhea 7 can't really handle. Pero, let's see, man. Wala pa naman tayo at the later stages ng compound map natin and malay mo makahabol yung Rhea 7. Pero, I mean, if you're losing this hard dito sa BL side, dito sa mapa na to specifically, no, it's not really a sign for good times dito sa second half considering na GR sided nga yung mapa na to.
They have two things na they're kind of happy with, at least for R7, kahit medyo natatalo sila dito. Jeff Rox is activated. You could still see that he's still sending shots. May damage pa rin siya every time na may engagement siya doon, di ba? Kaya, hindi lang yun. Maganda din yung mga lurking timings ng Jam. And they're also willing to take the fights to them. I think yung nakulangan lang ako is like yung reaction or yung kumbaga yung parang rotation communication nila, di ba? Rotation communication, ang haba eh. No? Pero at this point, it's just something that they have to work on as a team. Siguro, pagka naayos din ng kanilang IGL or shot caller, once we head on back into the game. So, isipin mo dito, maybe it's a blessing in disguise na medyo nag-DC tayo kasi baka may time sila para pag-usapan yung mga pwede mangyari. And I think it's safe to say as well that it's still pretty early to tell kung magiging dominating victory pa nga lang ito so far for XPT. Kasi mali mo pwede pa rin naman silang uminit eh. Talagang first half pa rin naman kasi tayo.
Yeah, for sure. Dami pang crossfire na lalaroin dito sa game natin. I mean, only 5 rounds in, pero obviously Xypher having the early momentum dito sa game natin. Not sure what the adjustment is para sa Ria 7. Para sa akin, I really feel like they should just calm down. Maybe kung gusto nila mag-peak ng medyo agresibo dito, try to take a teammate with you para at least if you do fail to go for the pick, you know, there is a trader coming at you, pare.
Yeah. So I think it's safe to say nga naman na there's still a bit of time before we make our adjustments right now. So medyo tambay-tambay muna tayo guys dito sa stream at sa mga players natin na naglalaro. Kamusta kayo dyan? I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. It is 4:14 PM ngayon. Time check muna tayo dito sa Impact Summer broadcast. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time na dito sa broadcast natin. I'm seeing a lot of friendly faces. Shoutout nga pala kay Kuya Josuave na kakauwi lang galing China. Sana ay nakapag-uwi ka ng dim sum, boss. Shoutout nga din pala sa iba pang mga die-hard fans ng Crossfire right now. I'm seeing Buko right now on the chat right din. Shoutout din sa'yo pare. At he's a wonderful friend. At good luck din sa kanya sa weekend kasi talagang duguan yung schedule natin for Masters this coming weekend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, judging from your schedule pa lang na nakita ko, for Masters, yun nga, no, the first 2 days are definitely gonna be explosive. I mean, I can't really spoil too much, no, pero hopefully everyone is staying tuned kasi I think day 1 pa lang ng Masters. I mean, it's already exciting games, man. Clash of the best, basically, pwede natin tawagin dito.
Yeah, it's gonna be one heck of a show. And it's kind of unfortunate kasi yung caliber ng teams din natin dito sa Tier 2, they're no joke as well. Talagang may mga demons na pwedeng matake on yung mga top dogs natin kahit sa Masters pa lang. It's just unfortunate that we have only a few slots to actually accommodate everybody. Kaya feeling ko, eto yung magandang spotlight para ma-showcase natin dun ngayon. That's what I really like about yung impact that we have for this summer season. It's just gonna be a very good time for us to watch some good old Crossfires. We're back into the game. On play, gonna go for para dito kay Ajax, pero it's only gonna get a little bit of damage done kay Inverse right now to start with. Asa nga lang, may space na pwedeng ibigay over to the mid side as well.
Yun nga. Score is, I assume, 4-1. So, I think still slightly in the lead dito ng XPT. Start of the round though, Inverse probably getting hit sa kanyang paa dito with a sniper down to 22 HP. Not the best way to start yung round natin, pero meron nga siyang sniper sa kanyang kamay, so it won't make any much of a difference. And let's see, Inverse, gahanap na agad ng opening pick dito pa lang sa tower, pero si Jam, actually si Charles actually spotting Inverse first, tossing the nade inside dito ng tower at napasabog na nga 4 versus 5 agad sa start ng round. And that tag actually helped itong Ria 7 para kunin ng sniper na si Inverse, pero meron pa silang isa na si Leo who's actually gonna pick it up.
Jam's gonna be careful right now. He smokes somewhat. Pwede maging distraction para sa kanya. Charles gonna pop in and Ajax gonna take down Leo. That's the tower player down. That is 2 for nothings coming through para sa R7. Looking good under defense. It's a crossfire setup. It's 2 beautiful spray downs. Laban kay Jam with a 3K in hand. It is gonna be another round para sa R7. Yung recovery na hinahanap natin sa kanila. Ito na ata yung kailangan nila so far sa kanilang compound map.
So yun nga. Si XPT No tags at the start of the round para dito kay Inverse. Instead, si Ephraim was actually gonna run into the nade. And Jeff Rocks, kailangan niya maging careful dito. He probably spotted na meron ng dalawang miyembro na nasa kanyang harap dito sa LB. Ajax tossing the nade, spotting si Kristan as well. Ajax trying to go for the swing. Pero wala pa siya makikita. Everyone's on the left side. Jeff Rocks getting blindsided. Pero si Ajax makikita na dito si Hexa getting the second gamit ang kanyang Colt. Pero si Kristan nagtatago ng ulo dito sa gilid and si Kristan na lang pala ang magkukumpirma na patay na dito si Ajax. 3 versus 3. And wala pang realistic na map control para dito sa XPT actually since Rhea 7 still has full control ng mga sites natin.
Kind of interesting na hinahayaan lang sa loob ng Zone B ang nag-iisa na si Charles pero he's shown that he is capable na labanan ng kahit sino dito sa XPT so far. 3 kills to his name in the previous round. Now it's all on him kung pupunta nga sila dun sa Zone B. Ang problema nga lang ay nasa kabilang side ng mapa ang XPT right now. Slowly putting the C4 or delivering all the way from ST. Thinking of the A zone possibility. Habang may 1 minute timer pa lang tayo. Try to see if R7 can react to this. Pero yet again, it's a story of R7 and how separated they are na iniwan ng A sites sa nag-iisang tao. Possibly to just play for the retake scenario dito.
JCD. UF shot. Gonna confirm dito kay Ephraim. JCD does get the second one. Nice shots gamit ang kanyang AWM. Inverse na lang natitira with the sniper. 1 versus 2, very, very possible. Pero kailangan niya makakuha ng isa dito. Inverse swinging. C2 actually getting si Jam. Pero si Charles with the M4A1 superior wall banging potential para sa kanya doon with a 2-0 so far para sa Rhea 7.
A trading masterclass na pinapakita ngayon ng R7 sa previous round natin. The best way para ma-dodge away yung doon sa sitwasyon na yun is if you have 2 people coming up to him na. Pero you can't really deny yung naging impact ni JCD dito. Just popping in and out of the peak. Getting a lot of damage done papunta sa Xypher Pro Team as they walked on in sa A-zone natin. Jeff Rock's gonna wait his profession. No, pero si Ephraim, ang unang makakuha ng first blood natin dito. Called out para kay Ajax. He does get himself a fadeaway. Patay na patay si Kristan. And it's all gonna be a second frag. Ajax, Jeff Rock's gonna do everything that they can to hold off. Yung naging push all the way towards Zone B. Pero damage was done. And that also prompts them na i-take na lang yung container mid dito.
Yeah. And kind of actually pushed back yung opensa dito ng XPT who wanted to go for a fast storage B hit. Pero thanks to Ajax getting away in time, getting 2 shots before he does go down eventually, ay napaisip dito yung XPT. Maybe B is not the best idea. Try naman natin pumunta ng mid. Pero si Jam nakatayo sa gitna na smoke. Waiting for XPT members to come in as he spots itong si Hexa but immediately taking down na 3 miyembro. Pero meron pa naman isang tao na nasa loob ng A side and that's gonna be JCD. Gamit ang kanyang sniper. Hexa spotting him jumping down pero naka-AK siya. He cannot wallbang as good as the M4 JCD. Getting si Leo but there's still 2 players left alive. JCD getting si Hexa. 1 HP on both players. And mapapakit na nga lang dito Inverse with the nade. JCD stuck out in the open. Naiwasan niya pa nga ang HE and JCD with a 1v1 clutch gamit ang kanyang Colt. Sends Rhea 7 to a 3-0 lead dito sa compound.
A 1v1 na sobrang lapit, sobrang low on HP, sobrang init dahil doon sa grenade. Pero it was not enough talagang sa sobrang close. He had to pull up with his Colt pero at the end of the day talagang all came down to the absolute number. At sa pag-push nila all the way towards that Zone A, it all relied upon yung up-high-low setup ni Charles. Pero JCD has to keep the impact going. Leo, na-shut him down 1-for-1. Pasok pa rin doon sa may ST. Mga players natin on XPT, pero because of the amount of noise that they made doon sa may first engagement nila, iniisip nila na R7 might have rotated by now.
4 versus 4. Na masyado nangyayari sa mapa natin with the exception of that initial store A fight. Pero Jam, same spot sa nakita natin kanina dito sa mid. Inverse, prepping a flash para bulagin ang spot ni Jam. Pero si Jam probably spotted by Hexa. Naiwasin na pa yung flash right behind him. Meron pang 2 tao na nasa loob ng tower. Jam has to be careful. Jeffrox will get Krista to actually assist, and Inverse stuck between so many players, pero si Jeffrox will get those scoped out, pero hindi niya mapapansin na nasa likod na pala itong si Ajax as Jam gets the finish. 4-0 para dito sa Rhea 7 as we enter a dead round.
Sobrang init ba naman, di ba? So much presence doon sa may mid-side. I like the confidence now from R7, no? Parang compensating for a bit of the smartness coming through from the aggressive pushes on their global risk side. I think that was missing from them. Yung cohesive nila as a unit. Talagang as a team, may malaking difference na nakita mo from their first half alone. But I guess now makikita mo na everybody's on the same page. Everybody's trading each other. And yung nag-iisang hindi nagbago is that JCD is still hitting a lot of his shots.
For sure. I think JCD has been very, very consistent dito sa laruan natin, as he should, as the sniper of the team. And ayun nga, him and Ajax really are a deadly combination pagdating nga dito sa depensa ng Rhea 7. I expect, no less, pagdating nga sa mapa na to. Pero yun nga, Xypher, obviously having a hard time trying to push through with yung depensa dito ng R7. I think they're already getting all of the openings na gusto nila dito on their GR side. And unfortunately, I mean, even though successful naman yung mga first fights dito ng Xypher, parang, ano ba sabihin to? They're not getting the numbers that they expected every time na gusto nilang tumulak papasok na site.
Parang when we're talking about kung gaano ka-close yung game na to, bumabalik sa akin yung nangyari doon sa may Zone A na 1v1, diba? Absolute slugfest laban doon sa loob ng Zone A, pero Inverse gonna put us up into the next opening. That's a first shot papunta kay Ajax. It will be that first blood. Get them towards that second half. It will be XPT to start again on that GR side now. As Hexa, he peaks a little bit too early. JCB expects him with that AK-47, pero mukhang balik mo na tayo dito, Sneaky. I think we gotta get used to the fact that we're gonna see a bit of each other dito sa broadcast natin so far.
Yeah, I mean, day one things, no? I think we're just fixing whatever we can in the background just to try and see, to up the quality ng broadcast natin. Pero so far from what we've seen, galing dito sa Xypher Pro Team and sa Rhea 7. I mean, Rhea 7, kind of fighting back. XPT, obviously, meron din sila mga good rounds dito. But then, Rhea 7 now starting to get the feel of it. Problema ka lang, ayun nga, if they get too overzealous na naman dito sa mapa natin, then XPT is there to definitely punish. Pero gusto ko sana makita para dun sa Rhea 7 that they would reserve that type of aggression, pagdating sa mapa ng compound on their BL side, as it is very useful to have that kind of aggression, especially having no fear pushing in some of these angles is what you need para i-clear yung ibang mga players dito.
Okay. Well, I think it's also a good idea din na medyo mag-chill muna tayo. I think it's also a good time para mapag-fix things tayo on our side. Pero para sa inyo guys, chill lang muna tayo. Hindi pa naman tapos yung game. It's just that we're gonna take a short minute break. So ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneak Frog. Hindi pa naman tapos ang APAC Summer, pero magbabalik kami ng onti lang. I don't know where to check, actually. How am I doing so far, Sleepy? Sa wakas, eto na guys. Eto na talaga para sa ating lahat. Mababalik na tayo sa ating first series of the day. Xypher Pro Team laban sa Reyes 7 Ermita para sa ating pinakaunang game sa Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko pa rin si Sneaky Frog. It's been a fun time dito sa compound map natin. Ang masasabi kong map pick ng Reyes 7. It took them a while para medyo nag-ease sila dito, pero dahil sa konting technical issue, konting behind the scenes stuff, makakabalik na tayo. At wala nang delays whatsoever, Sneaky.
Ayun nga, as
Sige,
I
sige.
give myself a voice again. Pero yun nga, the updated score natin dito is 5-4. And, ayun nga, that is where we're at dito sa game natin. To be fair, no, it's not too bad para sa XPT being 4-5 dito sa game natin as we enter yung second half. Honestly, could have asked for a better spot para sa kanila dito. I mean, you have so much leeway to just play itong GR side nyo. Rhea 7 obviously having to work more para mapanalo yung game na to galing dito sa BL side. But I mean, if it's any team to do it, no, it will be Rhea 7 para dito sa kanilang BL. They have the aggression, they have the aim to do so. Problema nga lang, kaya ba nilang hanapin yung mga players na nasa loob ng mga sites natin, kind of peeled back, no? Pwede natin tawagin dito sa compound.
And I think it's also a good take na Reyes 7 has started ng mas mataas ngayon kasi we kind of had a bit more expectations to look forward, especially sa map pick nila dito. Pero nakikita natin yung mga strengths na as a team. They're very good at trying to rotate at least sa mga times na kailangan nila. Ang ganda ng mid control nila dito, playing around crossfires, playing around yung star power na meron tayo, especially sa kanilang upper. Kaya it's gonna be interesting kung they're gonna keep this consistency going. Kaya I don't know, Sneaky. It's still close for me, but I kind of like the resurgence of energy na nakikita natin from Rhea 7 right now. If you have any thoughts on XPT, on what they should do ngayon, I think it's also a good time to say that.
Yeah, I think yun nga, no, I don't say na they shouldn't do something similar sa ginawa nga ng Rhea 7 by going aggressive sa start ng round. Try to take map control nga dito galing sa mga PL players, no? But you can do that sparingly siguro dito sa mapa na to, maybe to try and just shock the system ng kanilang kalaban. Pero ayun nga, most of the time dito nga sa compound, you're just gonna be sitting in some of these spots na sobrang hihirap kang pasukan ng BPL. Hopefully, we do see exactly that, no? A lot less reckless gameplay galing dito sa Xypher.
At the end of the day, diba? Parang sabi natin it's also the hallmark of aggressive players na medyo mataas yung risk kapag gusto mo makakuha ng aggressive fights, pero high risk, high reward nga naman, diba? At the end of the day, kaya at this point, they're thinking about what they should do sa mga 50-50 chances na yun, that at least now Reyes 7 is able to adapt to it, lalo na sa kung paano nila ina-approach yung ating naging GR side kanina. And now that we have swapped into it, maybe there's a change in pace. Maybe XPT are gonna be the ones na kailangan maging passive or kailangan at least maging aggressive, which is also similar to what has been the calling card para sa Rhea 7 right now, diba? I just want to see a lot more out of this one kasi we see potential from players like Hex right now who, let's face it, nung first half natin, he has done a lot of damage, and Inverse is also not bad of a sniper ngayon, no? So there's still a lot of things to be worked through. Lalo na si Leo as well. Leo's been popping off so hard so far para sa XPT. He's been really good on these opening duels, and I think it can be an X factor kapag nagkaroon ng confidence ulit yung XPT papunta dito sa ating first map.
For sure. Meron pa naman tayo map number 2 if ever na hindi sila makakahabol in terms of yung momentum dito. But yun nga. So guys, just wait and see kung ano mang mangyayari dito sa mga mapa natin as yun nga, compounds are loaded up. Most likely yung mga players natin are yun nga, ready dito sa lobby. So we're just waiting for the word for the game to start. Pero yun nga, I mean, what we've seen so far nga dito sa Xypher, just like how I said earlier, pretty impressive. Didn't expect them to start this well, no? Dito sa Impact tournament natin. Pero kagaya nga na sinabi ko kanina, lots of new teams. So, it's quite mysterious yung mga circumstances na pwede nga natin makita dito sa tournament natin.
Yeah nga eh. It's just anything can happen. Lalo na dito sa Tier 2. Everyone wants to go at it into the nitty-gritty or kahit suntukan man lang, kumbaga, 'di ba? Parang gusto nila na medyo aggressive yung mga fights. That's actually what you want to see kapag nasa viewer side kayo sa broadcast. You want things to be interesting. And sometimes kapag ganun you gotta show a little bit more than what's expected out of you. So maybe yun yung nangyayari kanina sa XPT nung nag-start tayo doon sa first half natin. Although I do wanna open up the conversation. Tingin mo ba maaabot natin yung Ankara so far with the momentum na meron tayo from yung Rhea 7 so far? Do you think this is gonna be a sweep? Do you think makakaabot pa tayo dun sa ating third map? Anong tingin mo, Steve?
Map number 2 is gonna be very hard para sa XPT, man, considering na yung Rhea 7 also has their fair share of experience dun sa mapa ng port. So, they really need to win ito map number 1 na to with all the momentum that they have right now. Malay mo, diba, na pagdating sa port map, there is a bit of tricks up the sleeves dito ng mga Xypher players. From what I've seen naman galing sa mga sniper, which is very important pagdating sa mapa ng port, they're also performing well. So, malay mo, diba, XPT, they just play the usual port, get the good first half going, and then malay mo makapunta nga tayo dito sa Ankara. Pero it's definitely doable, no, as long as all the players are on point.
Definitely. Sa wakas, makikita natin ang live score para sa lahat. It is a 5-4 so far. Almost half to where we are right now. R7 starting now again on that blacklist side. Mukhang split push sila. 2-2-1 setup. See if they can conquer. And push all the way from side, pero Charles and JCD wallbang. And this is why kinukuha ng ibang teams ang M4A1. Sobrang sakit. Kahit ang dami na walls or kahit gaano ka-thick pa yan, dami dito sa compound map natin.
For sure, Leo, Ephraim already down sa start ng round. Maybe gusto nga nila maging agresibo sa start ng half, considering dami pa namang rounds na pwedeng laruin dito, pero yun lang, nagkamali sila ng bangga, running straight into Charles and itong kay JCD. Jeffrox rocking the LMG, curiously actually, in this one. So XPT, A-site na yung gusto nilang stack dito, which was the right decision. Inverse having to hit some very, very nice shots. Pero wide swing galing dito kay Charles. Jam getting si Hexa immediately. Si Jeffrox lang yung nahulog dito. Kristan, the only one left alive. Spotted sa Z immediately. 35 seconds sa C4, pero yun na nga, pinapalibutan na siya ng mga players dito ng Rhea 7, pero Kristan gets 2, but it's a bit too late para makagawa dito sa round natin as Rhea 7 collects another one on the board.
And just as you thought na may chance sana si Kristan para maklatch niya, masyadong marami na kailangan niyang patayin. It was really good as well na nakuha nila yung push all the way from ST, but they got kind of halted even though they had a beautiful double kill. Papunta doon sa ating zone A as we got an opening shot kay Ajax. And Inverse did not expect that. An aggressive position para kay Ajax, the solo sniper para sa R7 so far, looking really damn good laban sa XPT, who really has been playing a bit more of a passive setup dito sa kanilang global risk side.
Pero Leo still not deciding to go too forward. No bait position nga to. He's just crouching, trying to make sure na he does have slight vision ng mga players na nasa loob ng BPLR. Pero 4 versus 5 so far. First pick already. Papunta nga dito sa Rhea 7. It's not a good sign para sa SPT, already losing itong si Inverse. Pero Kristan, kailangan niya nang mag-step up dito. Kailangan niya makakuha kahit ng dalawa. Kristan getting 2 exactly as he needed. Charles at Jam mahuhulog agad para sa Rhea 7. Pero meron ng mid-control ang Rhea 7 dito. Maghahanap na sila ng butas. Pero si Leo ang spotted. Down to 10 HP. Wala nang tao sa loob ng B-site actually pag na-discover. This is gonna be bad news, pero Jeffrox with the LMG getting si Ephraim. Hexa will get itong si Jeffrox in return. Ajax with the sniper, last one left alive. Low na dito si Leo. Not much you can do kung ikaw si Ajax dito, but to just try and fight your way out of this position, pare.
Solo sniper spotted by Leo. Has to win the gun duel, pero in the end, the spray wins it out. Lalo na sa sobrang laki ng pressure na naiwan dahil sa mid-control na tinatry gawin ng R7 as they walk into EA. It was so many bodies. Muntikan pa nga maging graveyard papunta doon sa side ng mapa na yun, pero in the end, it is still XPT able to win it out dahil sa trading potential nila dito so far sa GR. Now you got Charles gonna try to spray on down the same mistake that they have Doon sa previous round natin, Ajax with the tower control. Lalo na naka-sniper siya dito. They're just gonna back off for now.
Yun nga, Jeffrock still rocking the M60 for reasons unknown, pare. Pero, B pillar is gonna be occupied. CB has been taken. Slowly dito sa B side. Leo, good spot to have. Pero pang mas patan ka dito ni Jam, this is not gonna be good news. Nakatutok si Jam actually right on Leo's position at nakikita na pumapasok yung mga players dito. Hindi nila napansin na nasa likod, but then the flick right behind Leo will only get itong si Jeffrox. Jam makikita sa Ephraim, maybe a bit too deep para sa mga B-players natin dito. Jam mahuhulog pa nga sa loob ng site. JCD will get Kristan as they do get the C4, pero nasa na iba kayo bang players dito ng Rhea 7? Kailangan ng kasama dito ni JCD.
Late on the rotate, pero at this point, still doable. Hexa try to reconvene back in time kasama dito si Inverse, pero he has no idea na nasa tower position lang tong si Ajax, and finally he does 2v2 equalize in numbers, pero na-plant na yung C4 sa loob ng Zone B as JCD is trying to wait it out by some time. Hexa spots him out. It's gonna be another para kay Hexa. The spray laban sa kanilang retake scenario. Well done para sa XPT. They equalize the numbers.
Yun lang, not jump checking whatsoever. Itong si JCD na nasa loob ng site, hindi na napansin nakapasok na pala isang player, which is what you don't want, especially if you're defending itong B site natin from a retake. So 6-6 na kaya score natin dito. XPT tying things up. And just a reminder, sila pa yung may advantage sa side ng mapa na to. So Rhea 7 once again having to work tooth and nail para makakuha lang na opening dito sa compound.
Slow and steady wins the race para dito sa parehong teams natin. As XPT has been showing a bit more grit, showing na kaya pa rin nilang lumaban, di ba? Nakakasabay pa sa agresibong R7. Pinapunish sila sa bawat mistake nila, pero it also say the same para sa R7 right now. Also finding weaknesses sa GR side ng XPT as Ajax making a lot of presence. Sa pillar side natin, Ephraim, he's not gonna get baited out. That they even use yung smoke para ma-deny yung vision, ma-deny ng kahit anong impact yung sniper ng R7 as they try to go back towards their default positions.
Yeah, good old standard defense para sa mga players ng XPT. What I expect actually galing dito sa compound. Not much aggression though galing dito sa Rhea 7, being a lot more careful sa pagkuha nila ng map control. And I do realize na iniwan ng XPT na nakabukas dito yung store A and meron ng access itong Rhea 7 pagdating dito sa LA. Problema nga lang, Leo is actually the one defending either galing dito sa 2F and or sa C3. So it's gonna be a bit rough para sa kanya dito if he doesn't hit the first few shots gamit ang kanyang AK-47, as we will potentially get sprayed down. Leo now expecting the players to turn around the corner. Leo, nakita na yung kanyang ulo dito, pero yun lang, nakapasok yung apat na players. Jam getting si Leo with the M4. Charles and Ajax, 3 instantly down para sa XPT.
Definitely a good sign moving forward. Planted the C4 as well. And Inverse, sobrang lapit lang. Kala mo shotgun yung ginamit niya dito. All the way from that heaven position as Jeff Frost gonna hold his back again with that MG. Pushes on in, but Jam never expects the shotgun sniper. It's all coming down to Ephraim. 3 versus 1, pasok sa loob ng site, pero si Jeff Frost ang papatay. Si Charles ang kukuha ng final blow. It's another round para sa R7 so far. As it's a very close game, man. Sobrang init talagang. Alam mo, ang R7 ay here to show up to play right now.
Yun nga, R7 though, another point lead para sa kanila. BL side of all things. I mean, you could really see how used to it yung mga players natin dito sa mapa ng compound. As even itong si Jeff Rocks, man, kagaya na sinabi ko, the unconventional weapon, the M60, does have a really, hindi ako sure on its wallbang damage actually, considering I barely see it dito sa mga games ko. But I mean, if it's hitting hard para dito kay Jeff Rocks, it's doing something right. Pero XPT, still, standard defense kagaya na sinabi ko sa compound. As long as you stay within your side of the map sa loob ng mga sites and even inside of your base, I think you're gonna be fine. Pero R7 na naman, gusto nila targetin itong LA. Problema nga lang, yung mga ibang miyembro ng R7, they're actually crawling dito sa loob ng B-pillar. So it could be a split happening sa dalawang side ng mapa natin. And one could just be distracting yung mga B-side players the entire time.
Leo's on the same angle na hold niya from the previous round. Did actually a good amount of damage nung pumasok sila all the way from that exit. But so far, yung R7 tamang hold na lang dito habang try nilang lurk ang lahat dito. Perfect flash. Spotted ng tatlo. Leo has to back off now. Uses the smoke. Uses all the utility in the world para ma-delay yung pag-push dito ng R7. As XPT have called the rotation. Apat sa loob ng Zone A. And Hex is also in the very close angle. If he hears one, he will peek dito.
Pero Hexa, good position to be in, pero kailangan niya ng tulong ng kanyang kakampi na nasa loob ng 2F. And dito na si Leo. Hexa, they're just for the bait. JCD headshot agad dito kay Leo. Wala siya nagawa doon. Hexa going down. JCD with the triple kill. Hindi man lang nakahinga doon yung XPT, pero inverse sa loob na ng site. C4 hindi pa baba, pero spotted agad si Charles dito sa C3. JCD na lang natitira, 15 seconds. Wala masyadong oras para kumuha ng bomb plant. So kailangan niya na lang pumatay dito. 2F also available. Ephraim down to low, pero napatay niya si JCD just in time. And ayun na nga. Bumabawi pa yung XPT. 7-7 man. They're keeping it equal pare.
Definitely man. Napatay nila yung anchors na kuha pa nga nila si Hexa who, let's face it, he would have been yung magiging impact player natin sa loob ng Zone A if it was for him, if he was able to hit those shots na mas marami, eh, may hirapan sila makuha side ng mapa na yon, as it will be that alley-oop from Inverse at saka Ephraim as he will be getting that first blood yet again. It will be Inverse para doon sa assist natin. They also spot out Jeff Rocks. Hindi sila kontento sa isa pare. Talagang gusto nila kunin ang lahat na nandito sa loob ng Pillars position.
Pero wala na agad si Ajax sa start ng round. Ria 7. A bit injured pero isang magandang pick lang talaga. Maybe dito kay Hexa can make all the difference. Pero yung spot ni Hexa just right inside the smoke. Waiting. And nakita niya kayong dalawang players na pumasok. Charles will only get the trade in right after Kristan. Waiting as well. Pero meron pa lalabas na si AJ. Frox nakaharap just in time. Pero bulag na bulag siya dahil sa flash. Charles na lang natitira. Sprayed down by two players. XPT. 2 points in a row para sa kanila dito as they get the 8 and 7. Okay, Rio 7. A bit of nervousness siguro galing sa kanila dito. I don't think they have been in this position before against XPT to be specific pare.
Definitely not pare. Talagang sa adaptation may difference na si Hexa na sobrang init. And don't forget about the other players from XPT right now also doing a really good job securing yung AA natin as they now fight towards the site as Hexa double kill through the smoke. Does not expect si JCD nakapasok sa loob ulit ng Zone A but damage done. Kristan will actually try pero si Jeff Ross ang papatay. 2v3. 2F also secured by Inverse right now as R7 medyo held up dito sa loob ng vent side. They even can back off for now lalo na I think they also have C4 but Leo will spray down si JCD 1v3 this time pero it's not gonna be enough. Si XPT na naman for 2 rounds in a row are on their way papunta sa match point natin.
Yun lang. 9 and 7 dito sa game natin potentially. Pero Ria 7, I mean, it's still definitely winnable para sa kanila dito. Problema ka lang, XPT now fully reading ang ano yung gusto nilang gawin dito. I like yung mga ginagawa ng mga ibang players, especially itong si Hexa who's not afraid to stand in front of the smoke, wait for the players to come in an unexpected angle na nakikita natin. As you should dito sa entrance A. At least one player has to go aggressive, pero XPT now fully adjusting, knowing na itong Ria 7 kinukuha nila yung store A time and time again. Mag-a-assign na sila ng dalawang player dun. Problema ka lang, medyo mahina yung depensa dito sa B-side. At pag nakot agad itong si Ephraim, this is bad news para sa kanya dito.
Definitely. Talagang sa ganito, kailangan nang ilabas yung medyo unorthodox na plays dito if you are R7. I think narinig ba ni Ephraim yung mga tao sa loob ng Zone B right now. Kaya si Jam, medyo pinag-iisipan niya yung corner dito. Pero open sila sa medyo crossfire position pero walang kasama tong si Ephraim eh. Sa loob ng B site or B zone natin. They're waiting it out so far. Maybe
Kristan.
possibly waiting for Charles or everybody else from R7 to call upon the push dito.
Yun lang. I mean, Kristan's already arrived. Dito sa loob ng B-side. Entrance B gonna be occupied. Ephraim, Flash is gonna go through. Spotted agad. Pre-fired on. Pero, oh! Kristan actually getting 2. Pero makakuha pa nga siya ng isa pa dito. Tatlo para dito kay Kristan. It's a 2 for 3. And Ajax, with that shot ringing through yung B-site natin, Leo's gonna go down. Hexa na lang natitira. Fighting actively with the sniper na naandito sa EB. Pero Hexa, be very careful about it. Swing gonna go through. Ajax gonna go down. Jeffrox na lang natitira. Alam na yung presence dito ni Jeffrox sa baba ng site. Mapapawasa pa nga siya dito. Hexa getting tapped out. And ayun lang. Hexa getting the 1v2 to finish off itong map number 1 natin, pare.
And don't forget, sobrang tagal na hinintay ng R7 makapasok sa Zone B. Pero at the end of it, si Kristan yung naging Superman sa loob ng side na yun. At dahil dyan ay na-knockdown na yung numbers enough para makuha nila yung set 1 natin sa BO3 natin. Congratulations sa Xypher Pro Team. But the job's not done just yet. Ang compound na yung pinakaunang map pick natin sa ating BO3. Pero medyo interesting eh, no? Nakuha nila yung map pick ng R7, pare.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yun nga, XPT not really expecting much galing sa team na to considering they're one of the newer teams. Pero, I mean, taking a map off of itong R7 and of all the maps na pwedeng kunin nila dito, it is that compound map. Ang ganda ng simulan nila nung BL side pa lang, getting all the way to 4 points. And by the time na nag-roll na yung second half natin dito, medyo nakahabol pa rin yung R7. Pero, unfortunately, medyo napako yung R7 at a certain point. And itong XPT, it was just on them by the time na natapos na yung game natin.
Oo nga eh. Talagang sayang na sayang kasi you could actually see that R7 was sobrang lapit na bago pa man nila nakuha yung control ng game natin so far dito. Pero for this set I think you could say na deserving talaga ng XPT, especially for how well nagkaroon ng firepower yung ibang mga players natin. Yun yung iniintay natin from them, di ba? Kasi it was still a very close game nung medyo nagkaroon tayo ng konting pause, and we kind of had faith na players like Hexa is gonna do well. Si Leo napaka-consistent para naman. Si Inverse has been hitting shots from the sniper as well. But we gotta mention tong si Kristan. Kristan has been super red hot, lalo na nung nagtagal yung laban natin.
For sure. I really like yung rifler combo actually ng XPT dito of itong si Hexa at si Kristan. Think them not being scared, not being afraid na lumaban dito sa mapa natin, standing in front of smokes, placing themselves in very, very tough positions, no? So, I like what I'm seeing. Galing dito sa baka newer teams natin dito. And, I'm excited to see more galing dito sa Xypher Pro Team considering yung map number 2 natin is actually gonna be Port, which is yung map pick nila. Ito na ba yung time na, okay, Xypher is finally gonna show us that, they can also have their fair share of moves pagdating sa mapa na to, not just on the enemy's map pick, pare.
No, sana. At this point, we gotta believe in them. Lalo na they're very talented string of players. I can also see some potential from the likes of Jam. Si JCD, again, we gotta mention him. Talagang super consistent nung nagtagal. I also want to point out yung M60 na medyo interesting para dito kay Jeffrox. Really, you have mentioned how rare it is for somebody na lalabas na dito on a random compound game. But at the end of the day, na-miss kong makapanood ng ganitong crossfire, man. Talagang it's a beautiful way para makapag-start tayo sa Impact sa season natin.
Yeah, for sure. As we do take a look dito sa ating highlights, man. Honestly, lots of good spots galing dito kay Ephraim as well. He's been kind of under the radar para sa ating Xypher team, but he's kind of the guy that's plugging the holes ng kanilang offense potentially. Pero yun nga, also some good spots galing sa DS7. Jam hitting some nice shots. Itong si JCT hitting some good shots as well. Pero, at the end of the day, the game ended para dito sa XPT and they came out winning on top. Pero, kagaya nga na sinabi ko, man. I mean, so far, I am impressed sa nakikita ko dito sa Xypher considering yung expectations natin on this team. And, I do want to see more, hopefully, dito sa Port. And, hopefully, we do see a fair share of strats galing sa kanila dito kasi I think we barely saw them dito sa compound as it is. You smoke mid, and then you fight, and then whoever just comes out on top sila yung nakakuha na sites dito. So, let's see what it's like to be in more of an open map, no? Pwede natin tawagan dito.
I guess so. Talagang sa simula pa lang medyo na-treat tayo into somewhat of a banger of a game so far. Sa sobrang nakita natin yung naging talent ng mga sniper natin, yung mga riflers natin, the duo that you mentioned, sa JCD, they really have shown a lot of grow habang tumagal dito sa game natin. I just want to see a little bit more siguro pag nagtagal yung ating naging series. I really expect that this is gonna be a game where R7 are gonna put out all the stops ngayon as we now are flashing yung highlights natin. Pero basta ito mga kaibigan, sure ako na excited na kayo makita yung second set natin, pero in the end, we gotta give a lot of our congratulations dito sa mga players who deserve it, and I think to say that Xypher Pro Team talaga yung nagpakita ng difference natin, lalo na sa mga execute sila sa loob ng ating zone A, lalo na sa kung paano nila kinontrol yung EA natin. You see some beautiful spray downs from Hexa, who again really needed a bit more time para uminit nung nagtagal yung laban natin. So parang yung story natin for today's video ay wag natin i-trust yung parang early game. Parang hayaan muna nating uminit yung mga players natin bago natin makita kung ano yung resulta.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really would have wished na we would have seen yung rounds kagaya ng last round galing nga dito sa GS7 where they finally get and execute going. Maganda na yung pasok nila sana dun sa loob ng site, but it's just better positioning para sa mga players ng XPT of course. Pero ayun nga, I think that's pretty much it para dito sa map number 1 dito sa series natin. Guys, wag kayong aalis. We're just gonna take a short break. Pagbalik namin, Cfs Ph Impact 2025 will be there.
At yun nga, nagbabalik ang Cfs Ph Impact 2025 Summer para dito sa ating pinakong broadcast. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. It has been one hell of a first set dito sa compound map in between Reyes 7 at saka ang Xypher Pro Team. At hiling ko may bubuga pa ba ang ating Reyes 7 right now? I think it's too early to tell or too early to like say na done na sila dun sa game na yun, Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. Parang may nakita na tayong preview kung anong itsura ng Xypher, no, when it comes to a map that is as GR-sided as itong compound, no. And I would not say na similar itong port at compound, but port is also a more GR-sided maps in very, very different ways. Obviously, ang A-site natin, very, very important sniper position to have, and with both of yung snipers natin, both on the Xypher and the Rhea 7 side hitting, is just about who is more consistent, no, pagdating sa kanilang mga tira dito. And para naman siguro sa kanilang mid and B defense, whoever just gets the better setup siguro para sa kanilang dalawa. Yeah, CA is obviously a very important spot to get kung pumunta ka kayo dito sa A-site, and if you want to really put the pressure nga dito sa sniper ng mga players nga dito ng either Xypher or Rhea 7, whoever is playing itong top A natin. And B-site is really just all about setups, pare. How good can your crossfire be between itong LB at Z natin? Kaya nyo bang mag-hold sa site mismo? Can you get those early picks going? Maybe dito sa mid? You know, a lot of things can go on, no, dito sa simula ng port natin.
And parang medyo importante din na mabigyan din ng importansya yung mga link positions natin, yung bodega kumbaga, o yung ladder papunta doon sa ating may A zone as well. But it's also gonna be important kung gaano ka-confident yung magiging sniper players natin. This is one of those maps na masabi natin medyo may importansya yung mga long-range weapons natin. I'm thinking about the I'm thinking about yung mga AKs natin na dapat maging accurate at precise, lalo na dito sa mga executes. Pero para dito sa global risk ng sino man ang magsa-start dito, and I think it's gonna be a good thing na they also clean up yung pagiging yung rotation timings nila dito. I just wonder kung may fuel pa ba in the tank yung mga likes natin from Hexa, o kaya kung si Leo na again very, very, very consistent all throughout dito, but in a BO3 like this that I'd say hindi masyadong importante since first game pa lang naman, and marami ka pang times na pwedeng bumawi, pero maganda din kasi talaga na mag-start kayo ng strong sa first day nyo pa lang dito, diba, Sneaky?
For sure. I mean, first day impressions really, I wouldn't say are everything, no, but it's a good start para sa mga impact teams natin, especially para sa mga impact teams na nanonood actually today, yung mga hindi naglalaro, and they're like, okay, meron palang onting tira pala tong Xypher Pro Team. We cannot underestimate them dito sa sarili nating matches, and ayun nga, no, kinda, I wouldn't say puts a target dito sa back ng Xypher, pero definitely yung mga teams natin dito sa loob ng tournament would be a lot more careful playing against yung team na to, not just usual reckless na pace na nakikita natin from the other teams.
Yeah, for sure. Talagang mataas na yung may expectations natin for XPT. They had one heck of a performance doon sa ating first set, pero again, Port is a very different story, and even though it is yung map pick ng XPT actually, sometimes may surprises na mangyayari dito, diba? You could kind of notice that R7 likes to be aggressive pagdating dun sa kanilang global risk side. I just wonder if that's gonna be the same theme for them, even on either sides of this game. Kasi kung sila yung tipong willing to take the first engagements, then it's an easier case for map control kapag lumaban sila on that blacklist side. Pero let's stop the yapping at balik na tayo dito sa ating port map. It is the second set at magsa-start on that blacklist side. JCD gonna try to start things strong, pero hindi tumama ang sniper niya dito.
Yeah, XM1104 in the hands of Ephraim dito sa game natin. It would have been a good first shot for him. Kumakuha na nga dito yung HP player. Unfortunately, the distance is a lot farther now para dito sa Rio 7. And pansin ko actually, with a bit of a boost going on dito sa Catwalk A, para kay Jeffrox would allow him to surprise one of the players if hindi nga sila nakatingin dito sa taas ng CA. Pero it's just a hold for now. I mean, Jeffrox more concerned dito sa ladder kumbaga dito sa mid.
Gonna try to push that in a little bit too closely now as Jeffrox and possibly itong si Ephraim ang si Kristan din. Pwede din siya yung magiging first engagement natin dito. If ever that they do make a sound, Ajax gonna have to have a field day with that as Ephraim's gonna try to slowly keep up once may long A as it is gonna be that first engagement. Jeffrox gonna take down tong si Kristan. Ephraim with the trade 1-for-1, and because of that, could possibly get yung long A control, pero they have to be careful of Jeffrox. They have to be careful about Charles as well. That will be another trade papunta dito sa parehong sides natin, as it's a battle for the A side talaga.
Yep, Charles looking to go forward. Actually, naspatan siya dito ni Inverse. So 1-for-1 so far, pero meron ng dalawang players na nasa loob ng A site natin. Hexa with the C4. At ipapaba na nga dito sa A site. 40 seconds on the clock. JCT at Jam medyo malayo pa sa bomb site natin. At kailangan nilang sabay na mag-peak dito, especially up against kay Hexa, who has a really good off angle na pwede niyang kunin dito. Hexa, nakita na nga si Jam JCD right around the corner, naghahanap ng trade dito, pero Hexa backing off just in time. Ephraim with some good shots, and that's good teamwork galing sa XPT, taking a very important first round sa BL pa of all sides. And XPT, man, just like how I said it, they've just been very impressive and have been impressing me so far dito sa games natin.
And we kind of mentioned from the comments as well that they started with a lot of expectations with JCD. Before that, exceeding all of it. 3 kills para sa Sniper. And he wants to go for more right now. May Colt 1 tap papunta dito kay Leo. And he's hungry for more kills. Mukhang on the way towards an ace si JCD. Pero si Inverse na lang yung natitira. Sometimes you cannot underestimate yung nag-iisa. So 1v4 natin, pero spotted na siya agad the JCD. He does get himself the final frag. 1-for-1 at ang R7. Tamang bawiwang laban sa blacklist ng XPT.
Yeah, Rio 7. Gandang bawi naman yun. Galing dito kay JCD. 5 kills on the board para sa kanya dito. Gandang bawi from the sniper of R7. Pero titingnan natin, XPT, Kristan doing a bit of parkour dito sa mid para makaabot dito sa CA. Jeffrox though expecting na may presence na lalabas dito. Ajax watching his behind just in case na merong lumabas dito ng LA. Jeffrox looking for the peak, pero Jeffrox with a way better angle kumpara dito kay Hexa. Kristan nagmamandali para kunin yung trade. Pero hindi niya dapat kunin yan, man. That's not a good angle to push. If ever, kung ikaw si Kristan dito, pero Kristan mag-aantay na lang. Alam niyang posibleng magpupush dito si Jeffrox, maghahanap at napabait pa kapaloob. Kristan getting si Jeffrox, pero yung damage na nakuha pa rin dito ni Jeffrox ay napakalaki.
Ajax, lots of pressure, damage done, has to be careful. The grenade possibly enough for him, pero naka-reposition na yung kaibigan natin. It's another 1-for-1 trade-off. Long A, so much pressure, so much damage done. Pero dahil dito ay napag-rotate na sila, si Jam spotted na din. Kanina pang naglo-lurk kahit doon sa compound map natin as he backs up for now para lang magkaroon ng solid defense dito sa B despite that being a 3v3.
Slow crawl towards the site para sa XPT. Papasok na dito si Ephraim. Jam in a very good spot dito sa double box. Has to be careful though. Yung M4, napakasakit yan with the wallbangs. Pero Jam, nandito pa sa baba ng B-side. Charles now joining him. Umakit siya dito ng hagdan. And Leo and Ephraim, 2 quick kills in succession pare. Mapapababa na kayo C4 dito. Ajax na lang natitira. At naghahanap ng kahit anong pixel ng kanyang kalaban dito, pero wala siya mahanap. Ephraim, Leo, Inverse deep into the site. Ajax having to peek out wide para lang makita ng isa. And Inverse will go down. Very nice shot galing kay Ajax, pero yung position dito ni Ephraim at ni Leo, napakahirap i-clear considering na open pa yung plant natin. At si Leo yung una magsiswing kasama niya si Ephraim and making sure that they get that last kill. XPT, another round on the board. R7, di sila pwede magpadulas na baka rounds dito kasi pag mas madami ang nakukuha dito ng BL. It's not gonna be good para sa second half nila, pare.
Talaga nga naman. At mukhang babalik muna tayo dito sa mga mukha natin. We have a bit of technical issues at the side of it. Give us a little patience mga kaibigan. I think we need a bit more time para maayos lang ulit dito ang ating stream. Pero rest assured, mabilis lang din naman na-solve kanina. So baka mas mabilis na ngayon sa pagdating dito. So medyo pag-usapan muna natin yung mga nag-transpire sa mga early rounds natin. So we kind of expected a bit more from XPT and they have delivered in a few times so far. Pero I think we were kind of surprised by how well R7 is able to bounce back through, lalo na sa mga times na nagpa-frag tong si JCD. Nakakuha pa nga siya ng 5 kills so far in one round, and I think yun yung nag-revitalize sa energy nila and could possibly even try to stave them off, lalo na dito sa momentum so far ng XPT na nanalo nga doon sa previous round natin.
For sure. And the fact na 2-1 yung scoreline na natin dito is not really a sign for good times para dito sa R7. Yun nga, considering, just like I said, this is a GR-sided map, pero XPT, they're making it work dito sa kanilang PL. And yun nga, no, maybe this is the reason why they picked itong Port, no? I mean, Port, granted na it is a GR-sided map, may baka teams pa naman na nakaka-pull off ng baka kanilang baka opensa, no, pagdating sa mapa na to. And it's really impressive that they're pulling this off against R7 considering how experienced the team is. Nakita nila yung lahat na kailangan makita, no, dito sa Port, pero nagugulat pa rin sila dito sa kanilang posisyon.
Kaya nga, no, hindi nakakagulat din na maraming sumusuporta ngayon sa stream natin. Shoutout muna sa mga comments natin. Shoutout sa iba pang mga OGs natin dito. Si Nice Katol, nakita ko kanina na medyo bumibisita sa comments. Kamusta kayo dyan? At sana ay masarap yung ulam nyo, Sir Aris or Kuya Aris. Hindi ko alam kung, di ba kasi kami close, di kami nag-uusap eh. Medyo nahihiya pa ako, man.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, man. Don't worry. Do not worry. Pero yun nga, I think pretty big audience actually for the first day of Impact. I think everyone was definitely waiting, no, na merong magkaroon ng CF tournament dito sa Pilipinas. And it is smack dab on a Wednesday, no, and it is pretty impressive na umaabot tayo ng around 600 and the 700 mark as well. So thank you all CF community for the support dito sa tournament natin. And yeah, I mean, Impact off to a very, very good start. Very unexpected start, no, with yung most of yung expectations natin lying on dito sa R7. Yun nga, XPT providing something very impressive dito sa mga laruan natin. I think this is a sign yung mga newer teams natin are now starting to pay attention sa higher level ng CF siguro, and they're now starting to, you know, realize na, oh, if we just play, you know, slightly more properly siguro, but with the same Filipino aggression na nakikita natin, maybe we can make this work. And it's working para nga dito sa XPT, pare.
Totoo. And I think also a good story to come through dito so far sa nating series natin is, I think a lot of criticism, even from the comments, itong kay Ephraim na medyo naging quiet doon sa ating compound map natin. No? Medyo, he was doing a good job, pero medyo naglalag behind in terms of like the stats and all. Ngayon siya naman yung parang bubuhat ngayon. Siya naman yung parang kuya so far sa XPT ngayon. Gumaguide lamang para magkaroon ng mas magandang opening picks at lalo na ding nag-improve yung XPT as we head back into the game dito. It is a 2-1 so far para sa Xypher Pro Team. Ang R7 ay mukhang tamang bawi lang dito. Double OM setup yet again for JCD and Ajax. As Jeff Rox is gonna try to hold down yung long A with a very close angle dito sa may bodega. Flashed on in thanks to the top player. At dahil dyan, ay hindi din sila willing na labanan to from that 8 top position. Alam na nila yon dahil sa position kanina ni Ajax from the previous rounds.
Yeah, 2-1 so far dito sa laruan natin. R7, nakakapit lang dito sa A-site. Not much presence actually dito sa top A, pero nagpaparamdam lang naman yung XPT na meron presence dito sa long. And di pa naman gumagalaw masyado yung depensa ng R7. I think they know na capable naman sila kahit dalawa lang yung tao sa A side that they can defend up against a fully fledged push. Pero XPT, they're gonna slow down their pace, kukunin lang nila yung CA, and they're gonna try to investigate kung ano meron nga dito sa House B.
Medyo comfortable positions na kumpara sa kung paano tayo nagsimula dito sa ating port map so far this time around, as I'm gonna try to head on in towards from that LB position habang yung R7 tamang chilling lang, tamang jump peak, tamang hanap lang ng kahit anong info. Si Jeff Rox naman yung mukhang sasabak laban sa XPT na naghihintay lamang ng utility, smoke on or a flash actually, para may konting space, may konting info na pwedeng mabingwit laban dito. Na-execute ng XPT with 49 seconds to go. A lot of time bought para dito sa blacklist ng XPT so far.
Yeah. Pretty slow pace. Medyo napapaisip dito yung R7 kung anong gagawin nila this late in the round. Magpupush pa sila na B or mag-rotate pa sila pabalik ng A side. It seems like it's the latter. Actually, Jeff Rock stuck pa rin dito sa taas ng top A. Charles will be the first one down pero hindi nila napansin na nandito pa si Jeff Rocks, not knowing that the second player is still there. Si Charles lang pala was there for the bait. JCD getting 2 though. Inverse Ephraim nahulog na nga Hexa. Getting another one. JCD finally falls pero R7 with a great reaction. Sobrang natagalan yung push ng XPT pamunta dito sa A site. And that is the end of it, pare. And yeah, quick shout out to Kano from Ubek who's currently watching at the moment. Pero yung R7 though, I mean back in the fray, pare. Pero hindi sila pwede mag-back and forth dito, man. They need to get like 6-3 or 7-2 na score kasi 2-2 this early in yung map natin is not a sign for a good time. So kailangan i-pick up ng pace ng R7 dito yung kanilang laro.
Yeah. Medyo similar nga lang though yung naging setup nila this time around. Massive setup dito. Galing kay Jeff Rocks who, let's face it, he's needs a little bit more out of this one. But this time, ang XPT ay tamang default positions na lang din ulit, which, to be honest, yun yung naging calling card nila dito. Comparable pace na medyo kailangan nating makasanayan habang tumatagal yung laban natin as Ajax is gonna try to hold up with the same position that he had from one of the previous rounds. A top with his arm and JCD gonna start the strong laban kay Inverse. Opening pick. 1-0 so far. And R7 they're still keeping themselves going habang hinahold nila yung mga extremities natin so far on the sport map against XPT.
There yun nga. Inverse at the start of the game. Unfortunately losing his life. But round plays on. Hexa. Spotted na agad. Let's see what they can do. JCD na naman. Making his presence known with that sniper. And Ajax hindi pinadaan si Kristan. So everyone sa XPT just individually running into yung mga snipers dito na R7, which is supposed to be the story dito ng port considering how good the sniper is dito sa mapa na to as Charles and Jeff Rocks killed the last 2 players at XPT. Now down a point dito sa game natin and let's see kung ano yung itsura ng team na to with them trying to catch up dito sa game natin.
No surprise nga naman, di ba? That JCD definitely has become an impact player and he's not done just yet. Kills up tong si Leo. Also support from Jam who really is on top of his game right now. Inverse and Ephraim, they're not gonna check him. Hindi nila alam. Nandito pa rin si Jam. At napatay niya yung dalawa pa. Pasok sa loob ng zone B. He's still gonna keep going. And Inverse have to go for that wall bang. He does so successfully. Pero what a play coming through from the duo. Na inaangkoran ang B-side. Sobrang late ni Charles dito kaya kailangan niyang mag-reconnect kasama itong si Ajax in the 2 versus 2.
Sniper still in the hands dito ni Ajax. Has been pretty on point, no? Pretty accurate. Pero Charles, naghahanap lang yata ng ibang presence dito sa B-side. Pero iba yung hanap dito na XPT. Gusto nila lang pumunta dito sa A. Wide swing possibly. Problema nga lang na nandito si Ajax sa bridge. But it's a bad timing para kay Ajax. It's a very, very bad timing para kay Ajax. If he stayed dito sa curve on the bridge position, nakakuha pa siya sana na isa. Pero hindi pala. Ajax with a quick scope kay Inverse Ephraim. Last one left alive and it's an easy finish para dito kay Ajax. 2 and 4 para sa R7. Feeling ko medyo mas nagiging komportable na sila dito sa series natin.
Pwede ba natin pag-usapan yung parang decision-making this time around from R7? It's not the cleanest, pero yung pagdating sa mga napaka-importanting moments, talagang nag-deliver na ang GR side nila as Ajax picks up that first opening pick. Si Leo na, let's face it, paulit-ulit na siyang napipick off nung nagsastart pa lang yung round. So we're gonna have to look out for him right now. JCD, the second have to get himself that second frag of this team to 3v5 early on. And XPT, they're struggling to even get themselves the trade na, again, naging strength nila nung nasa compound tayo kanina, which has been absent ngayon. Nagsimula tayo support.
Yeah, and Jeff Rock's just gonna spray 2 down. I mean, he's gonna get shot in the back of the head, pare. There we go. But I think that's all he can do dito sa game natin. Tragic para sa XPT, honestly, no? Getting a bit reckless dito sa kanilang mid push, no mid smokes whatsoever. Gusto nila lang labanan directly itong si JCD and si HX, which is not the best idea considering na the sniper gets the better timing dito sa mid. Pero yun nga, XPT, a lot more careful para sa kanila dito. Deciding to toss down some smoke sa mid para makarangan man lang yung mga snipers dito. Pero yun nga, mag-chill muna sila siguro. Just try to get some CA control. Try to get some possible B house control very, very soon. Pero yun nga, no, same old, slow pace para dito sa XPT.
But honestly, comfort na lang siguro yung hinaharap nila dito so far, diba? Kasi it's the opposite so far sa kung paano natin sila nakikita sa mga executes nila. Talagang all out na ang R7. It's not as aggressive na na-expect natin from sa first set nila. Pero itong controlled tempo na medyo nakasanayan na siguro laban sa XPT eh. Nakaka-benefit pa nga dito sa GR ng R7 so far as they start again with their default positions. Double A top setup. Si Jam nasa in position where pwede siyang makakuha ng info just yet as Inverse starts off strong. That's Ajax down. Laban sa sniper as Jeff Rocks pushes in, pero despite the flash, Ephraim and Hexa able to get themselves the kill. Si Charles, tinatry niyang labanan lahat. Lahat ng kaya niyang labanan, pero si JCD pa rin ang kukuha ng double kill. 1v2 this time at si Jam na lang ang natitira dito, Sneaky.
Yeah, kailangan magtago ni Ephraim dito or else the risk is head getting taken off clean. Pero gusto niya mauna dito. Actually, this is a good idea na isend yung lower player up to the front lines. Pero si Inverse masasapatan na nga si Jam dito sa may bodega. Mapapabalik siya ng BR. Onting bawas. Galing kay Ephraim. Just toying with him dito sa bodega natin. Making sure that he doesn't cross for free. Down to low HP itong si Jam. If he gets the headshot, he will get the round. Pero yun lang. Inverse falling down from top A at the right place at the right time. And honestly, isa pang point para dito sa XPT and it wouldn't be too bad of a half para sa kanila, men.
Sipin mo, no, gandang utility din para ma-fish out nila yung mga angles nung papasok pa lang sila from that long A. And because of the lack of any sort of presence from A top, it made it easier para ma-focusan yung mga nag-hold ng mga short angles natin on the side of 7. So, XPT, definitely the work cut out for them. Talagang kinailangan pang igapang yung round na yon na muntikan pa nga makakuha ng R7 as Hexa. Mukhang kukuha ng chance dito if Jeff Rocks is not careful. Spots him out. Kita yung shoulder. 1v1. And Jeff Rocks, he's also thinking about yung mga long A players. So it's either he pushes or he tries to fake out tong si Hexa. It will start out with Ajax killing out tong si Leo in the process.
Yeah, another long pick off. Leo already down to start ng round. Could have actually asked itong si Hexa for a flash para matulungan man na kanilang A offense. Pero si Ajax gusto niya humarap. Looking for yung mga unassuming players natin dito sa may bridge. Pero mapapababa ng mid itong XPT. As the slow pace continues para sa kanila dito. Just making sure that they don't get picked off again. Ajax making his way into yung CA position natin. Uy, pero yun lang. Naspatan si Hexa. Was actually hanging around a bit too long sa entrance ng catwalk A. And ang ganda ng posisyon ni Jam dito. The pixel boost. Spotting itong si Ephraim. Ayun lang, napatingin sa taas si Ephraim doon but couldn't save his teammate Inverse in time. Ajax nakita na si Kristan. Ephraim na lang natitira dito. JCD down to low HP at tinahabol na siya ng mga R7 players. Jeff Rocks right behind his teammate Ajax as he trades him out. And R7, another point on the board para sa kanila dito. Not too bad of a half rin para sa R7. It's actually fine. I mean, 6 and 3. You know, it could have been worse para sa kanila dito. It could have been 5 and 4 even them, no, being down dito sa half natin. Pero R7 held on dito sa first half natin, men. Pero XPT, now it's their turn on their map para mag-play ng depensa sa defensive-sided map. So, tignan natin what they can do.
It's just, I think it's just a great way for them to adapt into what Jam has been doing. I mean, it was that one time lamang na sobra silang naapektuhan doon sa pixel boost up at saka doon sa long A aggression na nakukuha nga naman ng R7 as they actually had a pretty solid defense moving forward nung nag-start sila doon sa GR side natin. So, I think the best thing moving forward para sa XPT is to try to see if they can go back towards their comfortable pace. Maybe play it out for that long A, or at least doon sa top A position natin from that sniper, because again, nung mga star players naman nila is have been doing pretty well doon sa series natin, but for this game medyo nahihirapan dahil like you mentioned, it is a defender-sided map, so konting adjustment lang siguro, maybe pull out tricks of their own habang nag-a-adjust pa lang sila dito as we actually are about to stop yung halftime natin so far, Sneaky.
Yeah, and it's also a challenge para dito sa R7 considering na nasa kanila yung lead. They only need 4 points para tapusin yung game natin dito. So in those 4 rounds, they need to produce immediately, no? Kasi hindi naman pwede na mabigyan mo na onti momentum itong XPT and then they start, feeling yung mapa natin and they get the lead eventually considering, kaya nga sinabi ko, this is their map pick and that means they're gonna have some really good defenses underway na pwede natin makita. So, para naman sa R7, no, I hope we see the exact same activity galing dito kay JCD at kay Jeff Rocks especially, no, fully knowing what they're capable of pagdating sa mga mapa natin. And ayun nga, maybe itong XPT can also have their fair share of pop-offs as well. Madami naman nakikitang magandang tira galing dito kay Inverse. I do want to see more galing dito kay Leo na medyo nauhuli na siya na onte kumpara sa kanyang mga teammates dito. So ayun nga, no, maybe bit more spirit siguro galing sa side ng XPT.
Which is also kind of heartbreaking to consider na medyo si Leo pa nga yung parang mataas din yung score or yung stats din from that previous compound game. So maybe some improvement kapag ka nasa global risk na siya ngayon, and for XPT is just gonna be one hell of a good luck ngayon na kailangan nila so far. They're capable players. We've seen time and time again for them to actually come back kapag ka down sila multiple rounds. So maybe this is the same case for them ngayon. At R7 have done a pretty good job actually trying to stave their way dito sa ating global risk, which to be honest is gonna be their comfortable position anyway. So maybe nakapag-prepare lang ng maayos tong R7 for their global risk right now. I think maybe it's gonna be a different case kapag ka nag-start na sila sa blacklist. I think Jam has been doing a good job being that second player. I think JCD is also performing out of expectations ngayon. So we'll see if that will be the same case dito pa lang sa ating magiging second half. Nag-swap ng sides at ang XPT naman ang kailangang mag-stabilize.
Yes, good old standard defense para dito sa XPT. 2 players sa loob ng LB, 1 player watching that mid position, and 2 players on that A side. May kasama si Inverse na si Ephraim dito just in case that it is gonna get swarmed. Pero ang ganda ng ginagawa dito din na Jam actually considering that triple mid jump na pwede nilang gawin, pero gagawin yata ng Rhea 7. It's the classic CA setup. Toss the nades on the top of that A site. Tapos may lalabas din dito sa long. Multiple points of pressure para sa R7 potentially. Double nades gonna come in. JCD barely lang mababawasan dito. Barely grazes him actually. Pero ito na kay R7. Nades are gonna start to go through Jam. Kailangan niya hanapin yung BR player dito agad. Pero meron dalawang player na nasa taas ng top A. Ephraim. First one sprayed down. Jam. Nakita na kasi Inverse. Sniper is down para sa XPT. Wala na sa kanila yung control ng A site. At yun lang. Nabaril pa sa likod ng ulo itong si Hexa. Leo getting the trade. 2 versus 4. Low si JCD. But it does not matter. R7 full control sa A site.
Literal na ang daming tao doon sa may A-top and they're willing to crumble it all down. So sobrang daming trades, hindi mo na maintindihan kung ano nangyayari, pero at the end of it, it is gonna be R7 because of an aggressive CA push. XPT overwhelmed at Sarite, kahit may konting chance na sana tong si Leo at saka si Kristen, talagang na-expect mo na from R7 na hindi talaga nila hahayaan na magkaroon ng kahit anong space ang XPT Sarite nila. So it's a 7-3. And back again into the default positions on R7. A bit of a split up from that CA at saka doon sa courtyard.
Yeah, 7-3 so far dito sa laruan natin. Ephraim looking for the CA player pero gusto niya yatang bumalik all the way to that LA position. And dahil nga sa flash na yun, actually na-reveal na maaga yung plano ng XPT and Ephraim could potentially pay with his life pero aware rin yata siya na mayroong presence na nasa loob ng CA. And he is just gonna go all the way back dito sa bodega. Tutulungan niya lang itong si Inverse na mag-hold ng A site. Pero tamang steady lang naman yung R7 dito. They're just making their presence known across yung map. Making sure na hindi alam ng XPT kung ano kailangan nilang gawin dito.
Daming tao talaga doon sa may CA yet again. seemingly similar sa kung naging setup nila dun sa previous round natin. I'm seeing kung ipapanguna nila tong si Jam dahil low HP siya para mas madaling i-trade o kaya hahayaan na lang nila tong si JCD at nga si Jeff Rocks na nakauna dito for that first opening pick. Pero ang dami pa nilang time para makapag-consider, makapag-isip kung ano yung gagawin. There's no time at all para makapag-rush dahil may 1 minute pa tayo for the side of R7. Inverse. He will be an important player dito kapag pumasok na sila all the way from long A. Jam gonna try to wait it out, and with the flashes, with the smoke as well, looks like Inverse is gonna be in a lot of trouble. They're pushing onto him as Charles starting strong with the first blood, and Charles with a second frag despite the flash, despite everything XPT is throwing at him. Nakahabol, nakapasok ang R7 sa loob na naman ng A-top site.
Yeah, maybe Leo not covering his teammate dun sa angatan ng A-site. Jeff Rocks getting itong si Tristan Hexa all the way from long, making his presence known. 2v2 is actually winnable para sa kanila dito. Hexa still on full HP pero tatapusin na nga ni Leo, or tatapusin na ni Jeff Rocks ang buhay ni Leo dito. Hexa all the way in that LA position. Tamang crossfire na lang. 12 seconds left. Spotted si Jeff Rocks sa bodega. Tatapusin na lang ba dito? Right here, right now. 5 seconds left. Wala nang oras para mag-defuse pero hindi naman siya makaka-defuse as Charles does get the last kill. At 8-3, Rhea 7. This is what I was talking about, na picking port against Rhea 7 is a brave decision, pare. And unfortunately, hindi nag-pay off para sa XPT.
Baka conversation lang yan with comfort versus yung comfort ng opponent mo, diba? So maybe they're thinking about that, but Tristan's not thinking about anything other than killing them. Laban dito kay JCD. He even gets a double kill, A3. Laban dito, side ng XPT. 3 kills in a blink of an eye. R7 medyo nag-slow down yung pace. A double for Jeff Rocks. And this time as well, XPT are doing everything that they can para makapag-responde, pero nandito pa yung flank ni Ephraim. 1v1 and it's up against Jeff Rocks right now. He has to go back to cover. 1v1 and it's gonna be the headshot. The A1s, excuse me, para makapanalo ang XPT. Finally, some breathing room para magkaroon sila ng panalo ulit.
Yeah, di pa tapos yung laban dito. XPT definitely still winnable from their side. But it has to be a perfect GR para sa kanila dito. Hexa, di nakatingin sa kanyang taas. Spotting itong si Jam. Good first shot. Getting JCD. Spray control. Hindi niya makukuha si Charles, pero si Ephraim pala makakatapos sa kanya. So it's a 1-for-3. It's actually a 2-for-3 kung isasama mo dito yung kill ni Jeff Rocks. Pero Ajax very brave sa long. Inverse, hindi siya makaka-react just in time. Pero Ajax nakadaan na nga dito sa A-site. C4 nasa gitna pa ng kawalan. And hindi pa talaga sure kung alama ng XPT na hulog yung C4 dito sa loob. Ephraim with the help of his teammate na dito sa bridge finally takes down itong si Ajax. Jeff Rocks na lang natitira. Not much that he can do. Spotted by Ephraim sa mid. Jeff Rocks though, cannot underestimate this man. Not at all. Pero hinahabol na nga siya dito ni Inverse. Jeff Rocks looking right behind him. Shots are off. Pero meron din lilikod sa kanya dito sa HP. Leo does get the better of Jeff Rocks, pare. 8-5. XPT lumalaban pa nga.
I think dito na pumapasok yung term na late bloomers para sa XPT na ngayon no? Habang tumatagal, mukhang nag-age sila like fine wine. Lumalaban pa rin habang di pa tapos ang laro into this 8-5 scoreline despite R7 showing up big sa lahat ng mga naging execute sila from the early stages of this first half. Now you see that adaptation to slowly creep in from XPT. To see Hexa and Ephraim actually doing their best work. Kasama tong si Kristan to actually get a lot of impact back into the round with that mid control happening. But Ephraim, nakaamoy, nakita at napatay pa si Jam despite him being covered up by that box. A1 ang kalaban na dito, mga kaibigan. It will be another one. Galing dito kay Ephraim, talagang double kill thanks to that A1. How many times will we see wallbangs all throughout despite this?
Yun nga, it's getting repetitive para dito sa R7. Yung kanilang galawan dito sa A-side. It's always 3 taking itong CA and 1 dito sa LA. And I think nalaman na ng XPT how to counter this A-side take with 3 players already down. R7 down to Jeff Rocks at kay Ajax para ibalik yung match point para sa kanila dito. Pero si Kristan, very good hold dito sa double doors. Pero yun lang, uuunahan pa nga siya dito ni Jeff Rocks. Ajax spotted dito sa HP Inverse with his own sniper. Nagkahanapan na nga sila dito sa B-site. Inverse, good punish! On the miss dito ni Ajax. Jeffrox, shot misses on him pare. 7 HP na lang dito si Inverse. Leo down to low HP as well. Nagsama na lahat ng miyembro ng XPT sa loob ng B-site and they swing him together. 8 and 6 XPT. Humahabol pa nga dito sa port.
Tumatagal ng tumatagal at nagiging precise ang lahat ng mga naglalaro sa XPT, sa GR. Talagang slowly and surely putting up their numbers doon sa post plant natin as Kristan will assist ang pagpatay kay Ajax. Si Inverse ang kukuha ng first blood natin. Talagang that sniper is doing a good job of neutralizing the threat right now. Si Ajax na sobrang instrumental sa ating naging first half. Slowly and surely na kikita na yung weakness. So far sa blacklist side ng R7, it's always been yung bridge peak all the way from that top position as now we see that opportunity for XPT and a chance to shine para kay Ephraim at Leo who, let's face it, kailangan na ng bumawi pagkatapos ng first half performance na dito so far, Sneaky.
Ayun na nga. Sniper down para dito sa R7. Ajax out of the picture already. Pero alam ba nila na nandito si Kristan sa taas? Kristan not reacting whatsoever. Letting Hexa distract the entire team. Letting them get it. Pero si Jam does still peek itong si Kristan though. Down to 71 HP at pakakaalis pa ka siya galing sa house speed just in time. Turning into a 3v5. As 3, kailangan pumasok ng R7 dito sa B. Kulang yung kanilang numbers. Pero meron pa naman silang utility na pwede gamitin dito.
In the back of their heads, iniisip nila kung baka may pixel boost up na ulit. Pero because of the presence sa loob ng 2F na yun, baka hindi na kailangan. Si Leo, sinispray na lang. Konting-konti na lang. Kapirambot na lang yung damage done. Patay na sana tong si JCD. Pero yung defense all the way from Zone B looks like it's enough. Hexa and Kristan got all the picks that they need. At nilabas pa nga yung Colt para mapatay si JCD na kanina pang low on HP. It's an 8-7 so far. That is 16 rounds in succession. So far, habang tumatagal, umiinit at nagiging maganda yung aim ng XPT. The decision making on point. And thanks to Kristan and Hexa, nagkakaroon na ng damage ang global risk nila.
Yeah, ito yung sinasabi ko kanina. I mean, you really have to build a really big lead first half pa lang, habang nasa GR pa lang kayo kasi ito ngayon pwede mangyari. The GR getting more rounds on the board than you expect. R7 only getting 2 so far. XPT medyo nakahabol na nga dito sa game natin. Still, bog standard defense para sa XPT. 1 player sa bridge, 1 player sa bodega, 1 player on the boxes right below itong A site natin. Pero inverse na naman, getting itong si Jeffrox. And Jeffrox, unfortunately, kind of forgetting yung fence angle right on the right side ng EB that you can see all the way into court. And Jam, I think na-spot yung ulo dun ni Jam. So this is not gonna be a safe execute para sa R7. You're gonna need to hit all the shots that you need to hit. Papapalabas na nga dito si Ephraim. Ephraim with the wall bang, not hitting just in time. Low dito si Charles, half HP si Jam. Dadaan na sila papunta dito ng ace site. Leo with a hell of a responsibility. Charles mahulog dahil sa HE na JCD na andito na sa top 8. Jam with the jumping spray. Gamit yung kanyang M4 pero gusto pa lumaban dito ni Kristan at Hexa. Ajax na lang natitira gamit ang kanyang Colt. Nagpalit sa AK pero hindi na nakasa. And R7 might be in trouble dito pare. Xypher Pro Team on a comeback streak dito sa port.
And again, they finally find a breakthrough. Sana laban kay Ephraim. And it would have been an opening for R7. Pero at the end of it, sa retake at saka sa defense, nagsa-stand strong ang XPT. Kristan and Leo always at the right place at the right time. And taking them down one by one has been crucial to get the 8-8. At yung pinakaunang first pick kay Jeffrox, instrumental kasi siya yung nagta-top frag sa team niya in the second half. Pero malay mo ay mag-iba na naman yung ihip ng hangin para sa blacklist side ng R7 so far as they have a tri-stacks doon sa loob ng mid. Bridge side already in full control of them, pero XPT has other plans. Si Ephraim mukhang papatayin pa ito, pero si Charles ready for that shot, and Ajax even able to capitalize on that position as well. It's a 3v5. Ajax has a field day, has an opportunity, pero nandito pa rin si Inverse, dead to rights, dead on arrival. 2v5. Kailangan mag-reset ang parehong players from XPT, pero look at the flank from Kristen right now, Siki.
Yeah, I do understand the perspective dito ng XPT wanting to end things right then and there, pero that's not the way that they won yung mga ibang mga rounds natin dito. So this is gonna be big trouble if ever hindi ka ma-hold ni Hexa ang A site na to as he tries to go back dito sa may hagdan. Top A is gonna be his position to defend from. Surrounded na ang kanyang position dito. Kristan mahuhulog. Hexa will not do much more. 9-8 XPT. Maybe getting a bit too aggressive, no? Dito sa mapa natin. And just like I said, that's not how they won yung kanilang mga rounds dito. They won by their really good defense and really good holds, and then trying to go aggressive this late dito sa game natin. I mean, I do understand it na gusto niyong kulatin dito yung R7, but there's no need for it.
Definitely not, man. Talagang giving an inch na agad dito sa R7 nung ang XPT ay kanina pang komportable sana. Yung mga pushes ni Ephraim all the way towards that house side, kind of giving them a bit more of that comfortability na medyo hinahanap-hanap ng R7 ng sobrang tagal, as they do have Charles and Jam, who really has been instrumental sa pagkuha nila ng 9th round win dito, as Jam trying to get himself on top doon sa may CA. At yung pinaka parang stable force dito ay yung duo nila doon sa loob ng A-zone position. Si Ephraim at saka si Inverse on top. Na matatry na magkaroon ng kahit anong stability dito laban sa R7, who really are just waiting out the time, trying to talk it out kung saan sila manggagaling ngayon.
We got R7 slowing down their pace as well. Classic CA positioning na nakikita natin. And Jeffrox actually wanting to disturb itong B side, maybe trying to track as much GR players papasok nga dito sa B as much as possible. Makakuha ba siya ng rotation? Mukhang hindi. Jeffrox madatapa na lang dito sa House B as they exit dito sa A side, and they actually have no idea na nakadaan na dito ang R7. It's a really good fake towards B. Jeffrox, despite dying immediately, that one flash na pa-rotate agad yung mga players ng XPT dahil doon. 35 seconds na lang dito sa bomba natin. Low HP dito si Charles. Leo, big swing. Charles goes down. JCD with the headshot dito kay Hexa. Leo, gusto umakyat, gusto pumatay, pero nawalan pa nga ng bala dito. The Colt not gonna be enough as Jam finishes itong si Kristan, and it's a 10-8. Sa huli pa nga nagkamali dito ang members ng XPT.
Kailangan pa ng konting comeback story para malaman kung papasok tayo sa Ankara, at ang comeback story ay makukuha nga natin na 1-1 pa nga ng Reyes 7 ang ating series so far, when it was also a really interesting choice nga naman na sinasabi mo na napick nga nila yung map na port against them. Considering their history, considering their experience, they know how to play this map very well. And I think you gotta get mentioned to the fact that they needed to come back from that with the amount of rounds that they have won. Pero I like the grit that we saw from XPT right there. Despite them having the control map, so medyo na-expect natin na magiging close nga ng laban, yung mental fortitude from R7 yung kailangan natin pag-usapan. I think they've done a really good job of finding a way to get everybody back on board dito sa ating port map.
Yeah, for sure. I think Port is a very important map para dito sa R7 to win on, especially just to remind everyone na, we are also good dito sa mapa na to. It is also one of our main maps. But good effort, no, galing dito sa XPT. Sadyang naging excited lang sila nung last two rounds natin. Yun nga, especially going into yung 8-8 na scoreline natin around, which I'm still confused why they did decide to push itong long. Just like I said, I understand it kasi gusto nga nilang tapusin yung game agad, but R7 read that like a book, and they just carried the momentum the last two rounds natin dito sa game.
Yeah. I think it's also important to take note yung mga duo setups natin from that zone A position. I think and a lot of times nung nasa global risk, yung players natin on XPT, they had a good game plan moving into it. Ephraim at saka si Leo. Sometimes Ephraim at saka kung si Inverse if he wanted to play that sniper dun sa taas, no? And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But most of the rounds, doon sa A-top tayo nakakuha ng napagandang impact. It's just that by the end of it, R7 was able to kind of come back into it. Talagang nung nagkaroon sila ng parang confidence moving forward, I think you saw a lot come out from Jeff Rocks. Talagang a very consistent player in his own right. Pero you could say the same from everybody. I think everybody from R7 has done a really good job stabilizing the force.
Oh, I mean, it's just tragic, no? Para dito sa Xypher, 2 more rounds and they would have actually gotten, a very good sweep, no, to end the day. Pero ang karta kaya mapa natin dito, R7, I mean, judging from their experience sa mapa na yun, I think they're gonna do fine. XPT still a mystery para sa akin dito, but Ankara is an open book, pare. Anything can happen.
Definitely. And I think it's gonna be a one hell of a read pagdating doon sa ating set 3. Pero until then, magbe-break muna ang Cfs Ph Impact 2025 sa summer edition natin. Ako pa si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, magbabalik ang broadcast. Saktong-sakto, di ba mga kaibigan? Mainit na first game para sa napaka-init na tournament natin dito sa Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025. Ang nga pala sir mo, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. It has been a blast casting yung ating naging first 2 sets. Pero di pa tapos ng laban. Nakapag set number 3 pa ang R7 laban sa Xypher Pro Team. Sa Ankara na tayo dadaloy at I think I want to know kung ano yung may expect mo dito, Sneaky. Kasi parang medyo na-expect ng set 3 pero hindi ko na-expect na ganito yung magiging way na mapunta natin to.
Yeah, for sure. I think being happy that we landed dito sa Ankara, obviously Area 7 with a bit more of a comeback. Dito sa second na mapa natin, showing what they can do, especially dun sa last 2 rounds. Granted, Xypher, no, malapit na silang makabalik dito sa game natin considering nasa kanila pa yung GR side. But I mean, 2 very well played rounds later and naandito na nga tayo sa ating map number 3. Fortunately para sa dalawang teams natin, Ankara is a lot more equal na mapa. Kumbaga, it's a lot more open para sa mga teams natin. It's not just GR side dominating everything. No, this is really where the test of skill starts para sa mga teams natin, especially Ankara, a map where you can pull a lot of things off bilang BL at GR, aggressive man or passive. So whoever just has the better game, man, will definitely get this. Pero tingnan natin, man. I feel like both of them have equal chances naman para dito sa map 3 from what I've seen, pare.
Tingin ko din naman, sa playstyle nila pareho ay nagsusut na din naman kung magiging aggressive ka katulad ng R7 or kung magiging passive ka at medyo slow tempo katulad ng Xypher Pro Team nga naman, diba? So medyo bagay ito sa kahit sino. May dalawang mid na pwede kang makapunta, makapasok or meron ka ding chance na pwede makapag-execute ka na mabilisan doon sa loob ng Site B as well. So, a lot of opportunity para makita natin kung yun nga ang magiging case para dito sa pareho nating kupunan on this first game. But, alam mo, bibigyan kita ng opportunity, right, Sneaky? Kasi na-predict natin kanina na either magiging 2-1 siya or 2-0 siya in favor of, I believe, R7. So, do you really think na magiging tama tayo sa hula natin or this because of their performance nung game 1? Gusto mo bang i-change yung mind mo ngayon?
Not really. Sa nakikita ko naman para dito sa Xypher, don't get me wrong, no, magaling na team yung Xypher talaga. They just have some bad habits na they need to eliminate sa mga ibang laruan nila. But, you know, they're on their way there, no. Possibly beating teams like itong R7. But from what I've seen naman, galing dito sa R7 individually, no, everyone's hitting their shots, everyone's making their own plays. And considering yung experience ng team na to, when it comes to map number 3, then yeah, I have to give it to them pare na they're most likely gonna win yung map, pero di ko pa masasabi na XPT will get destroyed, no, dito sa Ankara. Pili ko may chance rin pa rin sila manalo dito. Yeah. It's gonna be do or die para sa pareho nating teams dito sa pinakauna nating game of Impact Summer. So brace yourselves mga kaibigan. Sana ay nakakain na kayo. Sana may tubig kayo kasi medyo mainit yung ating naging pinakaunang game. R7 able to find themselves the winning formula doon sa ating second set, doon sa ating port map. And it's all thanks to their blacklist side as well. Kita mo, they had to claw their way, or actually, ang XPT had to claw their way back. But eventually, R7 has won with their lead. And it is going to be that third set. Ankara to start things off. It will be XPT on GR. As they start things off with the push all the way from that underpass position. Ayun nga. I think it's actually R7 on GR here, pare. We just have the scoreboard flip. Pero XPT, you know, good old classic, no? I feel like alam nila yung R7, a bit braver than most teams na labanan itong mid-control and they decide to peel back, stay at the steps. Don't want to get too aggressive. I don't know what's going on with yung tatlong players not moving. So, and yeah, maybe they're just trying to buy time so they can get something going dito sa round. But they haven't called anything yet, so yun nga, tamang antayan lang muna tayo dito.
Yeah, tamang chill lang. Tamang kamustahan lang muna para sa mga tao sa comment section natin. Habang meron ding presence all the way from Ajax as they start things strong with that shot all the way towards Ephraim. First blood found. And it's not a good look, especially ngayon na nasa attacking side na tayo ngayon ng XPT as this slow tempo and then giving yung first blood din nyo is not gonna be a really good sign for them moving forward. Lalo na si Ephraim pa to. One of their more calculated players. inside of XPT right now as it's gonna be 1 minute on the clock, Leo. Titingnan niya kung may mapapatay siya dito sa ating vent side, but at the end of it, hindi naman niya kailangan sobrang mag-over-aggress as it's gonna be inverse with the sniper spots sa Jeff Rocks, especially doon sa may side ng battery's position.
There we go, Christian or Kristan. Moving forward, DB position gonna be taken, pero masaspatan siya dito ni Ajax on the cross. 3 players left. Nandito sa loob ng RS. Good headshot galing kay Jeff Rocks. Could possibly get the second. Yes, he does. At si Inverse na lang natitira with Charles hunting him down. R7 with a good first round on the board. Nothing too complicated para sa kanila dito. Kinuha lang nila yung first pick. Went back onto the sites and disrespected yung possible push dito ng XPT.
Just a really good sign moving forward para sa R7. You see that Ajax was also willing to take that first fight moving forward towards that mid position, pero kind of interesting that nobody from XPT nakakuha ng patay kahit saan, kahit sino sa kanila so far. So maybe kailangan nilang i-adjust yung timing at yung pace nila dito, especially with that crawl papunta doon sa may mid-side position as it's gonna be that second round. Ajax gonna have to face up against Ephraim. Does get himself some damage done, pero it will be JCD to get that first opening pick. Inverse also trading 1 for 1. Yup, the sniper's doing a lot of work this time as Charles also pops in from the door. Kills off si Tristan as well. Naging 3v3 pa nga, lalo na't nakapag-peak pa nga tong si Hexa. Surprises tong si Ajax. At mukhang walang snipers ang magkakaroon ng presensya sa loob ng Ankara map so far in this round, Sneaky.
Yeah, it's a bit late to peak exactly at that position kung ikaw si Ajax, and he does pay dearly for it. Pero meron pa namang presence na nasa loob ng A side. They just forgo mid control instead. And si Charles, di siya pwede mapakita dito second mid. Inverse with the sniper. Locked on in dito sa RS. Pero gagawin ni Jam, actually, he is gonna reconvene with his teammates via that CA position. Mahanap kaya nila si Inverse dito. And Jeff Rocks, once he jumps, he's gonna realize na nandito pa si Inverse sa loob ng hotel. Pero mapapatingin si Jam pabalik dito ng LA. It's gonna go through. Tamang iwas lang naman, and Inverse is gonna join his team. Problema nga lang, can they clear etong si Jam galing sa CA? But Jam having no idea. Bad timing para sa kanya dito. And Hexa spotted sa baba ng vents. Ephraim almost getting itong si Jam, pero kailangan niya na bumalik agad.
30 seconds. And I believe yung C4 ay nandun pa lang sa may A-zone position. Hexa also assist tong si Inverse with that goal. Patay pa si Jam. And napatay ba nga nitong si Inverse? It's all coming down to the 1v2. Ephraim nasa kanya yung C4 kaya may chance siya makalipat doon sa loob ng A-zone. Pero na-spot na siya agad ni Charles. 10 seconds to rotate. Oh, na-stuck pa nga siya. Nasa loob pa ng spawn ng RS so far ng kalaban. It will be 5 seconds to go. Ephraim has no time unless he kills up tong si Charles. Hindi expected yung position niya dito. Kaya naging double wins pa dito ang R7. The double commitment dun sa may B-zone has given them a lifeline dito sa round natin. It is gonna be that second round para sa R7.
Yeah, medyo naging hectic yung start ng laruan. Not gonna lie. Kills, bullets flying all over the place. But in that 3v3, very well played repositioning. Galing dito kay Jam to find his way into that catwalk A position. And finding those kills, finding that just information, pare. And a living to tell the tale as well. Just in time to get information dito kay Inverse that is still in that second mid position. So well played galing sa R7 so far. And look at this deep defense along A. I mean, they can confirm early na wala nang paparating dito sa A site and pwede nang lumipat yung iba dito sa B.
On towards bypass we go. Si Ajax, kunti na lang makuha niya sana yung timing on the peak this time around. Lots of damage done kay Leo. Spotted thanks to the rifling. And a lot of noise made by Ajax. That nade could kill him, pero actually gonna go back doon sa bypass and try to see if they can bait the rotation out yet again. Pero still, despite the smoke, pupush pa rin sila dito. Ajax gonna kill off tong si Leo. Finally getting some damage done. 1 for 1 with Hexa. Also killing Ajax in the process. 4v4. Zone B still in a bit of a hectic spot so far as Charles hindi pa siya checked. Pwede pa rin siyang makapagpatay. Trying to plant the bomb down and they do. He picks them off. At munti ka may damage done, but at the end of it, it's still gonna be XPT letting JCD down into the 1v3 this time.
Yun lang, napakalayo pa ni JCD dito. There's already 2 players coming in from the tunnel speed position. Narinig yung pagpulot ng kanyang M4 dito. Kristan waiting for the swing, pero si Ephraim na lang pala makakakuha doon. 2-1, really good retake defense galing sa XPT despite yung fast rotation ng R7 to go through that mid control all the way into Tunnels B, but unfortunately, hindi nga nila nakuha yung kills just in time. Only the damage.
Kamuntikan pa nga no? But at the end of it, it was their good decision making that made the difference all throughout. Si Ajax spotted pero hindi niya na-expect si Ephraim na mag-swing ng ganyang kabilis lamang. It will be that headshot. 1-0. Good start para sa XPT. Si Jeff Rocks mukhang naghahanap ng kapalit, naghahanap ng katrade dito. Pero hindi sila magta-try dito sa hotel stairs natin as it will give an opportunity for R7 to capitalize. It will be 1-0 so far. At yung XPT given a gift si Ajax na again, I've been talking about this guy. He's been dealing some damage all throughout yung series. And the fact that they lock him out ng gantong kaaga is a good sign papunta dito sa round natin for XPT.
Yeah, a bit of an A push possibly happening para sa XPT. Setup galing sa yellow for that flash. Rest of it is gonna be smokes. Let's see, JCD. No na nga sa Vents, getting that first kill dito kay Leo. Repeak, only getting the leg kay Hexa. Pero kailangan nila lumbas dito. EA gonna be coming in. Hexa getting the swing. Jam going down as well. I would have wished na si JCD would have backed off all the way, but he felt like he was stuck dito sa may Vents position natin. Low dito si Hexa. Retake definitely doable as 38 seconds. Splatter on the screen. Pero Charles papasok pa nga paloob ng site. Not gonna have a good time. Jeff Rocks with the only kill dito kay Hexa. And XPT back on the board dito sa game natin. And R7 the one this time struggling para i-defend yung mga sites natin.
Sayang no? Kasi kung tama yung position flash dito or if he actually waited a little bit longer, and he would have actually been ahead of it. Pero at the end of it, Inverse and Ajax are happy to take the 1-for-1 setup. Hotel in full control of the sniper of R7. Trying to trade blow for blow as Jeff Rocks. Again, trying to be as flexible as he can be. Spots out one, pero will he expect Kristan to be with Inverse right now? Doesn't matter as Ajax will get another one on the other side of the map. Inverse also getting another. XPT is clawing back into this game so far. Pero ang problema nga lang, hindi sila sure kung saan yung anchoring position ng R7. They don't even know na. Bukas na bukas yung bisig natin. Hexa also with a nice line of shot papunta kay Ajax as well. That is crucial para sa blacklist side ng XPT.
Yeah, mapapatapo na yung mga players papunta nga dito ng B-side. Nasa Ares na dito si Charles CA. Ang posisyon dito ni Jam. Pero alam ba ni Jam na posible pang iikot ang XPT pabalik nga dito sa site, pero yun lang siya pa kayo una masaspatan ni Hexa dito. Only getting some damage in. 48 HP. AK in his hands. Can get the headshot going, pero Hexa tatapusin na lang dito si Jam. 50 HP na rin siya doon. Charles na lang natitira in a 1v3. Full set of nades for the sole player ng R7 dito. And as Kristan realizes na walang nakatayo dito sa top A, he is just gonna put that C4 down.
Far away from home nga naman si Charles. As he walked back in, kitang-kita si Hexa. Not a lot of damage. Not even a hint of damage para kay Charles. Pero it will be Inverse with a blinded shot laling sa kanyang sniper. So it will be another round para sa blacklist side ng XPT yet again. Talagang napaka-crucial yung parang doubling up ni Kristan at saka si Inverse no? Para ma-trade off one by one at para makakuha ng advantageous picks laban sa R7 right now who are gonna go back to aggressive positions right here. Jam not expected, pero si JCD ang unang makakuha ng personal dito.
And I like yung use of the sniper. Kaya dito kay JCD, nagpapasama siya sa kanyang teammate so he can peek aggressively. If he does miss, meron pa naman siyang rifle na nasa harap niya just in case. So Ephraim gonna go down at the start. Leo struggle still continuing dito sa Ankara map natin, but he's been picked up by the rest of the squad. So let's see kung ayong kayang gawin ng XPT dito sa round. So tamang nades lang siguro dito sa A site. Realistically, wala pa naman silang control Pagdating sa mapa natin, no hotel control, no long control, or at least barely any A control para sa kanila dito. Pero mapapabalik sila sa CA. So B-split pa ba? Posible ang mangyayari dito with a late push galing kay Inverse? That's looking likely.
Pwede pa nga no? Jam's gonna have to be that first contact kung yun nga yung magiging plano nila all the way from that CA push to tower, pero they have a lot of time to consider nga naman yun yung gagawin nila dito. So still have a sniper, they still have Actually, they don't have anybody to actually snipe on down for XPT. So 1 minute on the clock. Push on in yet again. Mukhang magko-commit sila all the way towards tower, pero will be against Hexa. Jam gonna have to go back to safety. Gives up the space for the team. And maybe even play for that RS position. They get themselves the pick off, but Hexa and Leo is gonna have to get themselves to Jam. That's another for Kristan as well. They push on in
C4.
towards a bypass position, and that's also C4, so they have to pick up that objective. Pero may crossfire position pa nga ang mga players natin on R7 unless Leo can have something to say. As Inverse spots out kung si Charles very close to corner, pero he will still win out the fight. 1v1, and it will be Jeff Fox to win it out with a double kill. They almost equalize the numbers, pero by the end of it, it still is going to be R7 winning out the round.
Yep, yan na nga yung Jeff Rocks na inaantay natin. Actually holding an AK-47 this time. Getting that 1v1 clutch para sa R7. That is gonna send some energy back in their way. And you can feel the momentum shifting pabalik nga dito sa R7 slowly. As every single fight na gusto nilang kunin dito, napapanalo nila, even the ones that are pretty hard to win. So ano naman yung gustong gawin ng XPT dito? The Tunnel B control temporarily siguro dito sa round para lang mahanap dito si Ajax, pero nagrepo na nga dito yung sniper ng R7. He's now all the way in high mid, actually in 2F dito sa may mid position natin.
Scroll crawl up yet again. And I think nagiging crutch na yung naging position from doon sa bypass ang XPT so far, and it does give them somewhat of a success, pero R7 are kind of privy to it as they're thinking about both possibilities right now, either doon sa exit o kaya possibly push on in towards that bypass position. As Jeff Rocks mukhang mahirapan, kita yung helmet at mukhang hindi pa niya na-adjust yung shot. Ajax gonna get himself the 1-for-1 as the entry comes forward all towards the Zone B position, as it's a 4v4. They're trying to cross over kasi alam nilang nakahawak dito yung up or yung sniper as they plant the bomb down, but Ajax still gonna get himself another.
Oh, per frame. Yun lang. JCD still gets the kill gamit ng kanyang Colt. So, low HP pa naman dito si Charles. Pero JCD with the swing, one tap dito kay Kristan. And ito na yung sinasabi ko, the momentum is slowly shifting papunta nga dito sa R7. And they are now starting to feel out yung game. JCD with 7, Ajax with 7, and Jeff Rocks with 6. At si Jam at si Charles maghahabol na lang dito sa game natin. Pero granted, ang ganda naman yung laruan dito ng Inverse with 8 leading the charge. Pero the rest of the squad really has to pick up the pace. Pero R7 gusto nila maging agresibo dito sa second mid, looking for the opener dito kay Ephraim. Jam kasama ang kanyang teammate na naka-sniper does get taken down. Charles will get taken down as well. So 2 immediately down, pero bawas na agad dito si Ephraim. It's basically a 3v3. Now it's a 3v3.
Oo nga eh. Ganun kabilis lamang yung trade yet again. Ajax also willing to push up doon sa Vents position natin. Pero again, yung adaptation ng XPT dito, that's the second time na nag-aggress si Jam all the way towards yung doors natin. Pero sa second time in a row, nakapag-adapt na agad nung si Ephraim. Nag-call pa nga ng support from Leo, as again, it's another aggress papunta doon sa Meister's position as they kill up nung si Ajax despite him being behind the smoke. Naging 3v2 pa nga. And a lot of time para makapag-adapt yung R7 so far, pero I think Leo has heard yung sound cue para kay Jeff Rocks, who has to go back to safety, has to be aware about Leo. He pushes in and out of cover, pero it's not enough. Napatay pa nga si Jeff Rocks. Napatay pa nga ni JCD. Dalawa ang naging double kill. At naging 1v1 pa nga. Leo versus JCD. The rifles trying to do a lot of damage, but at the end of it, it's JCD who gets another round para sa R7 ngayon.
Grabe, nag-iinit na si JCD dito. Mapa-sniper man or mapa-AK-47, kayang-kaya niyang gawin para dito sa R7. And R7 back on the board, back on the momentum. This is the R7 that we expected to see no map number 1 pa lang. But now they're fully ramped up, fully warmed up dito sa series natin. Kristan looking for the opener, pero si Charles nandun din sa high mid. Medyo hinaharas nila yung hukay. Double nade, 14 HP. Jeff Rocks wanting to secure that kill as he does, pero si Hexa mauuwan na naman yung trade.
Sobrang ganda ng effort sana. He would have actually gotten more damage done there, pero still, because of the double nade, because of the amount of pressure sent up galing doon sa top mid at saka sa may bypass na nagawa talaga agad si Kristan despite a lot of time being bought for him. Si Jeff Rocks lang yung makukuha ang pitas ng XPT. It's gonna be a push all the way doon sa akyatan para ma-expect nila kung may tao all the way from that tower's position. I think Jam's also been in this position before, so he's gonna be prepared for what's to come. As XPT are gonna try to surprise him. Jam getting a double kill. Hexa is also the next to possibly be the victim of Jam. He is gonna be on the receiving end of a bullet. 1v3 this time after another shot from Inverse, pero siya na lang yung natitira. At sa sobrang init ni Charles, sa sobrang init lalo ni JCD, I don't think he's gonna be enough unless he surprises us, especially with the C4 on the other side of the smoke.
Yeah, Inverse 9 kills so far para sa kanya dito sa game natin. He cannot pick up the C4. It's gonna make a sound. Gonna have to investigate the surroundings just in case na meron pang player na nasa loob. Pero JCD spotted ang kanyang likod. Good quick scope galing kay Inverse. Pero hindi nagre-react si Charles dito. He is simply the bait. Waiting for that C4 pickup at lalabas siya dito sa RS. There we go. That's the swing. Uy, pero Inverse actually expecting it. Pero alam niya ba, i-expect na ba na meron pang tao dito sa likod?
15.
Oh, nade! Is he dead? Is he alive? Mukhang hindi. There we go. Charles getting that last kill. And R7, no? Back on it dito sa series natin. Xypher, it's been an impressive start para sa kanila dito, pare. Pero, that's how you finish.
Init talaga para sa R7 right now. 63 para sa scoreline natin. Mga tropa, as Ajax, he again keeps the momentum going para sa blacklist side ng R7 right now. Gets a strong pick papunta dito kay Inverse with the sniper. Kristan gonna have to back off considering that his mid player and a lot of attention being bought from the men's position as it's gonna be that one frag. He has to go back to safety pero he is not gonna be safe. He is the danger. Pinatay pa nga yung tatlo sa R7 pero si Jeff Rocks nandito pa rin at nakakuha pa rin ng damage.
My God!
Pa nga ng tatlo. Lahat ng yon laban kay Jeff Rocks at naka-triple kill. Nakakuha ng round para sa R7.
Yun lang. That is what I expect galing dito kay Jeff Rocks, pare. I mean, we've already seen what he's capable of dito sa last Masters natin, but now he's showing it dito sa Impact. And I expect nothing less galing dito kay Jeff Rocks, man. One of the best riflers from his region. Pero titignan natin if he can get the momentum going. Leo jumping out dito sa high mid, regretting that decision. Traded out though. Pero wala silang control sa B-site whatsoever. The closest player na possibly na sumagot dito is itong si Ephraim, and he is still figuring out kung meron pang lalabas dito sa Catwalk A. Pero si Jam nasa loob ng RS, hindi niya makukuha si Kristan, pero nakuha pa kasi ng damage kay Hexa, who will get itong si Ajax. 2v3 all of a sudden.
Well, at least may silver lining. Nakapag-plat na nga ng C4 at si Jeff Rocks nakakuha pa nga ng equalizing frag. So naging 2v2 pa nga. Low on HP ang parehong si Hexa at si Kristan. Kailangan magsama-sama pero nag-decide na lang silang maghiwalay. Kristan, he's expected. Kita ni JCD and Jeff Rocks also are gonna capitalize on the 1v2 scenario or 7. The 8th round win. At habang nasa blacklist side ang R7 right now, the momentum just never stops at all laban sa XPT ngayon.
Yep, and ito yung sinasabi ko. This map will definitely not give you any favors kung ano man side kayo. It's really just about the execution. JCD though, down to start ng game. They investigate itong si Jam still gets itong si Kristan. Pero Ajax expecting na merong lalabas dito sa TP. First shot not gonna hit. Ajax stuck dito sa may mid. He needs a teammate to bail him out immediately. Flash is gonna go through. Makakaalis naman si Ajax temporarily. Jeff Rocks getting itong si Hexa. Si Inverse gusto mag-forward. Pero dun lang pala siya sa vents the entire time. Charles will drop the C4. Pero si Ajax gusto niyang kunin para ma-secure lang Jeff Rocks. Very familiar sight para sa kanya dito on the other side of the map. Looking for an opening para sa kanyang team. Jeff Rocks with the swing. Does not hit the first shot. Pero kaya niya makunin dito sa Ephraim. Does get the one tap. Makes it a 1v2 para dito kay Ajax. A lot more winnable kumpara kanina.
A high caliber player. Malalaman natin kung kaya niyang i-clutch to, lalo na hold up na yung cross. Leo, he's gonna get lucky, pero Ajax pulls out the colt, pero friend din yung magagawa ni Inverse. Right place, right time, flank coming through all the way from CA. Dahil sobrang busy niya patayin si Leo, hindi na-expect agad. Ajax na mapaflank siya dito. It will be a 4th round para sa XPT so far. At least a recovery, pero a lot of work has to be done. F-Frame has to give out the bait, pero na-surprise agad si Leo. 4 na tao sa labas ng doors. Jam gonna get another. And R7 slowly picking up where they left off despite the loss dun sa previous round natin.
Oh, Ria 7. Kind of expecting itong XPT to be a bit desperate pagdating sa kanilang laruan. And now they have opened themselves up to a 3v5 pare. Hexa, look for any semblance of presence dito sa hotel, pero mahuhulog na nga siya dito. R7 still holding the entire time. XPT scrambling para makakuha man lang ng pick dito sa mapa natin, pero hindi nila alam kung nasan yung mga players ng R7. Inverse in a bad spot. Actually, pwede silang bumalik ng A site and try to flood yung sniper dito ni Inverse. Pero si Jeffrox lang pala, he's gonna challenge the sniper to a 1v1 as he slides on by Inverse, not noticing na meron na pala nakakit sa top A as he hears the footsteps. Pero hindi nila alam na meron din tao sa RS. Si Kristan pala yung mababait and only one left alive. Inverse, unknown ng kanyang posisyon, pero alam na ng R7 na walang tao dito sa B site. At si Inverse looking for anything to save this game para sa kanyang team, pare.
Nasa ibang bansa si Inverse nung nangyari ang execute. He does get himself the flick shot, pero ang R7 ay nakapag-dominate sa pag-execute nila all the way towards Zone B. The split-ups at saka yung naging push nila all the way towards that side of the map. Overwhelming the odds, overwhelming yung anchors inside of XPT, even though Ephraim and Hexa did everything that they could to hold him off. Medyo naging aggressive pa sila doon sa may doors position. The quick punish, and it also gave the numbers advantage very early on. So 9-4 now. R7, a comfortable position, but considering yung health disadvantage ni Ajax at saka ni Jeffrox, we'll have to be careful about the push on in. Pero si Jeffrox nakakuha pa nga ng napakagandang timing. Hotel in full control. Thanks to that time all the way towards Eleo. 5v4 this time at Sneaky. I think the pace has gotten to XPT na.
Yeah, could be the beginning of the end here. Jeffrox really is the type of player that can just get into that mode individually. Makakahanap at makakahanap talaga ng pick yan kahit papano. And XPT stuck with a 2-2 position. Ajax getting itong si Ephraim. Inverse na lang natitira. Can't hit the second shot. Naka-sniper din dito si Ajax. Hindi siya nakakasa in time. Jam getting itong si Kristan sa kabila. And the C4 plant will start. Exit yung closest player. Inverse not spotting si Ajax. Nakaharang ang kanyang barrel at Jam with the swing, with the headshot. And that is it para dito sa R7 as they collect their first win dito sa Cfs Ph Impact 2025.
In 2-1 fashion in a reverse sweep for Rhea 7. Congratulations sa kanila na panalo ang pinakaunang game dito sa Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025. It took a very long road to get ahead of it. Talagang na-surprise tayo na ang XPT ay nakakuha ng first point on momentum doon pa lang sa compound map natin. Pero was it really a surprise considering how well naglalaro sila doon sa kanilang blacklist side? So they definitely have shown their strength, pero at the end of it, yung R7 kailangan mag-adapt, kailangan ng oras para makapag-online na yung mga star players na si Jeffrox at saka si JCD. And nung dumating na yung napaka-crucial na point, I think Ajax has done a really good job getting the perfect timing. At sa mga opening picks niya with that AWM, mukhang naging valuable yung presence niya dito all throughout the series. So I think it's very hard na may stop yung R7 kung ganito sila kainit, pare.
Yeah, for sure. I think yung R7 especially, they're all about that momentum, especially personally knowing yung mga ibang players dito. I mean, once you give them, 1 or 2 rounds na maganda yung mga kills na kinukuha nila dito, then, ayun nga, that would be very, very nice para sa kanila dito. And they're gonna start, acting like they did dito sa Ankara. Pero credit pa rin dito sa Xypher for being a newer team dito sa dito sa tournament natin, dito sa, CFS Impact Masters to be specific, no, it's not too bad of a first showing para sa kanila dito considering they did beat etong Rhea 7 on compound on map number 1, but unfortunately, experience rings through, pare, for map number 2 and map number 3, and that's just what kind of won it out. And I feel like yung performance din ni Jeff Rocks dun sa Ankara map, especially kakaya nga na sinabi ko, when he gets into that mode where he can just individually get kills sa kabilang side ng map, or he could be aggressive to try and sneak right behind the enemy lines. Yun yung pinaka-delikado mode dito ni Jeff Rocks, pare. Pag si Jeff Rocks naka 15-8 na kunyari or 16-8 na yung kanyang score and he's just pushing relentlessly sa kanyang kalaban, napakahirap yung pigilan, pare.
Sobra nga naman, no? Just ending it with 15 plus kills. I believe it was 16 by the end of it nga naman, no? After yung hotel push, after niya mapatay itong si Leo, I think by the end of it, we knew that it was over na nung nagkaroon na siya ng napakagandang start sa mga rounds natin. I think we also have to mention yung the amount of times that XPT attempted yung push nila all the way towards that torso position. A lot of times they actually have been successful with it, pero in the few times na nakapag-adapt na yung R7, talagang medyo naging downhill na by the end of it. So despite a really good strats, despite na napakaganda ng performance nila from that first game, it's just not enough, man. Of course, the mental fortitude is also something that they have to consider. And I think R7 really had that in the bag na ngayon. Diba, Sneaky?
Yeah. R7, I think they're breathing a sigh of relief na yun nga, no, debut game sa Impact. It's been a while since yung last game nila, especially sa mga players, and yun nga, no, glad that they got the first win on the board. Pero obviously, no, this is also a warning sign para sa mga ibang teams natin na nasa loob ng bracket natin or in our round robin that, it's not gonna be as easy as it was last year na, yun nga, top teams are definitely gonna beat bottom teams. I feel like itong Impact this time, there is gonna be some heavy hitters, especially galing sa mga teams na baguhan pa lang dito sa tournament natin.
For sure. I think we also have a lot of time para makita yung highlights, mapakita yung kung ano yung naging game state ng buong game na to. We're just gonna wait and see a little bit, talk a little bit more about how the game has gone through. So, napag-usapan natin ng malala yung compound kanina because of how much time we actually had all throughout that series. So I think it's best to kind of make some sort of judgment so far for both of these teams. I want to know your thoughts on R7 right now, considering that this is one of the organizations na may history sa Impact, so alam nila yung pressure, alam nila yung stakes. How does it feel for R7 right now to get the first point of momentum, and how much does this mean for the games for them moving forward?
Yeah, for yung rest of yung seasons dito, for the rest of the season para dito sa R7, them being off to a good start, it's a sign for good times considering na, if I am not mistaken, their last stint dito sa Masters or Impact tournaments didn't really do too well. I think nag-5th place sila dun sa Impact Summer 2024, and obviously I didn't think they played nung Impact Fall. Yeah, they didn't play nung Impact Fall. So it's nice seeing them back, especially considering yung mga ibang players natin on R7 already had their stints dito sa Masters. And especially para dito kay Jeff Rocks, Charles JCD, really want to at least increase yung level ng buong tournament ito with having these players in the tournament, and also including itong si Jam at si Ajax, who also had their fair share of Masters experience prior yung season natin. So at least reassurance lang to para dito sa Rhea 7 na kaya pa natin. Kaya pa natin makisabay with yung mga newer teams natin dito, and we can definitely give some trouble dito sa mga ibang better teams dito, pare.
You think if they made Masters, magkakaroon sila ng splash very quickly?
Now? Rhea 7?
Ngayon, yung state ng Rhea 7.
I plead the fifth, man. I can't be honest. I can't be too honest sa broadcast, pare. Let them bask in their victory, man. Let them celebrate it. Masters is an entirely different conversation. Pero yun nga, set summary of course dito sa ating Ankara or Ankara na map. As you can see, is that map or port? Yeah. Pero yun nga, the 2.0 KD para dito kay Jeff Rocks, 1.14 kills per round, and yun nga, the headshots per kill are off the charts para sa mga players dito na R7. And ayun nga, overall impressive performance para sa kanila lahat, especially para dito kay Jeff Rocks, who is finally getting comfortable, dito sa tournament natin. And I look forward to seeing more galing dito kay Jeff Rocks, especially na he can pop off exactly like this, pare.
For sure. I think it's a good tournament so far, or a good run para kay Jeff Rock so far sa kanyang naging first game. And if he keeps that, especially with yung naging support niya from Jam at saka kay Ajax, and moving forward, I think it's gonna be a solid run for Rhea 7 habang tumatagal na yun. I think it's also a good way to kind of introduce yung Xypher Pro Team as well. Kahit natalo sila ngayon, they could just have their mappings, they could just have the scrims again. They talk about it in the VOD reviews kung medyo naging nervous ba or naging nahihiya yung mga players na makapag-communicate. Pero ayun na nga, sa buong naging match natin makikita nyo dito that it was a reverse sweep. So you can tell na hindi siya gaanong kadali para sa Rhea 7 na umabot sa puntong to, pero nung dumating na sa set 3 sa Ankara of all things, I think nagkaroon na ng difference in terms of confidence na ang Rhea 7 ngayon laban sa Xypher Pro Team.
Yeah, just like how I said, no, Ankara is more of an equal map kumpara nga dito sa port at sa compound, being more skewed papunta nga dito sa GR side natin. This kind of answers the question of what happens pag nangbunggo yung dalawang teams na to on a map where both sides can be just as effective, and it seems like itong Rhea 7 is effective on both sides of the map. And we are gonna go into yung match MVP natin, which I guess it is most likely gonna be Mr. Jeff Rocks with a 1.14 kill per round, 2 KD, 15 AP, hella headshots per kill, and a hella smokes per round. Pero yun na nga, I mean, Jeff Rocks expected, no? Kasi he kind of carried most of the offense para dito sa ating Rhea 7 squad.
Yeah, the star of the show para sa Rhea 7, and I think we'll see a lot more out of him pag tumatagal na ang summer season natin dito sa Cfs Ph Impact 2025. Pero yun na, mga kaibigan, it is a very well-played game para dito sa side ng Rhea 7. So tingnan muna natin yung naging buong performance si Jeff Rocks all throughout this game. Look at him, he's just so comfortable either on the rifle, or sometimes you also see him heralding yung isa sa mga EWMs natin. So I think it's beautiful to see coming from Jeff Rocks right now. Kahit doon sa port map natin, I think that's also a highlight for Jeff Rocks as a player, where you can kind of put him in a position kahit anong position niya, he will always know what to do. But sometimes you also have a good balance of being aggressive and passive nga, no, diba? I think parang rare breed na yun na pwede natin ma-expect from anybody in Crossfire. At buti na lang si Jeff Rocks yung may killer instinct dito sa ating pinakunang game natin, Siki.
Yeah, I mean, just like I was said, man, just as expected, galing dito kay Jeff Rocks, he's probably the most experienced player on the team other than kay Ajax dito. And with the wealth of experience na meron dito, yung Rhea 7 squad, it's kind of hard to beat them with conventional ways. Kaya nakita natin sa Xypher kanina that you can overwhelm us pagdating nga dito sa compound, but when it comes to more traditional maps, kagaya nga ng port, kagaya nga ng Ankara dito, well, it's a different story para sa kanila. So I'm really glad na Rhea 7 did get that map number 1, and or map number 1, that set number 1, and I can't wait para makita natin kung ano yung next match actually right after this, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be Vengeance versus ALSOVEREIGN para dito sa ating second game. And I'm sure mga kaibigan ay gustong-gusto nyo masuportahan ng dalawang teams na yun papunta sa ating susunod na game. So hindi kami aalis. Syempre may konting break lamang. Medyo pahinga dahil sa sobrang init ng naging first game natin dito sa Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025. Ang Officer Moon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog, magbabalik ang broadcast natin. At ayun na nga mga kaibigan, welcome back sa Cfs Ph Impact 2025 Summer para dito sa ating second series of the day, Day 1. Nakaabot pa nga ng set 3. Sa tingin mo ba ay aabot pa tayo dito sa ating set 3 ulit sa second game natin, Sneaky Frog? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Nag-iisipan pa lang.
One second, I cannot hear si
okay.
Mr. Chris. Pero I will agree with what you said, pare. I will agree with what you said, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, nandito na tayo. He probably said nandito na tayo for VNG versus yung AG nga. And ayun nga, this is a matchup that we have been waiting for a while now. I think Vengeance, everyone's waiting. Is this gonna be it? Is this gonna be the year that they're gonna come back and prove everyone wrong? Na, you know, they can place highly dito sa impact natin, or is it gonna be the new kids on the block, pare? AG, try and see if they can have their hand dito sa tournament natin.
Yeah, a returning impact team nga naman ang ating Vengeance so far. They were back in towards noong 2024 Impact Fall. So I guess they know what the stakes are at alam na alam nila yung battlefield nito ngayon. Will they knock out the new kids on the block as we now find ourselves sa map dito natin? Black Widow, Compound, and Port para sa kanila. Is this really surprising for you, Sneaky? Considering the sub-based ban, considering the Mexico 2 ban, I'm pretty sure everybody will ban that dahil sa kasi bago din yung rework na yan eh. I don't think a lot of teams had a lot of time practicing it, diba?
Yeah, I think it's Mexico in general as well. Hot take, man. I don't think it's a good map, pare. So, I don't think it's gonna be picked anytime soon despite yung rework na nakita natin. It's pretty difficult to play. Pero Black Widow, expected galing dito sa Vengeance. In all honesty, they've been playing this map ever since last year, so I think hindi naman sila unfamiliar pagdating sa mapa na yun. Compound and Port to round things off. Compound not too bad para sa Vengeance, but ayun nga, no, I really want to see what ALSOVEREIGN is all about. Once again, ito yung isa sa mga baguhang teams natin dito sa tournament, but it seems like some of the players also rounding support from the crowd. So Vengeance, no, this is a proving point that they could still stay in contention dito sa Impact, or is it gonna be ALSOVEREIGN, no, parang picking up where Xypher left off sa mga bagong teams, proving na kaya na rin nila makisabay dito.
Yeah, definitely, man. I think that's a pretty good story moving forward sa pareho nating teams natin. A chip on their shoulder ang side ng ALSOVEREIGN as they have a point to prove. Will they be the new kids on the block, or will this be a time to shine finally para sa ating veterans on the Impact stage for Vengeance? I think it's safe to say na baka maging 2-0 to para sa akin, pare. I'm gonna put it right off the bat para sa Vengeance right now. I think 2-0 for them is a safe bet for me. Pero ikaw ba, Sneaky Frog, sino sa tingin mo yung mananalo dito?
Yeah, fully knowing itong ALSOVEREIGN are from a certain region, pare. So maybe I could bet on them. Pero depende talaga. I really feel like Vengeance are just the slightly better team. Pero feeling ko talaga maybe ALSOVEREIGN can maybe pull something. So let's say ALSOVEREIGN 2-1 with them winning itong third map natin.
Okay. Medyo may differences na tayo this time around. It's not unanimous anymore. Mukhang pareho tayo may differences in terms of what we believe in papunta dito sa ating second series of the day. Pero considering the map dito, mukhang magiging mainit nga naman yung laban pagdating natin dito sa ating first set of tonight. At I think it's safe to say then hindi lang naman tayo pwedeng ma-participate dito sa ating magiging prediction. So comment down below kung sino yung gusto nyong masuportahan dito, chat. Kung gusto nyong malaman or kung gusto manalo ang ALSOVEREIGN, ang underdogs natin dito sa ating magiging series, or will it be a battle for Vengeance to win ngayon na pumapasok tayo sa second BO3 natin? I think it's safe to say na we have our expectations. I think there's gonna be an experience dip moving forward, pero I think Reyes 7 versus XPT has proven that sometimes experience doesn't really matter. Kita mo, muntikan pa nga nila matalo yung Reyes 7. Maybe this time, ALSOVEREIGN will do something unexpected dito sa ating second best of 3.
Yeah, for sure, no. I mean, with the newer teams really serving as a surprise, malay mo, di ba, magulat din dito yung Vengeance. As we do get into the game, of course, it's the exact same people para dito sa Vengeance. Or actually, a bit of change. It is Azanet, Alretz, Karasuwa, and itong si Jeloy para naman sa AL. It's Sun, Lexpra, Jelan, Fronts, and we are missing a player sa kanila dito which would probably connect right about now. Pero yun nga, BL side para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, Vengeance dito naman sa kanilang GR. Don't be surprised na Vengeance is actually this forward this early dito sa game natin, as they're also quite known para sa kanilang aggressive map control. As ayun nga, we're gonna go into a DR. Nawawala yung isang player dito ng ALSOVEREIGN, and let's see.
Yeah, tignan natin. I mean, I think it's safe to say that there's already been a game plan na set in motion na sana para sa Blacklist side. I think they were try to see if they can get themselves the passive positions na naman, kind of similar to what XPT were trying to do noon sa kanilang first series. And siguro they're probably waiting for nothing, but sometimes being a little passive doesn't really go the long way, diba? Kasi walang risk, walang nagpupush, walang masyadong nagbibigay sa sarili lang sa kalaban. So at the end of it, marami pa namang time, and I think Black Widow being that first map is also a bit of a talking point there. No, I think in a lot of the VODs that I watched, it's been a pocket perk for a lot of like teams who are comfortable with that mid control, all that split up. Pero ikaw ba, Sneaky, any veteran thoughts about this?
Black Widow is a very common map. In all honesty, I think yun nga, it's one of the most popular maps pagdating nga dito sa Pilipinas. I think di mo talaga maiiwasan playing the 8v8s or the 5v5s in this map, considering how open it is, how easy it is to play compared sa mga ibang mapa natin that is more setup heavy. We could definitely do setup sa mapa na to, but then yun nga, it really is all about, I wouldn't say all about that aim, pero if you can hit your shots at the right time dito sa mapa na to, then definitely it's gonna give either side a hard time. Pero I really think that initial LA possible fight na makikita natin dito sa map, it's probably gonna tip the tides whether or not BL or GR yung mananalo dito. If it is BL, they have another way to get into the A side, possible A split option ng open nga dito, or ayun nga, you could have another anchor on the other side of the map na nakaupo lang dun sa terrace the entire time, just trying to see if he can snipe maybe one or two players off of their positions dito sa A side. So a lot can happen dito sa Black Widow, but it really is about how much map control you can get initially and how fast you can execute dito sa mga sites natin.
Don't forget, the split ups doon sa may ES is also gonna be a crucial point din kapag nag-split ka ng long A at saka doon sa ES position. Sometimes yung A short is gonna be a big factor pagdating dito sa mga executes. That's why sometimes may mag-a-anchor behind truck o kaya doon sa may stairs position if they want to catch them off guard. So a lot of things to consider pagdating dito sa executes on A, pero I think it's also a talking point din that sometimes some teams ay willing na makapag-aggress doon sa may mid-doors position. So it will either come down to utility or the absolute mechanics ng entry fragger ng Blacklist on that side of the map. So Black Widow about to be reconnected back into the game dito sa screen natin in a very short while. Give us a bit of patience, mga kaibigan. Gusto naming ma-enhance yung viewing experience ng lahat dito, giving it our best or absolute 100% para masuportahan natin ang mga local teams dito sa Impact Summer 2025. I think it's a nice story to witness kung makakapagbawi nga ba ang Vengeance, since they did have a pretty disappointing 2024 sa Impact Fall where they only placed 7th nung time na yun. I think for me, Vengeance, baka maging true sila sa pangalan nila. Sa tingin mo ba enough ba yung parang Vengeance story para makakuha sila ng mas mataas na rating dito pa lang, lalo na dahil napakaganda na magiging resulta dito kapag nanalo ka with a podium finish?
Depends still, dito sa Vengeance, it's really different competition kumpara sa nakita natin from the prior Impact tournaments. Obviously, sa tingin ko, this is probably the most mysterious na Impact considering the amount of teams na baguhan nga dito, na pumasok nga dito sa Impact. Pero para naman sa Vengeance, I really feel like if they stopped doing their bad habits from yung prior seasons nila, which is, sometimes over pushing, the communications do break down, and then it all goes down with them yung mapa, unfortunately. So hopefully VNG a lot more rock steady yung kanilang mental pagdating sa mga laruan natin, especially in those comeback scenarios. No? Ang daming situations na Vengeance is on a precipice of a comeback and then nagkamali lang yung isang player and then everyone starts throwing everything towards the other side and then ayun nga, it doesn't work out in their favor. So hopefully a bit more discipline para dito sa Vengeance, but then I wouldn't mind with them keeping up yung kanilang aggression pagdating sa kanilang depensa as it is the map to do it. Problema nga lang, how will ALSOVEREIGN react sa pinanggagawa nila sa mapa? Are they gonna be fast to adjust or are they gonna be doing the exact same thing as well na they're just trying to throw everything at the problem, pare?
Okay. So talk to me like somebody na bagong pasok lang sa Crossfire, right? In a map like Black Widow where yung global risk yung para magiging start the show, what should I expect from on the other side yung Blacklist? Ano yung mababato mo sa mga first few seconds of the round?
Probably try to get mid control dito, pare. Maybe a bit of a stage fight at the start of the round before the smoke does engulf itong double doors natin. Maybe something from Catwalk B, but I mean, hasn't it being allowed this deep already sa start ng game natin with Lexpra actually down to half HP, as in it has to be careful. Sua will get taken down. Walang trade nasa kanya dito sa short as it is a 2-2 defense, pero nandito na si Aldrets to try and see if he can get something back dito sa A side.
Bilis na bilis no? Mid split off. And again, you're talking about that mid control. And slowly, nagkakaroon na ng progress ang AL as Kara is gonna get that 1-for-1. The double up setup again. Lexpra with the utility to try to keep themselves planted doon sa my terrace and long A position. This is the thing about trying to double commit. Sometimes that also opens yourself up sa open space ng mapa, and that's where the sniper of ALSOVEREIGN, yun yung magiging ruta niya para makapasok or possibly try to get some presence and progress made doon sa may A site itself as they now flash on through. They make a lot of noise doon sa may short just to buy a little bit more time to get the 1 minute mark running.
Yeah, B site. O, ito na yung kukunin dito ng ALSOVEREIGN. Azenit at Jeloy magkasama dito. Azenit actually going back into that mid position. HE nade dilipad papunta kay Jeloy. Pero inisip niya pa na is this gonna be a full B site execute? Wala siya kahit ni isang nakitang player dito sa HP. Only a nade was actually thrown. Pero si Azenit mag-iimbestiga sa mid and good shot galing kay Franz. Also getting itong si Jeloy. And all of a sudden, despite Vengeance ang unang nakakuha ng pick dito, sila pa nga ang posibleng matalo. Franz with a good shot. Franz with another one. Grabe ka naman, pare. 1-0. ALSOVEREIGN with a resounding entrance dito sa game natin, especially galing dito kay Franz with a 4K gamit ng kanyang sniper.
Sobrang linis. And how often mo may expect yung sniper na mag-lurk all the way towards that mid side. Very well done para kay Franz. Talagang na-surprise niya lahat ng Vengeance na magpipeak sa kanya. And they were even thinking about it. They were doing a good job of trying to assess yung situation. They knew that there was somebody na nasa loob na mid doors. They tried to peek him off. And despite the numbers, talagang nakuha niya ang lahat ng nag-a-attempt na mapatay sa kanya. So despite Vengeance starting strong with that first pick-off, the adaptation from the Blacklist side has been instrumental in getting yung first round win on the board. So it will be slow tempo this time para sa ALSOVEREIGN as they now leave tong si Franz na mag-lurk na ulit inside the mapang yon. A good nade to try to get some chip damage done. 71 HP. Agad tong si Franz as Azenit also eats a bit of chip damage then sa kabilang side ng mapa as they try to flash him off, but still throw lang sila ng util on each other to try to buy a bit of time, a couple of seconds to try to play off their default positions.
Yeah, so nakapatong lang dito sa train. Di kita yung kanyang paa. Azenit could have peeked that a bit better, pare, but he gets his head taken off. Sua probably spotted with his feet finally stepping, pero si Kara pala ang nakapatong dito. Sua now on the stairs position. Good cover galing kay Kara. Sua gets to live another day, pero si Jelan nakapush na papasok ng side. Jeloy trying to get out of the window A position. Sua another one para sa kanya dito. Can he get the third? Yun lang, di niya makukuha. Lexpra with his own double kill. Aldrets na lang natitira, missing the first sniper shot. Ooh. Lexpra challenges again, pero not the best idea considering C4 nahulog dito sa short. So, meron ng information si Franz kung nasan si Alretz dito. Alretz, fully aware na pwede siya lumabas dito sa window A, pero si Alretz mag-aares na lang instead. He probably knows na nasa short ang C4. Pistol is out. Franz jumping a bit too recklessly dito sa A site natin as VNG, they get their first round this time.
Grabe, yung adaptation ni Alretz in that 1v2 spots out the first player na try pa lang na pumasok from that ramp side. And again, it's the slow tempo that Sovereign were trying to pace them off of each other. Unfortunate kasi na pick off na agad tong si Franz after very huge picks nga naman, diba? But it's not enough at the end of the day. A lot of damage done kay RYA, and it's gonna be still that 5v5 where Jelloy actually has a comfortable position pero si Azenit ang unang makakuha ng first blood dito.
Good for shotgun dito kay Azenit. Huge pick off to take out itong si Jellan immediately as Jelloy makes his way back pabalik nga dito ng A-site natin. As gustong kunin ng short or gustong kunin ng ALSOVEREIGN itong short position natin. Jelloy waiting for that swing galing kay Rhea. Rhea already down to low HP. Spotted. Pre-fire gonna go through. Pero si Rhea pa nga makakuha kay Jelloy dito. 4 versus 4. 1 HP si Rhea. Can be offered as an entry para sa kanyang team if ever. Pero mapapabalik ng ALSOVEREIGN dito. There's plenty of time para maglaro ng round dito, pare.
And despite na napaka-low on HP, and then ng mga players ng ALSOVEREIGN try to play him for the entry frag, pero pwede din kasing makakuha ng clutch to. He is a very talented player in his own right, but he has to be careful with his low HP disadvantage. Shisua din, you could say the same for him, pero napakalaking difference is the weapon na hinahawakan niya dito. He's on top, but Franz, he's not going to be able to hit the shot despite him having info dito kay Sua. Meron pa rin big presence ng si RYA, and definitely is the perfect person to look around the shadows. Kara is even privy to it, pero long A. Doon palang bang gagaling ang ALSOVEREIGN. They're gonna try to pressure down si Kara, but he will get himself that 1, 2, 3 para dito sa Vengeance so far. It's all coming down to Franz. He was one of the pivotal players sa mga early rounds natin, pero it's a 1v4, 20 seconds, and not even having the C4. A bit of an impossible task, pero at least nakuha niya itong si Alretz.
Yeah, good start to the possible clutch. Pero Sua, tamang spam lang ng Kraus dito sa may hagdan natin as he's fully blinded out in the open. Still getting si Sua actually as it na lang makakatapos dito, and VNG another round on the board para sa kanila dito. I mean, it's nothing too complicated para dito sa VNG. They just held on for dear life dito sa site natin, and ALSOVEREIGN just failing na kumuha ng map control, pero Azenit finally getting punished sa pag-akit na ng rampa papunta dito na CB, and VNG naman yung may disadvantage papasok ng round na to.
Nako. Not gonna be looking good despite Azenit and his impact from the previous round. Talagang na-pick off pa nga agad. Tamang-tama lamang para maka-seek pa ng momentum yung ALSOVEREIGN as they now fight for ES. Scope on in tong si Franz. He really wants to take the aggressive fight. Same could be said for Kara, but Alretz finally gets himself that 1-for-1. Patay na agad. Kasi sa mga napaka-importanting players, kaya kailangan ibigay ni Jello yung sight para ma-play for the retake this time. They also have some control over the long-range angles. Raya also thinking about playing for that window spot, pero by the end of it, they still have control dito sa may B-site.
Yeah, wag na nalang labanan yung doors dito. It's not really a good idea, but what's not a good idea as well na nasa side ng ALSOVEREIGN, masyado madaming players na commit dito sa House B. There should be someone watching their behind. Very, very deep dito sa waters, pero flash grenade papasok na nga dito. Nakita nila nasa taas si Lexpra. Lexpra going down. Raya with a good cover, pero Jellan with a good double kill on the AK. Sun will get itong si Alretz. And ayun na nga, ALSOVEREIGN fighting back dito sa game natin. It's very nice to see.
Super close. Too close for comfort para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, but they made it. Despite the first pick-off dito kay Franz, they already got the site itself at nahihirapan pa sa post-plant. Retake scenario ang Vengeance. Possibly because of the double setup, pero also might be because of how well they're able to control yung doors at saka yung window from that side of the map. It is gonna be a 2-2 Raya. Sama na din sa long A. Lots of damage done kay Son all the way from short. Papasok na ulit yung entry fragger. But it will be Jelloy with that wallbang. Flash coming through, perfectly blind. Pero at the end of it, it's a 3v3. Vengeance holding strong until it will be Lextra and Jelan doing all their best work. It's all coming down to Kara. He has to go on in, pero yun nga lang, that Alm's not gonna save him. There will be another round para sa ALSOVEREIGN. A hectic round at that, pero they got the job done.
Grabe, ALSOVEREIGN fighting back dito sa game natin. Really good A-split sa nakita natin. Insta headshot on the A players as well. I mean, not much you can do kung kayo yung VNG dito with that amount of players already crawling dito sa A site. But still, round is around para dito sa AL. Vengeance now playing a lot more safer of a defense. Si Jelloy mag-aantay na lang ng information galing dito kay Azenit on those jumps. Pero kalmado lang yung both sides dito. Actually, VNG, a lot more passive than their usual pace na nakikita ko galing sa kanila. A lot less willing kumuha ng map control galing dito sa ALSOVEREIGN. But I can't blame them, no? Looking at what happened dito sa mga rounds na nananalo dito ALSOVEREIGN, it's always their mistake. Pero Alred's gonna go down immediately. Jelloy na, 1 ng 2. Jelloy going down as well. 3 versus 3. Meron pang lalabas dito sa pinto, pero meron din lumalaban sa likod. France will get tagged up thanks to Azenit. Pero hindi pa sila nakaka-cross pa loob ng site. Rhea peeking instead. Azenit getting that kill. Very important. Full HP dun si Rhea. Naging 2v3 pa nga at meron pang flank na mangyayari. Son is stuck.
And France is also in a lot of trouble. Low on HP pa nga. Wala pang bomba para dito kay Son, so they have to claim it. Possibly with a sacrifice. And that's something that they have to consider. But Son's also down. It's a 1v3. Ipit na ipit si France. At patay na patay. Parang sa retake at saka sa defense ng Vengeance, you're slowly seeing the bigger picture ngayon, Sneaky. Talagang ang pareho nating kupunan ay hindi magpapabigay lamang ng mga rounds. Ipit na ipit ang pareho. At mukhang si Kara pa nga ang unang kukuha para sa Vengeance.
Yeah, equally match game between yung dalawang teams natin. Kara, the first pick on the board dito kay Lexpra. Raya, obviously trying to get some space dito sa BS. Son distracting. Suwa not expecting the second swing galing dito kay Raya. Pero hindi pa nila kailangan i-push itong A side. They still don't have to commit. It's an even 4v4. They can slow down, let Vengeance split up between yung mga sides natin dito, and then figure it out from there. And that is exactly what's gonna happen. Si Jelan lang siguro gonna try to find an odd head na lalabas galing dito sa short.
C4 picked up by Son ngayon. Ooh. Let's face it, it's good impact coming through. And the first opening pick ng Vengeance is ngayon medyo kalmado muna tayo, no? Medyo nagiging hectic sa pagdating sa mga executes natin for the side of ALSOVEREIGN. Where fighting off against Vengeance, they've been putting themselves in the trap position, the trap place na nasa setup ng GR so far. Sometimes crossfire, sometimes bait and switch. Ngayon, relying on Kara to take that kill with that EWM, pero still with a lot of time to work with ALSOVEREIGN. They don't really need to rush into a decision right now, lalo na magkakalapit lamang yung mga players ng Vengeance sa both sides of the map.
I would wish na France would actually join itong si Jelan to try and open up itong A site. I mean, granted it's a hard angle to clear, but if you do pre-aim at the right time and are just slightly faster dito, you can take out si Alreds in his position. Pero si Kara rather, nasa loob ng truck. Pero napahulog pa nga dito si Jelan. So to 3 versus 3, shots are ringing through. Sun will get itong si Alreds. Azenit at Jelloy confused. Saan ba talaga yung plant? A ba talaga to or B? Pero na-realize na ni Jelloy at ni Azenit that it is gonna be a B site plant. Alam nila si Ryan na andito pa sa likod. Presence galing dito sa RS. Out in the open. Does go down. Azenit piso na lang dito. Jelloy nakababa. Somehow, may paloob ng site. Quick scope galing kay France. 1 HP si Azenit. 1 shot galing sa Colt. Kahit katawan at matatabaan dito ni France. 4 and 3. AL now in the lead dito sa kanilang BL side.
Ganda ng discipline, ganda ng communication. The fake all the way doon sa A site. Nag-call na rotate ang Vengeance. Pero nung naging open pa nga yung B site doon pa nakapag-plantong si Son. And again, long A being focused up upon Azenit. He doesn't have to be a little too aggressive, pero si France pa rin Ang una makakapatay, that Colt being a big nuisance for him, and another shot from the pistol yet again. Vengeance and ALSOVEREIGN are throwing everything at the kitchen sink. Pero si Son mukhang ibabato niya yung sarili niya papunta sa Vengeance right now. Jelloy with another shot, a double coming through para sa anchors ng A site. It's all falling apart for them. It's all falling down to France, who does hit a quick scope papunta kay Jelloy. This is not looking good though.
Maybe committing too hard on the hit, not realizing they're taking too much damage pagdating nila dito na rampa. Pero si France cannot underestimate yung sniper dito ng AL. He's been doing amazing so far. 14 and 5. Carrying the brunt of the kills para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN. Pero Alrets, nakatutok na nga dito sa spawn. All the way into long alley. And stuck na dito si France. Good swing actually. France gets away, man. He does have slight information na yung sniper, or at least one of the snipers dito ng Vengeance ay nasa kanyang likod. So wala siyang choice kundi labanan dito si Sua. Sua spotted yung kanyang ulo dito. Sua trying to reposition his way up those stairs. Nade's gonna ring true. Pero hindi pa nagpupush yung likod dito na Vengeance. Not just yet. They really are respecting yung sniper dito ni France and his capabilities. As he does reload, kanyang Colt is gonna probably look for a kill dito kay Alrets. Pero Alrets with a better position. 4 and 4. VNG and AL. Back and forth yung kanilang game dito, pare.
And it's one of those rounds kung saan yung utility, yung kung ano yung naging difference dito so far as Kara. I think it was that mid-push or that very slight peek doon sa may window. Nakapatay dito kay France. That is an off shot. And Jello picking up another Lextra. Makes it 2 for 1. And Vengeance slowly crawling in towards the side itself. It will be Raya with that spray down sa EC player. Alright, has to back off, retreat for now. Balik sa A site lalo na. At lumalaban pa rin ang ALSOVEREIGN despite them having the numbers disadvantage.
Bit of a short take para dito sa Vengeance. Raya does go down thanks to yung sniper dito ni Kara. Bit of a one-way right on top of the thin part of the smoke. So si Sun at si Lexpra na lang natitira dito. Jelloy nakaupo pa rin sa loob ng A-site. Not showing himself, just hiding dito sa train, standing on top of one of the spikes para hindi kita yung kanyang paa dito. And Sun, Lexpra having no idea pero i-check to ni Sun 100%. Jelloy predictable position. Pero yun nga lang, si Jelloy pala yung mauuna doon. Lexpra stuck in the middle of nowhere. C4 down dito sa A-site. Having to navigate his way through out of all the players. Pero spotted na agad sa dito ni Kara. Kara with the pistol out and is gonna end his life with a headshot. 5-4. Vengeance with a 1-point lead bago mag-turn yung half natin.
Nakaka-impact frag si Kara to start with that sniper. And even challenging tong si France na, let's face it, he really has been pulling his leg up so far sa naging efforts ng ALSOVEREIGN right now. So a huge pick to get to them kapag una siyang napapatay. And because they also separate each other, putting all their focus, all their trust dito kay Jelloy to hold things down, eh mas nagiging matinag yung naging depensa nila sa iba pang parte ng mapa. So a good global risk side para sa Vengeance to start with. And then the 5-4, talagang yun yung hinahanap nyo ngayon. As we're back into the commitment on House B this time around para sa Vengeance.
B-hit is gonna be the way to go para dito sa VNG. Lexpra, nasa loob ng kabao. Good first headshot dito kay Azenit. Can he get Kara? No, he cannot. Sun trying to get the trade going, pero Kara with a double kill. France nasa loob ng bintana pero wala na siya magagawa dito. C4 is down. Malapit sa door B though, so definitely still takeable. But a good shot galing kay France. Puts the tides back in the favor ng AL. Jelan getting itong si Sua. Last one left alive is si Alrets with the sniper. Pero yung C4 nasa loob ng site. This is a very difficult task para ibalik.
Sobrang hirap no? Kailangang isolate, kailangang hanapin itong si France first since he is holding yung sniper ngayon. Naririnig niya yung footsteps. But that's also because they want to get yung information muna. Econ in, Alrets solo on HP. It doesn't matter kasi na-hit na yung shot kay Jella and it's a 1v1. Up versus up! Alrets para sa Vengeance! A 6-4 to start with sa B-hit natin. ALSOVEREIGN thought they had it in their bag. Napakalayo ng C4 para kay Alrets this time. Pero sinabi niya, trust the process.
Yeah, it's been a great game para dito kay Aldrich Cara at kay Jeloy. Suwan Azanet plugging the holes in their defense and their offense at the same time. Pero VNG, it is their map pick. It is their time to wake up. BL is where they operate the best. Pero titignan natin, ALSOVEREIGN, maybe have some tricks up their sleeve pagdating sa mapa ng Black Widow, especially pagdating dito sa depensa. Pero wala pa naman nangyayari. Azanet not taking points just yet on any part of the map. Pero wala yata siya mahanap since yung depensa naman ng AL dito is very, very peeled back, pare.
An adaptation now, 4-1 setup, mid, full control, leaving tong si Cara to make some space for himself. Azanet starting strong, very good spray down as he even get the double kill. Sobrang init na laban papunta doon sa loob ng mid, but at the end of it, Cara and Jelan, they make the most out of the push, especially for Vengeance right now. We will get that definitely round needed win so far para dito sa Vengeance right now, 7-4. ALSOVEREIGN gonna have to reconsider their options now as they don't want to be passive anymore. That's why you see two people come up onto the mid side ngayon.
Yeah, I mean, a 3-point lead is hard to ignore kung kaya yung ALSOVEREIGN dito, but you're just gonna have to keep locked in, especially itong si Franz who's been doing most of the work para sa kanyang team. The other teammates have to step up as well. Granted, may mga good rounds naman dito si Riason, Lexpra, and si Jelan. It's been clutches mostly in the way dito ni Franz has been doing most of the work. So let us see. Franz very confident sa kanyang pag-peak ng window spawn. Pero mapapabalik na lang knowing na it is quite dangerous to re-peak yung frame. Pero uy, Franz, yun ang kaya sinasabi ko, he has actually stayed dito sa mid position, but Jelan maybe a bit too excited, pare. It would have been nice if he just played yung 5v4, pero gusto niya yata hanapin yung mas malaking prize dito. Pero Franz getting itong si Suwa this time. Grabe naman si Franz. He's really giving it to VNG, pare.
17-9 right now. Talagang alam mong activated na kanina pa itong si Franz at mukhang hindi pa tapos ang magiging impact na dito sa susunod na round as it's gonna be a 3v4. 1 minute on the clock. They have to make the decision as fast as possible. Smoke coming down as well dito sa may long A para makapag-slide sila all the way towards that A site. Si Cara nakapasok na ulit. Raya gonna get that first opening pick off. Cara with the spray down, but it will be Raya and France denying them from ever even getting space doon sa loob ng A site. 7-5. As big of a fight that you're looking for, especially on the global risk side. ALSOVEREIGN are doing a good job so far. Riding on Francis coattails ngayon. 18 kills so far, and Raya gonna get countered immediately as I say that.
Yun lang, Raya trying to put on the pressure dito sa LA, trying to prevent VNG from getting early control dito sa terrace. Pero siya pa kayo madadamay doon. Sniper already at the corner. And not the best start para dito sa AL. Once again, they're gonna have to risk one part of the map na meron lang isang player na nakabantay. Busy dito si Franz in trying to get anything, any pick-off na kaya nilang kunin sa mid. Pero wala pa. PNG with some very, very nice patience galing sa kanila dito, trying to draw out anyone to push para sa ALSOVEREIGN dito, pare.
Just bit of a double setup yet again. They even find tong si Raya who, let's face it, he has been kind of instrumental when it comes to the double setups ngayon, mga kaibigan, as Aldrich does eventually elevate the lead so far, especially since napatay niya tong si Franz who is instrumental ngayon sa mga panalo ng ALSOVEREIGN as it's going back in towards the mid side yet again. Aldrich has to be careful, does expect tong si Son to peek into the mid side. A big punish and a good opening papunta dito sa EC. As they not try to fight up tong si Lex Pro, also gets taken out by Aldrich ngayon. 1 minute, very easy red carpet papunta sa A site. Nag-iisa na lang si Jelan at nag-iisa lang siyang mamamatay kay Azanet. It will be Vengeance claiming yung 8th round win nila dito. Slowly whittling down yung ALSOVEREIGN and slowly also gaining their momentum against a team that is relying upon those first opening picks.
And I think teams are probably gonna go into a DR, judging from yung kanilang body language dito. Pero Ayun nga, VNG. Obviously, I wouldn't say dominating no dito sa game na to. I feel like yung mga All Sovereign, they have a lot of really close calls pagdating sa mga rounds natin. But then, yun nga, VNG, once it came to dito sa kanilang PL side, and obviously a lot more comfortable no pagdating sa side na mapa na yun, taking over dito sa game natin. And only 2 points away from getting itong map number 1 and going into compound, which is also a map that I expect na VNG would do good on, considering na they have played that map multiple times dito sa last season. So hopefully, the experience also comes dito sa games natin.
Hopefully, man. I mean, it's gonna have to come up clutch right now, pero you see the difference right now in terms of the cohesiveness from everybody across the board dito sa Vengeance right now. You can tell na matagal na sila naglalaro with each other, and ALSOVEREIGN is just putting on one heck of a show para dito kay France ngayon, which honestly that doesn't really even mean that it's a one-man show, pero that support really has to be elevated and really has to be improved sa habang tumatagal yung Black Widow game natin. Possibly also could translate into the second set then pagkatapos nito. So a lot of issues na kailangan nating i-work out, katulad din ng technical issue natin ngayon. So hopefully maayos natin siya agad kasi it's a client error dito sa ating game. So sana naman ay nakapag-water na kayo, mga tropa. Sana ay nag-enjoy kayo dito sa pinakaunang live ng Cfs Ph Impact 2025 Summer Edition. Talagang it's been one heck of a day, Sticky Frog. We've had all 3 sets from that first set at ngayon parang medyo dikit siya, although medyo may difference din in terms of what we're seeing sa parehong teams natin.
Yeah, and just like how I said, man, yung Black Widow talaga is one of those maps that really is hard to beat. Kung kalaban nyo kaya Vengeance dito, I think even in the last season, despite yung record dito na Vengeance, any team that picked itong Black Widow against itong VNG really had a hard time trying to beat them in their home turf. So, yun nga, also over and they have their work cut out for them para makabalik nga dito sa game natin. And the fact na yung ginagawa dito na Vengeance, they're also mixing the pace up dito sa mapa natin. They're not just going quick every single round. Obviously, they're taking their time. Pag kukuha sila ng pick, meron sila map control. And it's a lot more methodical na type ng Vengeance ang nakikita natin this season, pare.
Yeah. So, hopefully they do actually keep this momentum going. They're on their way na matapos na agad yung first set natin dito on that Black Widow map. But for ALSOVEREIGN, let's kalimutan muna natin si France dito, kasi really, siya yung pinaka-obvious na pwede natin mapag-usapan throughout the live. I think for ALSOVEREIGN side, I think we've seen like yung potential na nakita natin from yung duo na si Lexprat at si Jellan. Sometimes they're duo, sometimes they're also playing together. You also saw some good performances din kay Son kapag nung nag-start tayo dun sa blacklist side niya, mukhang side swap def siguro, no? Siguro hindi sila nagiging komportable now that nagsimula na ngayon sa kabilang side yung Vengeance ngayon. You think it is really that, or do you think it's another reason kung bakit parang naglalag behind na yung performance ng ALSOVEREIGN ngayon, Siki?
Could be the inexperience as well, pare. Para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, man, just like how I said, they're one of the newer teams dito sa Impact tournament natin. Obviously, some of yung other players dito, granted, hindi nga sila nakapasok ng Impact. I think veterans nga yung Vengeance. I think they're very well-known name within yung local crossfire scene nga dito, pare. And ayun nga, from what I can gather, galing nga dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, no, thanks to the people in the chat kanina, na yes, they are a team actually galing dito sa Davao, which we don't really see often. I think last time na nakita natin yung merong fully fledged team na galing nga dito sa Davao was Herbie Gaming team in that last season ng Impact. So gonna be very interesting to see what the Davaoenos are cooking this time with this squadron, pare.
Yeah, so I also think that this is also a good time para kumain muna tayo ng durian habang inaayos pa namin yung technical issues dito on our side of this broadcast. So mag-short break lang muna kami. Hindi kami aalis. Siyempre magbabalik ang Cfs Ph Impact Summer 2025. At nagbabalik na tayo sa Impact Summer 2025. Hindi tatapos yung laban. Hindi ba katapos yung first set natin? It's still Vengeance versus ALSOVEREIGN. At in the middle pa lang tayo ng second half natin. So kung excited na kayo na matapos to, huwag kayong mag-alala. Kami din. Alam namin na there is a slight difference in terms of the cohesiveness. Medyo pwede pang may potential into a comeback. Lalo na ang ALSOVEREIGN ay may konting panahon para makapag-usap-usap, but maybe it's a little too late, maybe it isn't. Sa tingin mo ba, Sneaky?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite a break to have. Bit of time has already passed, but may opportunity nga dito yung ALSOVEREIGN na makabalik dito sa game natin. I mean, on that momentum na nakuha ng Vengeance kanina, kind of lost a bit. So, let's see, man, if they can capitalize. Pero fully knowing yung Vengeance, I mean, PL side na sila dito. They probably are looking back sa nangyari dito sa first half, trying to fix what they did wrong, no? So, hopefully, we do see that from both sides. I'm just hoping na, we just get a bit of a closer game, no? Since it is Black Widow, which is a pretty good map para dito sa Vengeance. But at the same time, it's a pretty comebackable map para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, knowing yung variance ng mapa natin dito.
Yeah. So, I think it's also timely na medyo nagkakaayos-ayos na yung things on our end at saka yung things dito pa lang sa ating broadcast. So I hope you guys are having a good time. Shoutout nga pala sa mga OG viewers natin nung nag-start yung broadcast ay naandito pa rin. At kung nag-excited kayo na kung ano yung mangyayari dito sa ating magiging second match, i-comment nyo below kung sino sa tingin nyo yung mananalo. Ang Vengeance are up 2 rounds ahead dito against ALSOVEREIGN. At kung makakabawi nga ba ang ALSOVEREIGN ngayon, that's a big question to watch out for the result. Kaya kung makakasuporta pa si France dito for I believe yung kanilang side, it will be easier on him, lalo na since he's been a very interesting sniper to watch out for, no? Nung nagtatagal yung laban, parang nagiging consistent yung shots, pero pagkatapos ng isang clutch na ginawa ni Aldrich, I think everything just kept falling apart. Do you think it's a mental thing, or are there other factors sa kung bakit parang nagka-crumble na yung ALSOVEREIGN?
I feel like hindi lang sila sanay sa pinagagawa ng Vengeance pagdating nga dito sa kanilang BL. I feel like mixing up the pace from time to time. Minsan may mabilis na strats, minsan may mabagal. Aldrich also kind of giving itong si Franz a hard time despite him having the most frags sa buong server natin. No? It really is a matter of, can you remove itong si Franz early from the equation, and how can the rest of the squad defend, no? Pag wala yung kanilang star sniper dito sa kanilang team. So, gonna be very interesting to see kung paano nga tatapusin ng Vengeance potentially ang mapa na to, or is it gonna be ALSOVEREIGN? Maybe some of the other players stepping up to the plate. Maybe nga Jelan can do something to try and see if he can get back dito sa laruan. Pero yun nga, no, Vengeance with 3 players doing very, very good dito sa mapa natin, it's gonna be a very tough task for the ALSOVEREIGN boys para makabalik nga dito sa game on natin.
That's true. So, if it's Vengeance or ang ALSOVEREIGN, comment naman below nyo kung sino yung team na sinusuportahan nyo ngayon. Very quickly, thank you so much sa suporta ng Crossfire community. Kung hindi dahil sa community natin ay hindi tayo magkakaroon ng impact, hindi tayo magkakaroon ng napaka-lively na roadmap para sa ating 2025 esports calendar. So thank you so much kasi kayo yung nagbigay sa amin ng trabaho, at saka kayo din ang nagbigay ng napagandang opportunities para sa mga players natin dito sa Impact at saka sa Masters as well. So it's a fun time overall for Crossfire. As of late, we just finished yung ACL, which honestly, despite the results, I really believe that Arcilia at saka Ubek Maniac have made us very proud, especially for the latter kasi nakaabot sila ng semifinals. They were this close at tatalo pa sila ng eventual winner. So what's more to like nga naman sa run ng Ubek Maniac, diba? Parang last year's run lang sila doon sa Crossfire Stars last year.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I think losing to the eventual champions isn't too bad para dito sa Arcilia. I think they really just bumped into the best opponent that they can dun nga sa start ng bracket. Ubek Maniac, obviously very impressive ang ginawa nila against KZ with a 2-0 sweep, considering it is yung first seed in China, and I feel like KZ somewhat underestimated itong Ubek Maniac and they paid dearly for it. Para naman sa second series nila sa semis, didn't do too bad, took a map off of an evolution power, and almost made it dito sa ating grand final. So it should have been very, very nice. But in that tournament, man, Baisha was just really unstoppable na wala talaga makakapigil sa kanila. I mean, N9 and itong si Xiao really got back into form and immediately just started fragging like it was 2023. So, ayun nga, no, very impressive from what we've shown. Galing nga dito sa Baisha, and hopefully we do see more, no, as the year does go on, possibly rolling around itong EWC, which is gonna be very exciting considering yun nga, no, that's the top teams fighting in another international tournament again, which is middle of the year naman. We don't have to wait till the end of it.
No, hindi naman natin kailangan magmadali, diba? Slow and steady lang tayo. Lalo ang dami nating qualifiers, ang dami nating opportunities para makapasok nga naman doon sa EWC. Just to remind everybody, talagang no joke yung mga tournaments na meron tayo dito sa roadmap natin. Kahit dito sa Impact, if hindi ka nakapag-qualify sa Masters, ito yung chance para magkaroon ng spotlight yung team ninyo. Kung deserving nga pala kayo dun sa play-ins ng regional finals para makapasok kayo sa path all the way towards Crossfire Stars ngayon. So, I think there's an opportunity para sa kahit sino this year na makapag-win big. You can make an argument for everybody on the top 5. You could say that now that EVOS Esports have picked up yung RCN Esports roster, baka na-buff na sila dahil maganda na yung environment, meron ng suporta yung roster nila, possibly a bootcamp as well. At saka supported yung mga players. You could say that Ubek Maniac, because they've had back-to-back international appearances, they're getting better every single time that we see them. There's also a case for Pacific Macta. At one point, has been very ever-present sa lahat ng mga naging international tournaments natin up until last year. So, it's open season talaga para dito sa year of Crossfire PH, and I'm just excited para malaman kung sino naman ang magiging top dogs natin ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everyone really trying to replicate yung magic ng Ubek Maniac dito, no? Everyone gathering their young team from their own respective region. Veteran coach na pwede nila ilagay as well. We do see some of these young teams participating dito sa Impact. And a good example is itong ALSOVEREIGN. And I feel like itong ALSOVEREIGN, they have been around for a while, possibly playing second fiddle. Kalaban nila yung Herbie Gaming team as the best team in Davao, and then now with Herbie Gaming team going their separate ways. Obviously si Nomad napunta sa Fervid GT to play in Masters, and sina Nikong going to Team Acceptance. So there's an open slot dito sa Davao to take that number 1 spot on being the best team in the region, pare. And I'm looking forward to ALSOVEREIGN and their further improvement dito sa tournament natin. I can already see they've already found themselves a hell of a sniper, pare. But I'm waiting to see what the rest of the squad can do dito sa series natin. I mean, even if they lose, it's still a learning experience, if ever.
Yeah, like worst case scenario, matalo sila tapos end of the world, diba? Hindi. Kasi first week, first day pa lang at may time pa sila para makapag-improve. Remember, yung format natin mga kaibigan, it is a single round robin. So matalo sila ngayon, syempre may mga iba pang mga games para makapag-improve sila. May time sila para makapag-VOD review. May time sila para ma-analyze kung ano yung mga naging mali. Which honestly speaking, is just the communication and how they position themselves para masuportahan yung isa't isa dito, making it look like a one-man show para sa kanila. At baka naman magbago yon habang tumatagal ang Impact Summer ngayon. Which, for Vengeance, on the other side naman, I think they're looking pretty pristine naman. I wouldn't say it's absolutely perfect kasi may mga times na nakakasikot nga ng mga timings ang ALSOVEREIGN, at may mga times din na nakakapanalo pa rin sila when they do get the initial executes going, but they're not as consistent na para ma-secure nila yung mas maraming panalo against Vengeance. So, may konting room for improvement. Parang hindi nga konti lang So, kaya may time tayo para makapag-improve dito.
Yeah, and I feel like itong Vengeance, they're still recovering possibly from their recent roster change with si Kid from Hell now not in Vengeance anymore. Now he's in Sunday Shrooms on the exact same league. Obviously, Kid from Hell, a freaking hell of a player, pare. Already seen him dun sa Masters, or already seen him dun sa regionals, and already saw him dun sa with Vanguard back in the day. Na he really did well, no? He really did well for his small stint dun sa team na yun. Obviously, went back to Vengeance. Didn't work out for some of the other tournaments. Workout naman para sa iba, but now this is a post Kid from Hell era, no? Galing dito sa Vengeance. Yung tanong na lang talaga, can they operate without their star rifler? Obviously, as it leading the charge para sa kanyang team. Team is looking pretty disciplined. Granted, may mga spots na they can do better in, no? But I feel like, these new players na kinuha nila dito naman sa Vengeance have been doing pretty well, no? It's just, can they keep themselves under control, no? Can they, paano ba sabihin to? Can they not overextend? Can they not overplay yung kanilang hand? Kasi nasa kanila na yung lead, pare. And if they mess up from here, it's a slippery slope down, pare.
Totoo. At mas mahihirapan talaga sila makapag-combat dito. So, just an update mga kaibigan, we're still working through this technical issue. Pero habang ganun, mag-usap-usap po na tayo. Comment down below kung sa tingin nyo ang Vengeance ang mananalo or ang ALSOVEREIGN. Suporta ba tayo sa underdog ng ALSOVEREIGN right now with France leading the charge? Or will it be Vengeance, their cohesiveness as a team at yung pagka-all-around ng lahat ng mga players natin across the board? Will that be the case for them? Malalaman natin yan pagbalik natin dito sa game. Pero konting patience lang tayo dito, mga tropa. Kasi syempre gusto namin mga 100% yung mga naglalaro dito sa lobby. At rest assured, makakabalik tayo agad kapag nagbigay na ng go signal si Direk. At ayun. So before ang lahat, gusto ko lang makapag-open up ng topic na medyo out of place siya, pero gusto ko lang makamusta. Galing ka bang Boracay, Sneaky Frog? Kasi nakita ko sa comments baka mukha kang galing Boracay.
I wish, man. I really wish. I haven't taken a vacation yet this year, actually. Yun nga, this is probably the best outfit I could pull. Kasi sobrang init talaga ngayon, man.
Galing.
I don't know how to describe the heat, man. It's crawling in your skin yung init ngayon. And yeah, just, try to get something tropical, pare. Try to do something.
Medyo opposite nga no? Ako pa nag-jacket, sobrang init pa nga dito. I think it's like 27, 28 degrees Celsius dito, wherever I live. Parang slight adaptation, nagbukas ako ng aircon. And I think that's more than enough. I think sa init na ganito, ay may time tayo para mag-chill at sana okay naman yung mga players natin over at both sides of the team. So sorry pala sa mga delays, chat. Medyo we're working hard 100% para makabalik tayo sa game. Pero yun lang, konting patience lang, konting pasensya lamang dito on our side. We're still trying our best para makapag-connect tayo as soon as possible. Syempre, it's also a good time para makapag-drink kayo ng water. I know that we both actually need some water right now, pero mas lalo na sa inyo, stay hydrated lang tayo dito, mga tropa.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not on us na the game is actually not starting just yet. No, we're still waiting for the teams to actually get ready, and you can press that start when all 10 players are ready. No, so yun yung inaantay namin at this very moment. Pero yun nga, I mean, AL still hopefully can get back into the game. Maybe we see something else galing sa mga ibang mga players dito. Not just itong si France and Vengeance naman. Is this gonna be finally the time where? Is it time for 1, 2, 3 Vengeance? Maybe in the top 4, pare. Still kind of depends. I don't know, man.
Improvement? Maybe too early to say, pero it's a good start para sa Vengeance ngayon. Pero it's kind of too early to tell nga din naman, as close as the game as it is. Parang medyo nagiging safe bet yung masasabi natin na Vengeance is doing good job as a team. But it's also kind of nice to see na meron pa rin taong nagsa-step up para sa ALSOVEREIGN. So, ang konting communication lang, konting ayos lang dito sa mga rotation timings at saka sa kung kailan sila maglo-lurk. I think I remember Raya also making a lot of impact with the lurk timings as well over to the side of ALSOVEREIGN. So, may tsansa talaga. I just think that after that clutch given by Alrets and also some good shots as well from Kara, from Jeloy, who has been the rightful duo for the Vengeance side, nalalason talaga sila agad.
For sure. And I'm just curious about itong map number 2 natin, pare. What could happen? I think yung map 2 natin is Compound, if I'm not mistaken. Pinili nga yun ng ALSOVEREIGN. And yun nga, Vengeance, they also have experience pagdating sa mapa ng Compound. And yun nga, sa nakita natin kanina, if you do just play standard, get the right picks at the right time, then yun nga, maybe that could be a VNG 2-0 na hinahanap nila dito. But at the same time, ALSOVEREIGN, since they are gonna be picking yung mapa natin dito, then they're gonna be starting most likely dito sa BL side, and hopefully yun nga, maybe they can surprise us sa first half pa lang ng Compound kagaya na nakita natin kanina in that first series.
Okay. Edi, kalimutan muna natin na nasa Black Widow tayo ngayon. Pero remember mo yung kung paano naging performance ng parehong teams natin. Do you think with how close as it is, will it be the same story pagdating tayo sa compound, pare?
Compound? Not sure if it's gonna be the same story, no? Feeling ko makakabawi pa naman yung All-Sovereign depending talaga kung ano mangyayari sa first half. And that's why, kagaya sinabi ko kanina, they really need to take itong Black Widow map on their own kasi ayun nga, it's gonna be a rough start para sa kanila dito unless may malaking pagkakamali ngayon mangyayari dito sa Vengeance on their GR side, and then ayun nga, kinda depends on how good the defense is or the offense is para nga dito sa All-Sovereign squad natin.
True. Talagang a lot of things to consider pagdating dito sa ating susunod na game, sa susunod nating pagpasok muli sa ating Black Widow side. And since you mentioned that it could be different pagdating dito sa ating compound map, but we got an update. Looks like nag-aayos na tayo papunta dito sa ating next game. Munting-konting wait na lang. So we're gonna go back into round 15 of this Black Widow game, mga kaibigan. Alam kong matagal-matagal yung paglalaro natin ngayon or yung pag-uusap namin. Konting patience lang. Konting-konti na lang makakapasok na ulit tayo. So buckle up. I think it's been a good discussion then. We already talked about the state of the Philippine talent ngayon. We're gonna be back into this game. Finally, matatapos na ang laban between Vengeance versus ALSOVEREIGN back on that global risk side as they now try to fend themselves off with a double setup dito sa my house position.
Tingnan nga, 8-6 is gonna be yung scoreline natin. VNG with a 2-point lead dito sa game natin. A lot more of a different setup para sa kanila dito. A lot more passive. No one really going too far forward, which is allowing itong si Lexpra to actually hang around dito sa may short area natin. Also has the option to go out the window to try and see if he can get any information. Pero wala. Mapapabalik lang yung All-Sovereign dito. Everyone playing it safe, especially itong si Franz, no, who has to play it safe kasi pag wala siya dun sa mga late round scenarios, then it's gonna be bad news. Pero si Alrets pala yung mababawasan dito.
Sobrang dami ng damage. Ang laki na naging diferensya kumpara sa kung paano niya sinimulan ang round na ito. And that could be a big pivotal moment for him. Pero remember, naka-sniper tong si Alret. So, parang hindi matter as long as he keeps hitting the shots. Lexpra is waiting upon the call para sa flash na pwede niya ma-send out. Asinit making a lot of damage done. Lexpra also getting the first blood natin. Suwa getting that one for one. It's a trade of blows, but by the end of it, it's Raya and Sun that make a lot of difference dito on rifles. Mukhang nabubuhayan na agad ang ALSOVEREIGN, making it a 1v3 para kay Kara, who needed a step up and he has to do it right now. Spot shot Raya, but it will be ALSOVEREIGN after the pause to get themselves the next round.
No, 8-7 dito sa game natin, and All-Sovereign only 1 point away from potentially against itong Vanguard. If they can actually catch up, 8-8 wouldn't be too bad of a spot, and especially considering kung gaano ka-equal yung mapa na to, no, sa mga sides natin. Definitely doable to get back into this game. Pero Vengeance, yeah, hasn't it, just making sure na walang makulit dito sa CB. No one crawled up all the way from ramps. And yun nga, no, it's a good old standard start of the round in AL. Playing a lot more careful this time. Parang alam din nila na feeling ko VNG is gonna be very reliant pagdating sa kanilang mga execute, and we just possibly 4-stack or 3-stack one side of the map, and hopefully we guess right, pare.
Man's gonna wait for Peak to come down. He misses the timing. Reaction not on point. Asinit will open things up at si Kara pa nga ang makakuha ng pangalawa. Perfect blind, perfect util. Suwa also follows, and it's all crumbling para sa ALSOVEREIGN with the first round that they had kanina. It's definitely not the same result ngayon. Si Jellan na lang ang natitira, pero nahanap pa nga siya from the flank. Si Suwa ang kukuha ng double kill. At naging 8-9-7 pa nga. Mukhang set point na ang Vengeance so far sa adaptation nila dito.
9-7. VNG almost looked like a disaster, no, at the start of that round, and Nagkabalitan lang sila ng bala dito, but France is now starting to miss his mark, no? I mean, ever since the second half did turn, it's not the same France na nakita natin galing dito sa BL side. And Alret's getting si France. Speaking of the devil, pare, 3v5 pa ka naging kalabasan natin dito. And all Sovereign are now scrambling para mabalik yung numbers pabalik sa kanila dito. Pero, tignan mo naman, nakatago lang yung mga players ng VNG. They want them to push actually.
Ang laki ng investment no? All the way from that push on to the EC kasi yun nga lang, it's Kara finds out Raya. Sun tries to put on the spray pero in the end, si Jeddah na lang ang diferensya para sa panalo ng Vengeance at sa 8th round win ng ALSOVEREIGN. He makes so much noise at sa pagbaba niya, baka bumagsak pa siya. Si Azelit mapapatay pero it's a 1v4 pa rin at nahihirapan siya sa point na hindi niya mapapanalo yung round at yung game na ito. Ang Vengeance ang makakuha ng first set sa ating BO3 at sa napaka-init ng start na yun para sa parehong koponan ay gandang-ganda ng performance ng Vengeance sa parehong sides natin kanina.
Yeah, it's a very nice victory para dito sa Vengeance. I mean, starting off yung season natin dito sa Cfs Ph Impact 2025 on a good note. And yun nga, no, unfortunately para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, despite how close the game was, by the time na patapos na yung game natin, it was already 9-7. You can feel the game being over. And unfortunately para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, they do not get yung Black Widow ng Vengeance. Vengeance still on point pagdating sa mapa na yun. Now we run into a new problem para sa kanila dito. Can they produce the exact same thing pagdating naman dito sa Compound? Compound is an entirely different story, an entirely different map, a lot more closed, a lot less nades to work with, no? So it's gonna be more about the guns this time and some of the setups na pwede mong kunin, maybe some aggressive mid control, maybe try to get some curve control as well. So titignan natin if ALSOVEREIGN can hang on dito sa map number 2. Kasi to be fair, no, map number 1's not too bad. Just the breaks of the game, yun hindi nila nakuha dito.
Totoo. At talagang nakikita mo na din na France was coming into his own up until nung dumating tayo after the pauses. I think it also affected yung mga players natin. So hopefully, makapag-recover sila dito onto our second set. I think it's also noteworthy that Vengeance have already won their map pick as well. So malay mo, mag-iba yung comfortability ngayon ng ALSOVEREIGN. Pagdating nila dun sa second set, baka may mga set plays na sila, may mga trap plays na sila dito. Lalo na to sabi mo, this is a map where the guns really matter a lot more. And maybe possibly, it could be a little bit more puggy pagdating dito, which could be the calling card for ALSOVEREIGN. Lalo na honestly speaking, France was just putting on one hell of a field day, but I'm looking to see a little bit more out of the rifle duos.
Yeah, medyo naging tragic lang yung nangyari dito kay France. Honestly, na medyo nawala siya nung second half. Obviously, he was popping off on that sniper as we do see dito sa highlights natin. But, yun nga, no, by the time that the second half turned around, si Aldrich medyo nakahabol niya sa kanya in terms of the momentum. And, ayun nga, ever since na napantayan nga siya dito ni Aldrich, we haven't seen too much galing dito kay France, unfortunately. And, yun nga, ALSOVEREIGN without their star sniper producing as much as he did, nag-struggle sila na mag-hang on dito sa game natin, pare.
And it doesn't really help din na yung paglalaro ng Vengeance is creating a lot of opportunities, not just sa isang avenue lamang na kung saan sila nagpo-push. Lagi may lurk sila, lagi silang merong backup plan, insurance policy na kahit hindi mag-workout yung plan A, lagi silang may plan B, plan C, ubusin pa nila yung alphabet at nagkakaroon sila ng mas magandang setup pa dito. I believe this is also one of the rounds where France could have actually gotten wind or at least could have actually started a little bit more momentum para sa side ng ALSOVEREIGN. This was also the time na masabi natin na parang naging stalemate pa nga parang nagkakalapitan pa ng score ng parehong teams natin. It's just that pagdating doon sa mga sitwasyon na binabato agad-agad ng ALSOVEREIGN yung Vengeance, nagkakaroon na ng sagot at yun yung parang dangerous kapag alam na ng kalaban mo yung mga sagot sa binabato yung mga tanong
For sure. Pero Vengeance with a good start to the series. And just as I wouldn't say just as expected, though. There wasn't really any expectations para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN. But then, yun nga, no, they still impressed us at the end of the day. Pero VNG, of course, just like I was said, with the experience na meron sila from that prior season dito na Impact, Seems like this is not a strange sight para sa kanila dito, especially sa pagkapanalo ng Black Widow, as we do see our set summary. And yun nga, Alrets leading the charge pagdating sa KD at pagdating dito sa KR, the sniper making the difference, no, neutralizing itong si France, pare.
Yeah, mukhang na-rejuvenate sila pagkatapos ng clutch niya against France and the rest of ALSOVEREIGN dito. No? So, big factor coming into them, a mental boost pagdating dito sa pagtapos ng Black Widow as well. Na-turn around quickly pagkatapos ng side swap at ALSOVEREIGN will have an opportunity to try to bounce back lalo na. At mainit pa rin naman tong si France. You see some legwork being made as well para kay Raya. So hopefully magkaroon ng improvement when it comes to the teamwork, the synergy moving forward. And I'm not saying that ALSOVEREIGN is lagging behind in terms of everybody working across the board, but there really is the difference when it comes to yung communication with Vengeance, just having so good of a chemistry, playing together as a unit talaga, pare.
Yeah, pero I still gotta give credit talaga dito kay France. Hindi nga popping off at the start of the game. Granted, hindi nga sumabit, no, by the time na nangyari dito yung second half natin. You know, that type of sniping can definitely provide some problems para dito sa Vengeance, especially going into yung map number 2. And if kaya niyang i-replicate ni France yung nakita natin dun sa map number 1 into compound, pare, then ayun nga, may magkakaroon ng panibagong problema itong Vengeance squad natin. Pero para naman sa Vengeance, so with everyone playing on point, yun nga, si Azenit getting his flanks, Alrets getting his snipes, Kara, Suwa, and Jello doing a great job of rounding out yung roster, no? I feel like Vengeance could definitely be a threat dito sa Impact, the tournament natin, man.
Yeah, and if ALSOVEREIGN can finally find their vengeance dito sa set 2 natin, ay malalaman natin yan after the short break. Ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky. Yun ang pinakaunang set sa ating pinakauling PO3. Makakabawi nga ba ang ALSOVEREIGN? Malalaman natin yan after the short break. At muling nagbabalik tayo dito mga kaibigan sa Impact 2025 Summer para sa Cfs Ph. Ang pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky. Ito ang pinakang unang araw at mukhang napakainit na ng mga matchups natin. We were done with the first game of the day and nandito tayo sa ating second BO3 of the night. Napakainit ng first set natin, sa Black Widow, where Vengeance has actually got themselves the leg up dito sa matchup natin thanks to cohesiveness as a team at napakagandang chemistry sa lahat ng mga naglalaro doon. May potential naman siguro ang ALSOVEREIGN, lalo na papasok tayo dito sa compound, but as you said, Sneaky, ibang-iba talaga yung map to kumpara sa Black Widow, where I feel like ALSOVEREIGN has been used to the mechanics now of this map in particular.
Yeah, for sure. I think ang hirap naman hindi masanay sa compound. In all honesty, it's a very straightforward map, no? Yung compound is really GR side, BL side. Here's the sites. Here's all this space para dito sa BL, but it's not allowing, free space papasok ng sites, no? You still have to go through yung choke points ng EA, on LA as well, dito sa EB and or Curve, dun sa Storby as well. A lot of choke points na kailangan papasukan dito ng mga BL players. I think para naman sa Vengeance, no, I really expect that they would actually try and fight for some map control dito sa mapa natin, especially itong si Alretz na granted, yun nga, France had a very, very good start to the game, but then Alretz kinda had a comeback going dito sa second half, got a lot more warmer. So I expect maybe some fights going on dito sa container mid, maybe dito sa may BPLR. So daming options so pwedeng gawin dito yung Vengeance, fully knowing na, the ball's in their court, nasa kanila pa naman yung lead. So, they could test things out dito sa compound map natin.
Yeah, and considering then that in-approach nila yung blacklist side ng Black Widow kanina, yung kung paano sila naglaro nun sobrang parang everybody was scattered you got a 1-3-1 sometimes nagiging 4-1, may lurk doon sa may mid, and it actually got a lot of damage done sa naging GR ng ALSOVEREIGN, especially nung umali na tayo dun sa second half natin. So hopefully they will have that consistency, and compound medyo risky pa nga yung parang mid-side split push na nakikita natin from the Black Widow map. So definitely a different ball game. Mukhang iba pa nga yung magiging pace at saka tempo pagdating dito on this map in particular. Silver lining para sa ALSOVEREIGN though is that this is their map pick dito. So I'm expecting that this is going to be a bit more of a cleaner game for everybody across the board. Not for France, but for everybody as a team talaga, kasi it really was a bit of a one-man show all throughout. But again, we're expecting a lot more from the support staff, and if they're able to yung parang magkakasama sila sa mga decisions nila, maybe we'll find a different form para sa ALSOVEREIGN ngayon.
For sure. And para naman sa ALSOVEREIGN, no, it has to be yung mga ibang players also stepping up to the plate, considering it's a lot more closed space. Pwede natin tawagin dito. Granted, may mga opportunities naman yung mga sniper rifles natin na gumawa dito sa mapa natin, pero it's not the same opportunities na nakikita natin galing sa Black Widow. The angles that you can get are optional unless nasa GR side kayo and or nasa BL kayo at lumalaban kayo sa mid. And ayun nga, it really rests upon the shoulders ng mga riflers natin on the side of ALSOVEREIGN, no? And I wouldn't be surprised if itong si France actually starts picking up the rifle, no? As I've seen some teams go 5 rifle dito sa mapa na to and try and see if they can take over with, quick pace. Pero judging from yung nakita ko dito sa Vengeance, they also know how to play slow. So familiar naman sila siguro pagdating sa mapa ng compound, and especially pagdating sa depensa nila on GR, which most likely they will be on. Then ayun nga, they just play the map and let the map play itself, pare, basically.
Shoutout nga pala sa comment section natin na mukhang nafa-flood na ng mga fellow talents natin from Xypher PH na si Salvatore, tsaka si Mochi, nandito na din si Daydom. I think Josh is also here, and it's been a while since I've actually talked to him personally, and it's really nice to see everybody come here, support to everybody na naglalaro ngayon sa broadcast natin, especially since this is yung Tier 2 tournament ng mga Talents of Tomorrow. Yung mga gusto makapag-step up, lalo na't hindi sila nakaqualify sa Masters, but that's okay kasi medyo mataas din man yung stakes dito sa Impact Summer tsaka sa Impact Fall pagka dumating tayo sa point na yun. But let's see, man. Vengeance is on a tear, lalo na doon sa mga tail end ng mga matches nila. Nasa-shutdown nila tong si France, who has been on a rampage nung nag-start tayo doon sa game na yon. And nung pagkatapos ng pause, Akala mo magkakaroon sila ng momentum no? Especially para kay Jelan who really has been putting a lot more legwork at pati na rin tong si Raya who was also second in command para kay France nung nag-start tayo dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, right? So there's a lot of things to work forward pagdating dito sa ating compound map for this team who did pick it in particular, but for Vengeance, we kind of seen so much confidence coming through from yung mga key players na nasabi mo. Na-mention mo na si Alets. I think Sua also is pretty underrated pagdating sa mga sitwasyon na nababato sa kanya. Alam na kung yung gagawin. Alam na yung utility na mababato para masuportahan yung teammate niya. So, yun yung parang Swiss Army knife na ayaw nating mga kalaban. No? Laging flexible ang kahit sino na nandito sa Vengeance. And it's just gonna get even more dangerous against them pagka komportable na sila sa mapa.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Azinit as well for keeping yung team together as yung captain nga, no? I mean, he's been calling very, very good dito sa mapa natin, mixing up the pace kumpara sa nakakita natin dati where yung Vengeance, they literally hold and then they push. It's kind of got predictable no after a while, pero ngayon mas may variety na ang kanilang mga pacing dito. So yun nga, shoutout dito kay Chacha pare for really upgrading the team system behind the scenes dito. And yun nga, if Vengeance can end up with a 2-0 dito sa series natin ngayon, it's a good start para sa kanilang impact na run, plus sends a message dito sa mga ibang teams as well that we can also kind of step it up pare.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be a good time for us. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, we got a little bit of an update. I think it's a good time for us to kind of throw it over to a break muna. We're trying to fix things on our end, see if makakapag-connect yung mga players sa lobby. So bigyan muna kami ng konting pasensya. We really want to get into this next set. Pero until then, ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. We'll be throwing Impact Summer 2025 into a short break. Huwag kayong maalis. At nagbabalik na nga ang hottest crossfire tournament of the summer, ang Cfs Ph Impact 2025 Summer Edition. Ako pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. At I'd say napaka-interesting nang nakita nating first set of games dito sa ating pinakahuling BOT of the night. It is Vengeance winning out yung kanilang Black Widow, but was a very close game, Sneaky. Napaka-proving para sa parehong teams natin para makakuha sila ng ating pinakaunang BO3, especially in this first day as we move on papunta dito sa compound, which, as you say, a different ball game kumpara sa BW. Pero gusto ko ma-expound mo yun eh. Why is it different kumpara sa Black Widow nga naman?
Well, compared dito sa Black Widow, compound is a lot more, I wouldn't say one-sided the map. It definitely may magagawa ka naman dito sa BL, but it really rewards yung GR side compared nga dito sa BL. Yung Blacklist having to work a lot harder just to get something going dito sa mapa natin. And it's really hard to dismantle yung depensa sa mapa na to without the proper lineups, without the proper flashes. So, ayun nga, it's a lot more work para sa BL side. Pero yun nga, kung mapagana nga ng BL, for example, let's say ALSOVEREIGN, they got 4 or 5 dito sa first half. That's already good para sa kanila dito, honestly.
Which makes yung panalo ng Xypher Pro Team kanina on their compound map even more impressive talaga dahil they played it with patience, and even on their blacklist side, they were able to make it work talaga. Kaya kung yun yung marereplicate ngayon ng ALSOVEREIGN kapag nag-start na tayo sa game natin, ay yan ay up for debate pa lang. Pero feel ko talaga na baka nandun pa rin yung momentum para dito sa Vengeance, considering that everybody is in tip-top shape. Good form naman sila lahat across the board as a team. Despite being somewhat of a close game para sa pareho nating pupunan, parang ang ganda din ng damage na nakikita natin even in the rounds that they won. Even though it was the disparity in terms of yung score natin, hindi naman natin kalimutan yung iba pang mga support staff, yung mga riflers na nakita natin from the ALSOVEREIGN side. I just want to see a little bit more. Especially since sa mga moments na nakikita natin, si Franz, hindi naman siya nag-iisa eh. Si Son nagkaroon ng good moments on the lurk. Raya also being a comfortable second person para sa side ng AL. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe I'm just somebody na nag-expect na a lot more coming through from this underdog team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you could expect a lot from the underdogs, pero underdogs nga sila for a reason, no? So, yun nga, not much expectations going in the way of ALSOVEREIGN, pero sa nakita natin from map number 1, they can definitely shoot, no? Yung problema na lang talaga, can they strategize? Can they move around the map with swiftness, pare, especially fully knowing itong Vengeance, there's gonna be a constant looming presence na magpupush pa harap sa inyo in the name of Azenit, pare. And yun nga, pag nakaharap ng opportunity dito si Azenit na, yun pala, may butas yung opensa nyo, there's a open flank for him to go for, then yun nga, he's gonna go for it again and again and again, and kahit i-punish to ng mga players na ALSOVEREIGN, it's still gonna be the rest of the team reacting with him. So, paying ALSOVEREIGN really has to be on their toes 24/7 dito pa lang sa first half. And just like how I predicted it, pare, it is gonna be AL dito sa BL side as, yun nga, no, if it's not your pick, you never pick BL dito sa mapa na to. You do want to start GR, you do want to get that early momentum, pare.
A lot of advantages coming through para sa Vengeance ngayon. Double setup doon sa may pillars position right now. They could leave that, try to get a little bit more control doon sa may window position. Si Jelan, para sa ALSOVEREIGN ay napaka-advantageous ng high setup na dito. But si Franz na naman, na sobrang init sa simula pa lang ng Black Widow ay magsisimula na naman ng napaka-init pa rin sa compound map natin with that first blood.
Ayun nga, bit of a crouch peek, Kara. Unfortunately, at the wrong place, at the wrong time. Pagdating sa kanyang peak dito sa BPLR. So ngayon, 4v5 naman na laruan. Still definitely defendable, no? Pero kailangan na isang magandang play galing dito kay Azenit. Maybe him getting 2 or 3 para mapantayan man lang ang numbers dito sa round natin. Pero I like yung hesitation ng ALSOVEREIGN dito sa game natin. Pero Azenit, pumasok na sa loob ng Z. Naghahanap na ng mga players na dadaan sa kanyang harap dito. Aldrets nakabantay sa curve. Pero nang smoke na naibaba, Flash is gonna go through. Aldrets pulag na pulag. At papasok na dito ang ALSOVEREIGN. Pero gusto nilang pasukan ng B-site. Raya, first one in. Hindi man lang nakakasa dun si Aldrets. And that could be the B-site potentially open. And ayun, pati si Jella. Nadamay na rin si Jeloy dito. As Suwa coming in from behind. Fronts will go down, pero mag-isa na lang si Suwa. Wala na lang siya magagawa. Pagkalaban niya ay 4 dun. 1-0 All Sovereign, first point on the board dito sa kanilang BL side, which is huge.
A bit of a surprising push nga din naman no? Result dahil doon sa patience ng side ng ALSOVEREIGN, even taking picks from every single part of the map as well. Separated but definitely united in the front para makalaban ang Vengeance. They even start off strong, friends. Back-to-back first bloods galing sa AWM niya. Alret's gone for this world that mukhang hindi pa sila nagtatapos dito as they swing on in with that 4 versus 5, even peeking on through the smoke, almost expecting na baka may tao dito. Napakalapit lang sa door.
Yeah, smoke gonna be going down dito sa mid just to block yung vision dito ni Kara. The only other sniper, pero si Son pala yung mahuhulog dito. C4 down, pero iiwan agad ni Azenit. So he does have a general idea kung anong gustong gawin ng ALSOVEREIGN because of that C4 dropped. Pero meron ng tatlo na naan dito sa LA looking to see kung kaya nilang i-overwhelm si Kara on that 2F position. Kumasa, sniper hit, pero meron pang dalawa na nasa kanyang harap. Lexpra, hindi na napansin nakadaan ng isang player pero namatay pa nga. Ayun lang, hindi pala nakadaan si Jelan. He went all the way back dito so long as Lexpra gets hit on the hand. And it's a 2 versus 4 VNG holding on strong dito sa A site.
Not the best showing. Nagpakita ng kamay at napatay pa nga yung buong katawan. Si Jelan pumasok outside of the smoke pero na-expect pa nga ni Jeloy with that wall bang and another again para sa anchor ng Vengeance so far. It is a 1-to-1. Ang ganda ng sagot lalo na sa presence on 2F para sa sniper ng Vengeance ngayon. And a good communication din no? Parang naspatan na yung kung saan na-drop yung C4. They had an idea na baka it is gonna be that split push all the way papunta doon sa may exit ng A. But it was not gonna be enough para sa blacklist ng ALSOVEREIGN as even though they had somewhat put themselves inside doon sa may site itself, maganda yung naging sagot agad ng Vengeance with smokes as well as yung AWM doon sa may 2F.
Minute and 48 on the clock. Dami pang oras para pag-isipan ng ALSOVEREIGN kung anong gagawin nila dito sa round. Not much of a mid-fight. Para sa Vengeance is more a focus sa pagdepensa nila paloob dito ng curve. Pero ALSOVEREIGN slowly, surely paangat na nga dito sa middle area natin. Conmid's already taken. Meron pang isang player na nasa loob ng ating storage B, which is itong si Kara. Has to be careful about yung presence ni Franz as it's another good start para sa kanya dito. Pero tamang pagtapon lang ng nade. Ito na ba yung push ng ALSOVEREIGN dito? Jeloy flashed. Suwa flashed as well. Walang humarap at talikod. Pero yun nga, nakapatay pa ng isa si Jeloy dito. They faced at the wrong place, at the wrong time. Inubos na nga ng dalawang players ang lahat ng miyembro ng ALSOVEREIGN dito sa mid. At si Azenit lang ang namatay. Jeloy looking for Franz. Obviously, nasa loob ng tower. And I think this is a done deal.
Ano nga ba yung pangalan ng laro natin, Sneaky Frog? Crossfire papunta doon sa may EA. Ilabas ang cult at mukhang isa lang yung makukuha ni France dito from ALSOVEREIGN. It will be Vengeance na ngayon na bumabalik na pagkatapos ng napaka-slow na first round dito sa ating compound map. You can see the really good signs moving forward from the rifles. Si Suwa at si Jeloy to do a lot of damage. And a bit of a resurgence then para kay Azenit, at least with a lot of presence made. It has impact alone into the 1-2 scoreline. And all split up. And I think Vengeance are not really hesitating to even get that forward space on my pillars. As long as you leave somebody doon sa my storage B, you're good to go. You can leave everybody else to do that 1-3-1 setup. And that's what Vengeance are. Yun na nga yung gagawin nila dito ngayon.
I really like na hindi sila masyadong makulit sa mid. Itong Vengeance. Granted, there is gonna be some rounds where you do want to go slightly aggressive sa mid if you want to stop a full-on push coming in. Pero ALSOVEREIGN naman, naging careful naman nila sa pagkuha nila ng mid control. One player sa CA, rest of them are trying to inch their way forward papunta nga dito sa mid. Pero tignan mo naman yung crossfire once again. Galing dito sa Vengeance from the bottom side ng tower at sa harap ng EA. Si Jeloy at si Suwa nakaposisyon namin.
Ready pa sila dito eh. That's up for debate na ngayon. We're gonna have a long angle. Matinaga, that's a flashbang at hindi sila gagalaw at all. They're making a lot of presence dito sa ginawa na naman nilang crossfire sa may EA this time around, and with that utility, they're gonna try to fish out yung one half ng crossfire na ito. Si Sua, sobrang low on HP na ngayon. Mas madali siya maki-clear if ever. But that's also yung most of the nades na gagamitin nila para mapatay, at least ma-damage itong si Sua onto the other side. They decide to go back on towards pillars and get an execute going doon sa may B with 40 seconds at roughly at least on the clock ngayon.
Slow take though. Walang tao na nasa loob ng store B para sa VNG, but this late in the round already, wala naman problema sa kanila para magstay lang sa loob ng baterya ng B-side. Flash is gonna go through. Pumasok yung mga players dito na ALSOVEREIGN. Meron na nakapasok ng papa. Pero Azenit nakalaban pa nga ng isa dito. France getting itong si Sua. Aldres nangungulit dito sa loob ng site, pero naparil pa nga sa likod ng ulo. Kara at Jeloy na lang natitira para sa Vengeance. At ALSOVEREIGN, solid defense dito sa B-side. At kung dadaan kayo galing dito sa EB, this is next to impossible para i-retake.
Lalo na't ang daming headshot glitches, ang daming pwedeng makuha na angulo laban sa dalawa na nasa labas lamang ng B-site itself. So, a bit of an impossible task and a good sign moving forward para sa ALSOVEREIGN. Equalizing yung round wins, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, 2-2. As now we go back towards yung aggressive position nila papunta sa paglaban nila all the way towards ST. Crossfire possibly set up again. Azenit to get that opening pick, but through the smoke as well. Thanks to the tracers, kitang-kita kung saan manggagaling si Azenit at doon nakapag-spray itong si Lexpra to make it a 4v4. Yeah. But remember, Raya, sobrang low na niya, kaya kahit duraan lang siya ng kahit sino sa Vengeance, mapapatay siya agad.
Pero yun nga. Oh, Jeloy, full swing. Jeloy, can he get the second one? Mukhang hindi. Pero si Raya, low HP pa rin. Lexpra, half on a prior fight, and feeling ko si Sua, this is now the time to go forward para sa kanya dito. One low HP player, one half HP, still looking for any outliers para dito sa ALSOVEREIGN, pero babalik na lang sila papasok ng A site and possibly splitting into two. Kara, not the best weapon, no, for a full-on rush. Papasok nga ng B site dito, rocking the sniper, pero he's gonna try to make it work at least.
Oh, syempre. It's kind of mad na nakikita ko tong si Raya na sobrang low, pero talagang nagkakaroon ng value kasi siya pa rin yung nakakapag-trade sa kakampi niya na mamatay, which honestly, it's a good value sa naging buhay niya dito kahit 1 HP siya dito. So, 1 minute on the clock, may oras pa para paglaruan yung mapa all the way from ALSOVEREIGN. They drop the C4 kasi si Raya mukhang may plano siya na makapag-split up doon sa may EA, flashed on through, makes a lot of noise para hopefully to bait out rotation, pero still nandito pa rin si Sua sa A, nandito pa rin si Kara, ang EWM holding up yung B site as well, as Lexpra's also made some noise. So mukhang nakaka-communicate na yun ni Kara papunta dito sa may site of the map as Lexpra spots him out. Kailangan hanapin dito, sobrang low on HP, but Kara still kills up tong si Son. 20 seconds. Xypher's also down papunta kay Kara, so piston na lang, possibly enough. Sobrang low pa rin ito. Kailangan nilang patayin itong si Kara, and eventually they do. 1v1.
Bala.
Sobrang tagal nila pinatay. Walang bala, walang magagawa, walang matatakbuhan si Lexpra. Talagang Sua able to be there at the right place at the right time. And now maybe another round onto the side of Vengeance ngayon.
Ganda na ginawa doon ni Kara, man, and that is what the batteries are for dito sa B-side, just to buy as much time as possible para sa teammate mo. Naubusan na ng bala ang kanyang kalaban, and by the time na napatay niya na doon si Sua, he just absolutely was in the wrong place at the wrong time, pare. Pero si France, nakuha na si Kara at the start of the round, which is a very good start. Pero si Jeloy at si Sua na naman nakaposisyon dito sa mid crossfire, waiting for the flash. Surprised walang nakaharap sa pader kahit isa sa kanila dito to try and avoid the flashes. Pero France, getting itong si Aldred. Are they gonna enter mid? It was all a fake. Jeloy revealing ang kanyang location dito, pero si Sua magpapakita na rin. Jelan sa baba ng CA does get itong si Jeloy, pero Sua getting two. Can he get the third? Hindi pa. Not just yet. Not just yet. Si France na sa loob na ng B, pero hindi pa alam to na Vengeance.
Ganda siguro na ito. Ang ganda ng flank sana. Lalo na't nag-ingay na sila sa pag-push all the way papunta sa mid-side. Azenit gonna try to chase itong si Lexpra. Habang nagre-reconnect pa lang siya kasama tong si Franz at si Jellan pa nga ata yung magiging flank. Akala ko si Franz pero hindi. Tinatry niya lang i-call yung rotate. Made a bit of noise para makagkaroon ng cover. Nakapag-plant na rin ng C4. Through was spotted. And Jellan already makes some presence noon. Kailangan niyang bumalik para sa team niya. At buti na lang, nag-rotate siya sa kabilang side. So it's still a 3v2. And ALSOVEREIGN are really trying their best para mapag-fuse yung Vengeance. Sa pagpasok nila on the retake. A lot of damage done. And even the flick galing dito kay Suwa. 20 seconds. Jellan even kills him off. It's Azenit to make that a 1v1. At the spotted pa nga si Jellan. But he pulls out the Colt. At the headshot kay Azenit. It is gonna be ALSOVEREIGN equalizing the round wins na naman.
Yun lang. Very, very nice try galing dito kay Azenit. I feel like if they committed earlier dito sa B-site, ignoring kung sino ba nang nasa loob ng pillars, would have been an odd timing para sa squad ng ALSOVEREIGN to try and get that back. Pero si Azenit galit na pumasok na ng con mid. Kinuha na ang buhay ni Raya at nakaalis pa nga agad into the defense with his teammates. A 5v4 sa simula ng game natin at si Raya pa yung nawala. Not the best start para sa ALSOVEREIGN pero na-figure out naman nila dati kung paano maglaro ng 4v5 dito. So why not again? But how about the 3v5 sabi dito ni Kara?
One more time para sa AWM. Ang sniper para sa Vengeance ngayon. Talagang showing his presence. Talagang sinisigaw nila na bawal kayong pumasok sa B-site kahit anong anggulong kukunin nyo dito. A 3v5 now. C4 is still within the vicinity of ALSOVEREIGN. They tried their best to split up the map, get some map control doon sa loob ng mid-side. Pero dahil talaga doon sa mga first pick-offs, nagsaslow down na ang momentum at yung speed ng pag-take ng ALSOVEREIGN as looks like Jellan is waiting for somewhat of an over-push from at least one of these players from Vengeance. Siguro si Azenit kung hindi niya pinag-iisipan masyado yung susunod ng gagawin. But with 1 minute on the clock, really, they don't have that much time to try to wait it out. At least maybe for a couple of seconds now.
Azenit. Good opening. Dexpra. PTT down. Si Franz nag-ahanap all the way dun sa tower. Kahit isang pixel lang dito ni Azenit. Kahit pangalan na lang yung lumabas dito. Pero Jellan will get Azenit. Papapabalik na nga. Okay, that's pretty much a fine situation. Kung makahanap pa si Jellan ng isa dito, this is gonna be good news. Alreds with a miss, pero si Jeloy umiikot na nga papunta ng palikod ng ALSOVEREIGN. Jellan getting si Suwa, pero yung C4 nahulog na sa mid. Nalikuran na yung kanilang sniper. Jellan down to 1 HP at mapapatalon na lang si Alreds. And that is a point on the board. Quite the back and forth sa start ng compound game natin, but then Vengeance, you're gonna have to stop that back and forth eventually, no? Just like how I said it, mas GR-sided yung mapa na to, so it should be them getting the majority of the rounds.
Totoo. Habang tumatagal, baka maging komportable pa nga ang ALSOVEREIGN. We see a lot more proactivity na nga from the global risk side of Vengeance. We see the flank coming through from Jeloy. A lot of noise being made as well. Some discipline being displayed na rin by Azenit na nag-expect ng push shot na doon sa may EA side of things. Kaya really, feeling ko, conditioning lang din yan. Pagkatapos sila, paulit-ulit na establish itong crossfire na laging nandito sa may EA. No? But back off for now. Default positions na ulit for everybody sa global risk as ALSOVEREIGN has already made themselves doon sa storage B. And in a matter of seconds, they're gonna face up against the Wrath of Suwa at saka tong si Alreds na tamang hintay lamang ng bait and switch setup dito.
B-site execute coming very, very soon. Pero feeling ko may clue sila kung nasa nakatayo dito si Suwa. So, possibly prepping to cook 3 nades in his position.
Patay.
Pero meron din silang clue dito. May nagpalit yata ng baril. Early peek galing dito kay Suwa. Son now watching his spot this entire time, but that's not the best cover. Alreds nakita dito si Rhea. Look at the amount of damage na nagawa ni Suwa. And Suwa surviving to 1 HP. Alreds getting si Jellan. And the HP bars are a bit too low para sa ALSOVEREIGN. At mapapabalik sila dito sa B-pillar. Pero gusto pang lumaban ni Lexpra. He's gonna regret that. C4 down. And ALSOVEREIGN stuck in a bad situation dito sa game natin, men.
Sobrang init nga naman no? Pero you like the discipline from Suwa. At nung sure na siya na ang dami sa labas ng pintuan doon pa lang siya nag-run and gun, doon pa lang siya gumamit ng movement para hindi siya mapatay agad ng ALSOVEREIGN. Still alive and kicking, but you can't say the same para kay Franz. He is down for the count thanks to Kara. Has the final blow. 3-5 na ngayon para sa Vengeance. And you mentioned it, Sneaky Frog, hindi dapat nagbabatuan ng pabalik ang rounds para dito sa Vengeance side. Kaya it's a good thing na na-break doon na lang yung streak ng ganito into the 3-5 scoreline as it's expecting na baka makapag-crossover sila dito. Position itong
Ooh! Oh, he's out. He's fine. 100 HP. Papapabalik pa nga. And good bait. Dahil nga sa ginawa ni Azaret doon, napapeak dito si Franz to try and cut him off. Pero si Son makikita dito si Jeloy. Pero Alrets, let's see if you can produce the exact same magic. Wala na yung sniper ng ALSOVEREIGN. So now it's your time to shine. As well as itong si Kara. Let's see what they can do. Flash is gonna go through dito sa long. 1 minute and 40 still on the clock. Plenty of time to do so. Seeing the bomb planter, Lexpra, ipaplant na lang sa gitna ng dalawang kabaong. Pero Aldrets, gusto na pumasok. Suwa, getting itong si Lexpra. Sun, nasa loob ng C1. Sun, wallbang pa nga. Aldrets, getting si Sun. Asinit, getting Jella. Nakaplant sa gitna. And that is it. Narinig yata ako ng Vengeance just like how you said it, just like how I said it, man. Bawal mag-back and forth dito sa compound if you want to have a good game. And VNG, I mean, 6-3, granted, this is not the best half to end on dito sa compound. You could definitely go 7-2, pero I think pwede na considering yung circumstances ng laro natin.
Kukunin mo na yan. Lalo na sa kung gaano ka close despite the number of round wins, diba? So, we have the work cut out for them. A beautiful punishment papunta kay Jelan, blinded off the map. And France also to follow as well. Walang time para ba mag-rotate. Si Kara mukhang hindi pa pinag-iisipan yung pagpasok. How the heck is he still alive right now? He went in and out, tapos na-headshot pa nga niya tong si Raya. That is just unfair right now.
Paano namatay si Raya? That's the question, man. You're fully aware of his presence, pero nagkaikotan pa nga sila dito. Kara is out. Kara is out. And dahil nga na nag-push dito si Lexpra, VNG, they do know that there's a lack of defense dito sa B site. Pero Sun, trying to stay alive dito sa mid. Pero tignan mo naman sino na nasa loob. Jeloy just shooting him all the way from C1. Lexpra na lang natitira. Lalabas siya ng CB pero nakadaan na yung C4. Aldrets nakatingin sa kanya. At 7-3, VNG looking like they're gonna dominate the rest of the game. Unless may sagotite ALSOVEREIGN.
Anong klaseng confidence si meron tong si Kara? Literally, tatakbuhan niya yung pillar's position. Kills off 1 and 2. Tapos nung confident na siya na may makita siya sa labas ng STBA, quick in and out. Tapos nakapag-fade away shot pa siya ng isa pa. This is how ballsy this guy can be. As Raya, spotted pa nga over to the other side of the storage area. Had to play up at least these three people. Pero Kara and Azanet, the duo, able to make mincemeat out of Lexpra and Raya.
Wow.
Si Jeloy, nakahabol pa nga ng isa pang patay. 5v2. ALSOVEREIGN, a different side of the coin na nakikita natin. Maybe Sun can do something about it with 1 kill, but it's not enough, man. Jeloy at saka Kara able to get their own double kills dito. The next round win natin, it's an 8-3. Sneaky Frog, Vengeance are showing a different beast on the blacklist side ngayon.
Yep. And ALSOVEREIGN, despite picking yung mapa ng compound, it seems like there's still a bit of confusion pagdating sa kanilang depensa. Maganda yung lumalaban sila sa mid. Maganda yung nagtatapon sila ng mga nades dito. Pero si Azenit lang naman yung nababawasan. Just like me for real, running into nades dito sa con mid just to get the timing. Pero wala, mapapabalik dito si Franz. You can feel the fear dito ni Franz of holding these forward angles, no? Kasi yung VNG, they're now starting to look for the map. Pero kung magpupush sila, they're gonna stick together, that's for sure. And you cannot simply kill multiple players unless you're fast enough with the Colt to switch from that sniper, pare. Pero I see, man, VNG, they're looking good. I mean, pati yung BL, nakakascore sila dito.
Talagang nakakapag-define na nga ng expectations ngayon ang Vengeance sa kung paano na nilalaro itong blacklist side natin. Still, may potential pa naman ang ALSOVEREIGN, especially with the individual star power na meron tayo dito. Jelan, Franz in particular, who honestly, medyo nagugulat nga ako na Nag-slow down na yung performance dito, pero maybe he could do something difficult. Gelan does get himself one stun also to provide that double kill. The crossfire setup na nakuha dito sa curve, able to cut down the numbers to a 1v4 na ngayon. Alfreds, he has stretched before pero hindi na mangyayari yun dito sa 8-4 round wins na meron ang ALSOVEREIGN. The court was enough, pero hopefully makakakuha pa ng mas marami pang round wins ang ALSOVEREIGN kasi ang dami nilang kailangang habulin ngayon.
For sure. Pero ALSOVEREIGN, that's already a start para sa kanila dito. It's better than nothing sa nakikita natin for the past 2 rounds. And I like na willing pa rin na mag-forward dito si Raya despite him being 3-9 just to check kung meron man tao or meron man presence na lalabas dito sa store A, which there was. Pero, yun nga, PNG, just a initial wallbang lang dito paloob ng store. And same old. Hold lang sila dito sa mid until anyone from ALSOVEREIGN gets the funny idea of peeking into them, pare.
Yeah. Well, 8-4 na ngayon. Heavy mid presence para dito sa Vengeance as Alrets tries to get Hail Mary shots papunta dito sa smoke. Son gonna try to pick up the pieces from one half of the crossfire dito sa may EA banda. Pero katapos ng smoke, katapos ng flash, Son, well, sobrang obvious ng position niya dito. Alrets and Azenit will pick up 2 of the frags. Breaks up the crossfire, but Lexpro able to get himself one. Pagkatapos niya pumasok ng 2 pero Kara with a double kill. Jelan will try to respond with a 3 versus 2 so far. It's not looking good para sa ALSOVEREIGN. Pwede pa rin i-rotate papunta doon sa kabilang side, pero yun nga lang si Azenit, aware na aware, alam na alam, amoy na amoy niya kung saan yung last player dito, si France. 1v3, pasok agad dun sa Z, pero nakapag-ingip pa nga siya at na-wallbang pa ni Kara. That is the M4A1 for you. 9th round, set point series point na ang Vengeance, only needing 1 round para makakuha ng first point dito sa Impact Summer.
Yun nga, what a hell of a start to the season of Impact 2025 in Summer, pare. 9-4 already on their second map and proving that they're trying to redeem themselves after last season, pare. Grabe yung Vengeance, man. I'm very, very happy to see yung further improvement nila, no? I mean, compared to last year, it's a lot more mixed up yung kanilang pace. It's a lot less risky yung kanilang ginagawa mga plays dito. And I really like that they're starting to play a lot together, no? And yung system nila between Alretsua at kay Jeloy dito, them being the 3-man squad to try and take map control, it's a good system to have, especially kung ganyan yung mangyayari. I mean, son, not knowing na meron na palang nakapeak dito sa may EA, taking him down. Wala na silang control sa Z at napalipat dito si France agad. At meron na silang option na pwedeng bumalik ng B-site. Pero hindi nila alam na nandito si Jelan, nasa loob ng CB. Pero pag maspatan dito si Jelan, pare, this B-site is in big trouble unless ma-hold nga dito ni Lexpra.
May kaya nila si Jelan dito. Sobrang layo kumpara sa mga kasapi niya dito. On the way to holding up yung both A at B site. Ito, Lexpra waiting for his opportunity to try to swing on papunta dito sa AWM, pero si Suwa at saka si Kara may planong pumasok dito sa may exit, pero si Franz mukhang miss yung AWM niya. Pero Suwa and Jeloy, they already have found themselves sa loob ng A site. 4v2, Lexpra and Jelan medyo sobrang late to the call. At alam nilang ito na ang panahon para makuha yung objective para sa Vengeance. Lexpra also with a good timing. Napatay pa nga si Jeloy, so medyo napadali yung trabaho nila dito into a 3 versus 2 sneaky.
Yep, this is a rough one para kay Lexpra, pare. Pero simula pa lang tinapos na agad ng Vengeance. And congratulations to Vengeance, pare. A 2-0 start dito sa ating round robin group stage. Yun nga, happy to see Azenit and the boys, you know, getting an early victory dito sa season natin, as, you know, this could be a new chapter opening para dito sa Vengeance squad natin, pare.
Definitely. I mean, kita mo naman natin kahit doon sa 2 maps pa lang, may stark differences yung playstyle ng pareho nating teams. It's just that at the end of it, talagang nung nagkaroon na ng comfortability on the BL side, hindi na sobrang hirap na ma-stop yung momentum para dito sa Vengeance so far. You can see na willing silang makapag-take ng fights. There was also a big impact doon sa Crossfire na sineset up nila time and time again doon sa may EA at saka sa may curve side. And it just fell apart lalo na nung medyo napipick off na sila ng isa-isa bago sila magkaroon ng initial execute. Parang nung mga late stages ng game na natin parang wala akong masyadong nakikitang parang retake or execute win na dapat magbe-benefit sana ang ALSOVEREIGN. Only like 1 or 2 rounds that I saw from that.
To be fair, ALSOVEREIGN talaga, when it came to the map of Compound, feeling ko they had a really good start dito sa kanilang BL side, but I feel like they didn't know what they were doing nung GR side nila pare, and everyone was lost on the timings. Sunod-sunod yung pagkatalo nila dito sa mga gunfights. At the same time, credit nga dito kay Kara, credit dito kay Sua, credit dito kay Alreds as well for shutting down etong si France. At the same time, Azenit having a hell of a game as well. So it's a good team effort para dito sa Vengeance, and ayun nga, looking forward to seeing them more dito season natin if they're playing this good, man.
Wow. Definitely, man. I mean, siyempre, props na din para sa ALSOVEREIGN, di ba? I think nakakita tayo ng magandang moment sa kanila, lalo na doon sa naging Black Widow nila, even though I believe it wasn't their map pick as well. You can see that they're also adjusting to the playstyle and the comfortability in the squad as well. Kasi iba nga din naman na naglalaro kayo sa mga pugs, sa mga scrims nyo, and then i-apply nyo siya sa isang tournament, all eyes on you. Tapos, ang daming pag-iisipan especially considering that Vengeance is also a team that has been in this situation before at nakapaglaro na din sa Impact last year. So, besides roster changes, if meron man, and besides like the history, you can see that the synergy really has become the key point here, especially for Vengeance. Sa panalo lang ngayon.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more synergy para dito sa Vengeance. So it's gonna be very interesting if ever they do go up against itong Sunday Shrooms facing their former teammate na si Kid from Hell nga, no? And once that matchup comes around, hopefully, I'm the one casting kasi yun nga, sunod na sunod ako sa story na yun. Kasi that's a storyline that we can kind of catch upon dito sa ating Impact. So, ayun nga, as we take a look at the highlights of the game, it's the same story, man. Maganda yung simula ng ALSOVEREIGN and then they just disappear ng second half, pare.
Kita mo sa highlights, I mean, kahit pinag-uusapan natin ng paulit-ulit yung synergy nila, I mean, on point yung individualism ng mga players natin on their decision making. I mean, yung presence ng 2F player, tapos yung mga flanks na nakikita natin, the smoke banks na nakikita natin as well. It's just overall good crossfire na nakikita natin on the side of Vengeance ngayon. I really do feel like they will keep improving habang tumatagal din yung season natin, and hopefully sila din yung isa sa mga makakapasok sa play-ins on our regional finals later this year. So a lot of things to take note of and good things moving forward din para sa Vengeance side. Pero huwag natin din kalimutan yung mga ALSOVEREIGN, di ba? Di para pag fight dito sa mga first 2 games natin. It's just that in the difference that we've seen time and time again, kapag nakapag-download na ng kung ano yung na-expect nila, sometimes it's just hard to stop a team that really is willing to take the fight to you. Kita mo, sa isang mga highlights, si Kara, di po push in lang, tapos kala mo mapapatay siya sa kung gaano siya ka-forward sa team niya. That's just the type of confidence that really sets you apart from the competition, man.
Yeah, for sure. Pero yun nga, compliments pa rin dito sa ALSOVEREIGN. Honestly, it's not often that we do see a full Davaoenyo stack dito sa Impact. We've only seen it, ayun nga, galing dun sa Herbie Gaming team, them representing the region twice, and ngayon, it is ALSOVEREIGN's turn this time. Pero para naman sa kanila, they go back to step 1. They go back to step 1. It's back to improvement, back to the young team. Pero that's kind of the risk that you have to take, as a region na, okay, this is gonna be the team na magre-represent sa atin, so we're gonna have to be invested in their further improvement dito sa Impact. So yun nga, ALSOVEREIGN, I hope you guys are not too sad about this loss. You guys lost up against an experienced team, and yun nga, I guess had a hell of a fight sa Black Widow, which is yung best map nga dito ng Vengeance. But at the end of the day, it's still a Vengeance 2-0 para as we take a look at the set summary with Kara leading the charge pagdating sa kanyang KD with a 2.17 and a 0.93 kill per round ratio, pare, which is pretty insane considering yung role niya dito, pare.
Positive KD across the board nga naman para sa Vengeance. And also, it's kind of interesting na wala sa barely everybody na nasa Vengeance had like 1 kill per round. Like literally, that's insane. Kasi that just tells you that this team is they don't have star players, but talagang sama-sama sila sa lahat ng desisyon nila sa buhay. So, congratulations sa Vengeance winning out yung first game nila dito sa Impact Summer. They win out a 2-0 sa Black Widow where honestly it could have gone either way. Sa compound medyo naging mas decisive na ngayon para sa Vengeance. They decided to show up na I would have been excited to see port coming out for ALSOVEREIGN pero it was not meant to be para sa kanila. So what if i-reveal na natin yung MVP para sa panalo ng Vengeance na ngayon? And I think alam na natin kung sino to, Sneaky.
Si Aldrets.
A pa rin.
A pa rin, it's just the exact same. Yun nga, KR, KD, almost the exact same. I think Aldrets is a very underrated player, no? Pag on na talaga dito si Aldrets sa kanyang laruan, he can hit the most insane shots, be the most stable sniper, but when he is off, you can definitely notice, no? Dito ka sa Vengeance squad, his lack of presence. But fortunately para dito sa Vengeance, pare, on na on ngayon si Boss Aldrets on that sniper, and without him, man, walang makaka-neutralize dun kay Franz, and he would have just ran rabid dito sa mga mapa natin, pare. So full credit to him.
Yeah. And I think it's also a good time para mas magbigyan ng spotlight ang MVP natin sa itong naging game natin. Pero sa buong series, he has shown very good comfortability sa role niya as an AWM player. And even in his lurk timings, talagang nakakatch niya off guard yung iba pang nagro-rotate all the way from mid nung naglalaro sila sa Black Widow, and nakahanap siya na napakagandang angles. Literally finding off timings laban dito sa ALSOVEREIGN kanina. So we'll be expecting a lot more out of him, lalo na habang tumatagal ang Impact Summer na mag-i-improve lalo. Ito si Alex at saka everybody else sa side ng Vengeance ngayon. So this team is gonna keep getting better and better as the season just progresses, and I'm just excited to see how they will step up against a team that has the similar playstyle, like as you mentioned, Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yun nga, no, that Sunday Shrooms matchup is what I'm particularly excited about, which is probably gonna come very, very soon dito sa schedule natin. But, yun nga, no, we're just gonna have to wait and see. So, overall feel for the Impact Day dito para sa akin, pare. I would say it's slightly above expectations kasi I usually temper my expectations pretty low para dito sa Impact. Pero, hey, I mean, there were some really good moments, really good players kind of getting their own spotlight, no, dito sa laruan natin, and hopefully yung mga bigger teams natin are also watching, you know, just in case kailangan nyo ng rifler or a sniper to get. Hey, this is the best place to watch out for in terms of tier 2 competition, pare.
Yeah, totoo. Lalo na din kapag you're also a Masters team o kaya you're a big team dito sa Pilipinas na naghahanap ng pwedeng mag-groom into a really good player into the next tier ng competition And there's nowhere else better than Impact as well. So this is why I like tournaments to happen like this, where we're also in a kind of chill part of the weekday, tapos gusto mo lang makapanood ng Crossfire, which as you mentioned, it's been a while since we've had good Crossfire tournaments all throughout the year. And ito na yun, man. It's a taste of what's to come sa mga up-and-coming talents natin, at saka possibly a second chance para sa mga hindi nakapag-qualify nga naman sa Masters, diba?
For sure. And this is kind of your second chance at glory, no? Papunta nga dito sa mga international tournaments natin, so make sure you don't waste your time in getting things started dito sa tournament. You know, simula pa lang, might as well get some things going, and hopefully yun nga, no, we do see that in the following games, mga laruan natin tomorrow, which is gonna be do you know, Mr. Chris?
Let me check that out. I believe it was in the schedule, pero ayun, it will be Arise Gaming Team versus MATTJESS for match 1, tapos Heroics versus Sunday Shrooms para sa match number 2. So, yun, napakainit. Makikita natin ang Sunday Shrooms yet again to fight up against Heroics. Again, one of the teams also in the tier 2 scene na mukhang naghahanap ng magic so far dito sa Impact. And for MATTJESS versus Arise Gaming Team, both teams really have made their noise all throughout the underground scene. Lalo na for MATTJESS as well, hindi lang sa underground, pero at one point they were also heralded as one of the teams na master tier, if not pwedeng makapag-breach into that regional play. And so, you know, ikaw ba, what are your thoughts on this day 2? Kasi tayo din naman yung magkakast ng Sneaky.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually looking forward to kung ano yung itsura ng roster ng MATTJESS dito, fully knowing that Rels is back in the fray, and obviously si Rels, no, every time he enters itong Masters, when they still had yung usual third and fourth placing dito sa Masters natin, he usually is in contention for, you know, top 3, even top 2 sniper dito sa Pilipinas, no. So looking forward to seeing him perform again. Also, yung mga na-promote actually. And once again, congratulations sa mga na-promote from MATTJESS P into the main MATTJESS team. We all saw them galing dito sa last season. I think si Ninkyu yata is playing on the team, as well as some other Cebuano veterans, no. So MATTJESS definitely a roster that is made to win dito sa tournament natin, and we might just see exactly that. Para naman sa next na series natin, which is gonna be itong Sunday Shrooms. Sunday Shrooms I'm particularly excited about, considering, and yeah, some of the players are my friends, man. So who is not gonna get excited by your friends playing, no? And gusto ko talaga makita na, you know, them actually thriving and performing, no. It's the usual roster, of course. You still have, you know, yung sobrang kulit na attacker nila na si Kim. They also have Kid from Hell now. I think maglalaro dun si Zib. And of course, di mawawala dito sa Sunday Shrooms. I think J-Bice is playing a long-time veteran dito sa CFs Ph scene, and always a constant presence, no, na hindi mo talagang pwedeng tulugan every time he shows up to a tournament, pare.
Yeah. And I think in a bit we're also going to be flashing yung group standings natin for the group stages right now, even though it's kind of early to tell kung sino yung may pinakamalaking impact. I think it's also going to be a good thing to talk about then, since nanalo yung pareho nating teams na si Vengeance at saka I forgot which one, pero it's a big thing to look out for kung how the group stages look out, even though we already saw half of the teams. Nan siguro bukas mas ma-flesh out natin yung mga predictions natin for the incoming next week, because you know now we kind of know kung paano natin ipa-power rank yung mga teams natin all throughout the summer, since we'll be doing this every Wednesday and Thursday every single week. So kung gusto nyo mapanood yung mga tier 2 teams natin on Crossfire PH, there's nowhere better place to go than just here dito sa Crossfire Philippines, man.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, whether it is tier 2 or tier 1, it is gonna be here where you can find the best of the best pagdating dito sa region natin. Terms of usapan nating power ranking siguro para dito sa Impact, yun nga, I would place yung MATTJESS, Sunday Shrooms at yung Vengeance natin. I wouldn't say straight to the top. I would put MATTJESS slightly ahead pa rin, no, considering the experience that the players have, and yung mga ibang players ng MATTJESS already playing dito sa last season natin. But, you know, maybe ito nga, ALSOVEREIGN, you know, it's a long tournament. Baka makakabawi pa sila coming in from a 0-1 start dito sa tournament natin. Heroics, I've been hearing some murmurs na medyo malakas rin sila pagdating sa mga scrims, so I'm looking forward to what they can offer. And yung Arise Gaming team, this I want to see, kasi a lot of people have been telling me na magaling tong Arise Gaming team, so hopefully I see exactly that, man.
Hopefully. Ngayon may expectations na tayo sa kung anong mangyayari pagdating dito sa tomorrow. And bukas ma-join na din tayo ni Salvi, who I believe is also in the stream right now. Shoutout nga pala sa mga talents at saka sa mga OGs na nagko-comment all throughout the stream. So, kung excited na kayo makita kung ano yung magiging games natin, look no further. Eto na, ipa-flash namin sa screen ninyo ang mga susunod nating games tomorrow. It will be a Rise Gaming team, a team that Sneaky Frog is looking to watch out for tomorrow against MATTJESS, one of the more recognizable teams in the Tier 2 scene that could very well break into the barrier as well. So it will be Heroics at saka Sunday Shrooms tomorrow as well, which will be yung match number 2. And I'm excited to see kung sino yung magka-come out on top pareho. Will we see an upset? Will we see expectations speak well for themselves? Kasi yung matches sa Sunday Shrooms sa power rank mo na nga, I actually agree with you. I think they're the teams to watch tomorrow talaga.
Yeah, for sure. So hopefully they are in tip-top shape going into tomorrow's games, no. Hopefully na they don't get affected by outside factors dito, pare. It is gonna be still 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. now on a Thursday night. If you guys do not know, yung Impact is gonna be on every Wednesdays and Thursdays, and para naman sa preview show, it is gonna be on the Friday, and para naman sa Saturday and sa Sunday, it is gonna be El Clasico Masters on the weekend, pare. It's a summer filled with Crossfire, and I can never be happier here, pare.
Syempre. Pati ako, na-excite ako dito, Sneaky. As one of the newer talents dito sa roster, I would like to give everybody a warm thank you. So warm welcome na ako dito sa community, and I hope na na-enjoy nyo yung broadcast all throughout. And it's been a pleasure, Sneaky Frog. Napaka-saya ng first day natin dito sa Impact, at sure ako na tomorrow ay lalong magiging masaya dahil, ladies and gentlemen, Crossfire rocks. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si Sneaky Frog. It has been a blast sa first day ng Impact Summer 2025, and we'll see you tomorrow for more upcoming games. Bye-bye guys. Good night.